Hello and welcome to a different coverage of Le Mans. Well, Joshua does the F2. I am taking over with the help of other things because I'm solo commentating. And I know Joshua hates solo commentating because it's very difficult to commentate without a co-commentator. Slow zone is still in effect now from both a Porsche crashing quite violently into the wall and completely ripping off the bonnet, and a second crash that somehow happened in the crash from, it was, I don't know what team, so they went into the wall. DK Engineering, I think. And it's gonna throw over to the Radio Le Mans.
One now would maybe be a good opportunity to do it under such a long slow zone out there.
Yeah.
As we ride on board now with the 64 Corvette going through the left-hander just after the fast right into Indianapolis, approaching Arnage corner. So the fact that they're not choosing to do it now, because you would think they would easily, obviously, given that they did it at 9 o'clock, make it from now to the end of the race, says to me that potentially they're hoping they may not have to, but maybe I'm wrong.
Are they wanting it to fit more so into the fuel stop window, though, as well?
I was about to suggest that, yes, and just looking down at where the 64 Corvette is on its refueling cycle, it's 1/3 of the way into a normal cycle, so I would expect it to get at least into the final into the final quarter of its stint before it did that brake change. So
if the barrier takes a while, Paul, to fix, they may choose in 2 or 3 laps' time to do it.
Exactly. It was 38 minutes, the last barrier change that we needed doing. Another answer to a question which was posed to me earlier on by my learned friend on the right there, Johnny Molam, was asking me about the fastest lap in LMP2, actually set by Dries van Toor in the number 32 WRT Orica at 3 minutes 30.946.
Wow.
So that's your fastest lap. I haven't got into the 29s yet, but 3 minutes 30.946, a very rapid single lap time from a very rapid driver.
Given that Ferdinand Habsburg just set earlier on, about 4 or 5 minutes ago, the fastest lap of that car, which has been quick, the number 41 real team by WRT, and his was a 32 flat, so he's still 1.1 seconds away from the fastest lap of the class.
Yeah, I mean, that lap from Dries is a good second, not quite a second, but almost a second quicker than anybody else has gone in the P2 class.
Fastest lap of the race overall still stands with Brendan Hartley, done on lap 56 at 3:27.906. The fastest lap produced by the non-hybrid hypercars was from the 708 Glickenhaus, 3:28.110. That was done a good few hours ago now as well. Paul's mentioned the LMP2. Still the best lap in Pro-Am is the race leader, unsurprisingly, the 45 car, which does seem to be the class of the Pro-Am field, 3:32.6, which no doubt was a James Allen lap time. And now there's been a moment for the 83 AF Corsa prototype down at Arnage corner. Stick it in the reverse, try and get it rotated. Car 83 is
still in reverse. That's Francois Perrodo.
That was the name.
And
I was
again, lost
for.
it on the brakes. Lost it on the brakes, locked the rears on the downshift,
and
going down the inside into Mulsanne and just turned him sharp left.
Yeah, right in front of Christian Ried as well, which could have been a heck of a lot worse for the German, who has still, to this date, done every single World Endurance Championship race that there's ever been.
And
Christian
another
Ried.
car, and the yellows, is that the
Glickenhaus?
And the yellows out braking himself.
And there is another crash on the circuit. That's from the LMP2 category. Just locks up on the rear left and luckily and narrowly avoids one of the other cars. That's unlucky positioning to actually crash due to how many cars were actually around them at the time. So they just managed to get it on the outside. Oh, and there's another lockup right next to it, and that is certainly a bad thing. That was the 708 Glickenhaus, I think, and that is certainly we're seeing a lot more lockups now, so I think people should start pitting a lot more. Maybe some driver changes are needed too due to tiredness from the drivers. So let's hope that that does not continue, throwing back over to the Radio Le Mans.
Lap for the Frenchman, isn't it? Car 708. So it'll be full of fuel, and at its heaviest, Ryan Briscoe also made a stop in third for the 708 Glickenhaus.
And also coming out of the pits, then they would have been hot tyres. Then he goes through that incredibly. He doesn't have a lot of time before the slow zone. So arriving at Mulsanne potentially would have been a lot colder tyres than he would have expected. Potentially, hence the lockup.
Slow zone has now been removed, though. At least it should have been removed. Yes, it has been removed. Why doesn't my computer tell me that it's been removed? So we're now back to a fully green racetrack, but there's still a yellow flag sign at the top.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's just they've removed. Yes, they removed zone 5,
But not
but we still have 3 and 4.
Exactly, for the
in
barrier
place.
damage, yes.
Yeah.
So they've removed the car, but still fixing the barrier.
Laurence Vantour, having made a stop, is back out again.
There's another. Oh, is that? No, that's a replay. Thank God. Though there's actually just then another little off moment for one of the cars. Just went slightly on the gravel. It looks like throwing back over to Radio Le Mans as we just see the 92 that crashed earlier and caused the massive slow zone go out on the track
Corvette
into the pits.
class haven't necessarily missed their opportunity then of doing this brake change whilst there is a slow zone out on track, and still displayed on the track map from Tête Rouge through to the exit of the second chicane. So
I don't think that's right though. I think they've removed it at the second one, Paul.
No, they actually had a zone in place all the way to Mulsanne Corner, in fact. I'm not quite sure if there was some more debris down there, or they took the opportunity while there were slow zones in place to implement another one to clear debris.
Sweep the track maybe.
Quite often early
So
in
that's
the
a third
morning.
of the track now that's under slow zone.
It was. Now we've only got 2 slow zones in place. We've got 3 and 4 are slow zones. 5 has been removed. So from Tête Rouge to the second chicane on the Mulsanne Straight are under slow zone.
Haven't had chance to get eyes on the exit of the first chicane, the Daytona chicane, but I'm surprised it's taken so long to get Brendan Arieb's car recovered, because I would have expected between the 2 chicanes to be back to green by now. The barriers is obviously going to take a long time, but the easier of the 2 problems would have been the recovery of the Porsche from Team Project 1. You would have thought, but depends where Manitous are and where they can get the car safely recovered too.
And there's still a slow zone now going down to Mulsanne.
There
so it literally is from Tête Rouge pretty much all the way to Mulsanne Corner is a slow zone.
There's the green.
There's the green, yeah, just leaving into Mulsanne Corner, yes. So just coming out, Paul was right. I should have trusted Paul's judgment.
Trust well, always.
Trust well, he knows all. And so exiting the second chicane, although you come out quite a long way before they wave that green. You're well out of the chicane, and then you have a little blast down to the Mulsanne Corner.
Yeah, so intense fighting once again in LMP2 as they head out of Mulsanne Corner, past the old signalling pits, nose to tail in places. Some of these cars not all on the same lap. The 43 car we know has lost a lot of time in the pits with having those coil packs replaced. Pietro Fittipaldi trying to gather some of the time lost back again for the Polish squad. They're running in 15th with car 43. Car 34 better, 12th position now for Esteban Gutierrez. We were hearing from him on air not too long ago, but the LMP2 lead is still, the dice is between Jota and Prema. Will Stevens ahead of Louis Delatraz, with a fair bit of distance between them, trying to get a gap actually. They are still on the same lap, Stevens and Delatraz, 38 and number 9. Yeah, I'm not sure that it does display a whole lap between them, but I think once we get Delatraz through the next split, might put him still on the lead lap, do you reckon, Paul, or is he just off it, Louis Delatraz in car number 9 from the 38? They're both in the final sector right now, so it's going to be a close run thing either way. Stevens, well, I mean, ideally, this far into the race, would love would love a full laps advantage with them.
He has a full lap
Yes.
advantage.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so
sorry, it took a
confirmed.
little while to respond there, but
No.
there is a full lap of an advantage between Will Stevens and Louis Delatraz. And in terms of the pit stop cycling, the cars are both on exactly the same schedule, so they'll be coming in at the same time. So it's not one of these fake ones.
Yeah.
It is a full lap that Jota has as an advantage.
They both just crossed the line. They're actually seconds apart, but as you say,
But
Stevens
trying
is
to
ahead.
unlap himself, exactly.
Precisely.
So Delatraz is trying to get in front to unlap himself.
Yeah, he was a second quicker actually on those. Well, they were laps involving slow zones, so they're actually churning out 6-minute lap times right now. That's how much it's costing the LMP2s when they can regularly post 3:38s, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, so confusing going into the first slow zone at Terre Rouge. Lots of overlapping there into the yellow flag zone, which the officials will not like. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM.
The weather on Haggerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
Oh, and it's the top of the hour mark right now, and yellow is still out on the track from the multiple incidents earlier. Not surprising due to the actual size of that incident. Right now, my coverage is on NAD break, so I'll just take you through who's in the top 5 if I can see it. Okay, so right now, in first right now is number 8, followed by number 7. Then it is number 709, and then I'm not sure what's 4. I think it might be 34. And then well, either way, it's an LMP2. So who's ever leading in that? And then I think it might be a 6. I'm genuinely not sure. It's so tiny. Right, I'm going to throw back over to Radio Le Mans.
Seemed to go straight on at Indianapolis. Managed to stop the car before he hit the barrier, or if he did hit the barrier, it wasn't too much of a knock. So he's now being given a hoist, a little Manitou unit coming up to lift the car. They'll put it onto the escape road at the back of the gravel trap at Indianapolis, and then they'll try and get the car started up, and Ricardo Pera hopefully will be able to bring the car back. But he's losing places while he's stuck there on the circuit, and as I say, it's currently placed 7th in GTE AM. The screen in front of me at the moment is still showing me as it running, but it has definitely stopped and is in the gravel up there at Indianapolis, and will be losing places very soon. So rather than everybody settling down as we've got up and got daylight and being able to see where you're going, there's been far more incidents actually since it's got light than when we were in the pit track. We had a little bit of incident as darkness fell, John Hindhoff, but as I say, now we've got the daylight. I think people are trying to go a little bit too quickly too soon.
So not as much as happy hour as the mad half hour or something like something like I always think 7 o'clock-ish, 8 o'clock in the morning, when you've got full daylight, does tend to bring that. Whether it's people thinking, woohoo, we're nearly there, and in that very moment forgetting where their breaking points are. It used to be up at Dunlop, didn't it? Everybody went off there just around breakfast time.
The cars are getting worn out. It's not been a race of attrition by any means, but there has been a lot of wear and tear gone on, and there's been parts replaced and work done on cars, possibly brake balance not quite being set to the driver's satisfaction, but it all is becoming more of a challenge nowadays, or in this part of the race it would seem, to get everything going than it was earlier on.
Welcome to Le Mans Breakfast with Visit Cayman Islands and Sacred Coffee. Some great places for breakfast here at Le Mans, of course.
Breakfast?
Yes, go on, Paul. Yes, go on.
Right.
Your breakfast awaits. Porsche serving Sacred Coffee, partner of Porsche Motorsports. And we've got the Wellington pods here. Shay's been raving about the Auckland blend, and we've got the new Porsche roast, and of course the Lotterer limited edition as well. Thanks to Tubbs and the rest of the team for keeping us going, and we'll be talking you through some great breakfast spots in the Cayman Islands in the next couple of hours as well. If you know one, let us know. Hashtag HaggertyRLM to get you in front of Bruce Jones and me, John Hindhaugh. Morning, Bruce.
Morning, John. We were here together earlier in the morning, but that was before sunlight. Well, just as sunlight was arriving. But as Paul was just pointing out, suddenly the madness. I guess they could see more, but maybe...
Just going to interrupt Radio Le Mans there because there is something hanging off the number 9 car, and it's actually a little bit worrying. Number 9 car belongs to the Prima team, which includes Robert Kubica, who is one I know most, and I actually don't know who's in the car now. I have a bad feeling that it might be him. Gonna throw back over to Radio Le Mans.
Cool Racing Ferrari look like carbon copies of each other. I heard Johnny Morlam saying he thought the Ferrari one was a little bit harsher of a flat spot. The other thing that I noticed that they both did was they went over the curb on that little kink on the way into Mulsanne corner, the right kink. And I wonder if maybe they're dragging the inside shoulder there when it's locked up, coming back onto the track, and there's something there that's the tyre doesn't like. We've seen a number of them, spectacular. Talking to the guys at Porsche, they were absolutely gutted with that 7.5 minute additional stop that took the 92 car out of contention.
What it did do, though, we had the recovery drive from the 64 Corvette, and that really put it on a plate for them. But it seems the pace Alexander Sims and before him Nick Tandy were setting in that 64 Corvette might have been enough to take them to the front anyhow. And if we cast our minds right back to the start of the race, the Corvettes were running 1 and 2 in GTE Pro. They got back to that form, the temporary glitch, but it did require a little bit of a helping hand to this point in the race. But we've still got just a whisker under 7 hours remaining. And you think even without the problems for the 92 Porsche, they'd still have made their way to the front.
In the pit lane, Peter Snowden back with us again, who can offer a technical update to the Proton competition, number 93. That's the Zach Robichon, Matt Campbell and Michael Fassbender car. Peter, good morning.
Good morning. Matt Campbell just got out of that car and it's gone back into the pit box. I'll try and get Matt in a minute. It's perhaps not the best moment, but when they got the right rear off there, they were going to have a little look under the wheel arch there, which turned out to be the stay for the rear wing. It's actually loose and not really what you want, is it, the rear wing moving around. So more dramas for this 93 Proton competition car. I will try and have a quick catch of Matt Campbell if I can.
Thank you very much, Peter. But also, John and I have just been talking about cars running over curbs, and that is something that really, over the jagged sort of alligator curbs, really does loosen car parts. And I would have thought that's partly a contributory factor to the rear wing coming loose on the 93 Porsche from Proton.
A couple of threeries coming in. Hashtag HaggertyRLM on our Radio Le Mans breakfast with Cayman Island and Sacred Coffee. Maybe the P2 and GT AM crashes are happening as a result of the AM driver being backloaded, and most of the AMs are due to do the bulk of their 6 hours on Sunday. We'll have a look at that later on. Matt Campbell down at the Proton competition pit with Peter Snowden.
Matt, some concerns on the rear wing. You obviously just got out of the car. What's going on?
Yeah, just before the slow zones, the car really started acting quite strange all of a sudden. And then we kept reporting, trying to think of and find solutions on the data, what it might be during the slow zone stuff. And it looks like we've just had another part break from the crash earlier in the night. But luckily we've been able to find it and hopefully rectify now. So it's just an extra mount for the rear wing, so hopefully we can get that fixed and then it's back to normal.
Well, I like the way you say casually that we've lucky to be able to find it, rear wing coming loose is not ideal, is it, round here?
No, less than ideal. Obviously, this track is so aero dependent, so sensitive, but luckily we had a lot of like slow zones then, so always getting up to speed quite slowly and just feeling the car out. So at least we've been able to find the issue, and yes, now we just have to fix it and go back out on track.
A relatively quick fix, and second question really, so a little bit of reassurance for Michael that just got in the car.
Yeah, very much so. Obviously, now it should be fully fixed. Make him comfortable once again, because for me it was even very unnerving at times. So hopefully we can get it repaired and get back out there.
Matt Campbell, thank you very much for your time.
Smashing lad, Matt Campbell. Yeah, very good. 9:10 in the morning, Le Mans breakfast with Cayman Islands. Back open, of course, and time, the perfect place to go and spend a little bit of downtime. Talked to Darren Turner not so very long ago about going over there and swimming with the manta rays, as well as all of the other wonderful tourist attractions. And check out the bread and chocolate bistro. My two favourite food groups. Great French toast for breakfast.
Book your flights when you get back from them all.
Yeah,
that's the way to go, John.
Absolutely. One day I'll have a holiday. I promise. Been saying that to Eve for the last 16 years. We still have to have some honeymoon days that we never really got 16 years ago.
In the back of the studio, John, I just heard little ribald laughter.
Yeah.
I have no idea who it was from.
Yes, book holidays. Very good. Very good. Toyota Gazoo Racing then. Brendan Hartley, Jose Maria Lopez, about 5 minutes apart. The Glickenhaus just 3 laps behind. And then this epic battle in LMP2. It's still not... I mean, you wouldn't be writing your headline in your first few paragraphs right now if you were sitting up in the press room.
Not in ink, maybe in pencil, in the old styley, but no, certainly. And many a race over the years here, John, you could pretty much insert a couple of cars at the top, but this year we'll still keep talking about it right till one of these Toyotas gets to finish the race, because they have both been fragile in previous rounds, and both had a fail. Pit lane suddenly becomes busy. It's extraordinary. It can be empty for ages, and suddenly you get 2 neighbouring garages with cars coming in. It's just how it always seems to be at Le Mans, but that looked like a fairly standard pit stop for the leading number 8 Toyota. Brendan Hartley brought it in. Brendan Hartley takes it out again, but still with these slow zones around various points on the circuit. First chicane, still got the slow zone there after Brendan Uribe's car went off, the number 56 Project 1 Porsche. And so it's a little bit frustrating, John, when you've got through the night, you've had a few hours of sleep perhaps, you're up there, the light is up, the light is good, and you just want to go racing properly, but to have to run slowly when you're out there must be really, really frustrating. And I reckon this is where attention starts to wander a little bit. And it's like any sport. I think if you're at it 100%, you're fine. Certainly used to be the case in rugby. If you didn't go in at 100%, you'd be the one who was injured when you were doing the tackle.
Yeah, be committed and be decisive. The GTE Pro battle slightly broken up by that problem for the Corvette earlier on, and then the number 92 Michael Christensen car now with Lawrence Vantour behind the wheel. Some long faces up at Porsche earlier on when that right front tyre went. They were there. They could almost smell it as clearly as the breakfast bacon. And now it's 3 manufacturers in the top 3. And after all of their trials and tribulations and all of their worries about BOP, AF Corsa and Ferrari sitting in second position, 2.5 minutes behind the leading Corvette, 64 from 51. And then Fred Makowiecki in the 91 in third position.
I mean, that's just indicative of the fact the AF Corsa, particularly the number 51 entry rather than the 52 so much, has had a run without problem, but it just hasn't been able to knock out the laps at the speed the Corvettes could do, or the Porsches. But James Collado, well, he'll take what he can catch, but maybe it'll just come their way by dint of others having problems. But for now, it's still Corvette Racing leading the way in GTE Pro. That's down in 31st overall, but Alex Sims at the wheel at the moment, and actually actually racing on a bit of track with very few cars around him. So that's actually, as we still have this slow zone into the first chicane, that's quite comfortable for him, and he's sitting, as John said, on a lead of more than 2.5 minutes over James Colado's Ferrari.
So once again, the
and it seems like something's gone a little bit wrong with the Le Mans radio coverage, so I'll take over for a little bit until they sort whatever issue they have or whatever's affecting it. So right, so slow zone is still in effect. It's been a very long slow zone, and I think they've just managed to fix their issue. I don't know what was wrong with them, though. Yeah, slow zone is still in effect, and I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. Back over to Radio Le Mans.
straight away, and it has not been the race that the French manufacturer wanted. Had the, he's right in behind the GR Porsche and got offline, hit the bump, lost the front end. Valiant.
Oh, and it's just gonna cut across because I see another crash, and I think it might be for the LMP2 category, and that's definitely gonna increase the slow zone to carry on. Though I don't, for the life of me, understand why the marshal that's right next to it is just waving green flag when he has a crash next to him. Also, I just saw a dove outside the commentary box carrying a twig. If that does not give me vibes of a Bible, I don't know what will. So, see, on board with, I think it's a 36 that's crashed. 36 has not been having a good time of it this week. And they just they just caught the gravel, and they just went straight on into the barrier. That was, hold on, we got an outside view. They just went onto the curbs and then just lost it from there, went into the barrier, and then smashed into the wall, which kind of turned them around a bit. I'm gonna throw it back over to Radio Le Mans now, though that was an interesting crash. It seems like we're not getting out of the slow zone anytime soon.
It really damaged the barriers on the second part of the Porsche curves, and also sprayed a load of polystyrene all over the track. It shouldn't take so long for this one to be cleared up, because the impact with the wall, it was a tyre wall rather than a barrier, and the tyres, of course, have absorbed a lot of the impact. And then when that 36 Alpine is pulled away from the tyre wall, we'll get to see what the damage is, but we can already see it's very tattered front left corner. Car 77 in the pits, that's one that's been going very well. It's coming from third place in GTE AM, that's Christian Reed. Not a bad time to be in the pit lane when, of course, you've got slow zones out on the circuit.
So out goes the Proton dark grey number 77. Not the, no, excuse me, that's the 93 car. My apologies. The one that Bruce was just talking about. I should have actually let my brain process that fact before I opened my mouth and put it into gear.
Keeps it interesting, keeps us on our toes. So that should be Michael Fassbender, who took over from Matt Campbell, and don't forget, not so long ago they had the rear wing of this car.
With Got to Be Beach Mat, I go tussle.
And it's right, so slow zone is still in effect, and now to quickly turn over on that one, because I noticed something strange and I can't find it now. Though there are, that tyre barrier earlier that was smashed into by number 36, which seemed to be the cursed car this week. Which is weird because I don't see 36 on here. Hold on. Which one was it? Do you know I generally cannot find the 36? It is literally nowhere to be seen. Hold on, just gonna find it. And it is nowhere to be found, which is unusual. Right, I'm going to switch back over to the Radio Le Mans again, especially while I try and find this mysterious car, which is nowhere to be seen on my notes. Throwing back over to Radio Le Mans.
Couple of quick notes. It was sitting there waiting to be fixed, and that it has just gone out after being fixed with that rear wing issue. So that's why it was there. And we can take a quick word with Ben Keating down in the pit lane.
Hi John, it's Owen. I'm just waiting to get to talk to Ben. He's just with the TV crew at the moment, but I'm in the queue, so hopefully I'm next. He's obviously had a long stint, looks very happy when he came in. I'm just going to step in here. Hello Ben, well done. That looks a really long stint. You look like you've worked hard there, but you've got a massive smile on your face. Came into the pits leading the class.
Found the 36 quickly. It is a hypercar.
We had this plan going in.
It's got going again just now, so leaving a little
the
bit of
yesterday
debris behind. So I'll throw back over to Radio Le Mans.
I asked that we stick with the original plan, and hey, we'll see. So far, so good. You know, the Porsches with the pros driving are still about 2 seconds a lap quicker than we are, and we've still got 6 hours and 40 minutes left. And so, you know, obviously, I'm very excited to have a 70-second lead, but I think it's going to be really hard to keep that lead. But we'll see. I still need to do another, I think, 2.5 hours or so in the car, and I think it's going to be really close when it gets down to it in the end.
Right, so for some reason the Radio Le Mans commentary has stopped, though Slow Zone is still in action at the moment. And yeah, the 36 hypercar just basically smashed into a wall for some reason. I don't understand how that. Yeah, the Alpine for the hypercar, it went into the wall after catching the curves and smashing into the tyre barrier. Wasn't that big, though it managed to get going again, though it lost quite a few positions from that. It's not been a very good day for the Alpines. If your team name is Alpine, it's likely that you're not going to do well today, so that's for telling for Formula 1. Though, throwing back over to a Radio Le Mans commentary, which is back up.
Le Mans 2022. Beautiful day in prospect there. Not a bad one here, in fairness. No clouds in the sky. It was already warming up quite nicely when I went off shift at 6 o'clock this morning, and beautiful by the time we came back on. I arose from the pit of slumber. That was the front seat of the Panamera.
You did better than I did. I sat in the car for 20 minutes, realised I had spent a huge amount of energy trying to go to sleep and failing, so we'll have to do it a bit later. But it is for everybody, up and down, whether in a campsite or as a mechanic, just trying to snatch a moment when you can.
Number 44, the ARC Bratislava Pro-Am car, Ben Fiscal driving that. Drive-through penalty for not respecting slow zone procedures. That'll cost them 32 seconds down the pit lane. They've dropped out of contention a little bit. They were leading that category, the subclass, if you will, of LMP2. At the head of that, Will Stevens for Jota, coming through the Porsche curves at the moment in the black, green and red. Mighty 38. What a history that number has had with Jota down through the years. Prema in second place with Louis Delatraz. Laps between those cars at the moment.
And Will Stevens into the pits from that lead, and a sizable lead ahead of Louis Delatraz for Prema Orlan team. And don't forget, Prema has only been a single-seater team until this year, so here they are second in the P2 class, a very, very competitive 27-car class. But they're the meat in the sandwich. It's Jota 38, Prema number 9, and another Jota, number 28, in third.
Not the battle that we were expecting, in fairness. It's been a good one, Bruce, but we expected WRT, we expected the various WRTs, the two United Autosports cars in there, but Jota looked comfortable in normal motor racing terms, but this is Le Mans, and they have to stop the engine every time they come into the pit lane, and a fumble or a stall or an engine that's slightly recalcitrant.
Yeah, and well, also don't forget the pack of cards was shuffled as early as the first corner on the opening lap of the race. One of the two United Autosports cars pitched into the gravel. That was Will Owen, who was caught in a pincer manoeuvre. One of the WRT cars, number 31, was then adjudged to have put it there and was given a drive-through penalty, and that dropped that down the order. And another of the WRT cars, the real speed by WRT, number 41, was also delayed enormously on the opening lap. So suddenly, really, you lost three of the top challengers within the first 200 metres of this race. This 24-hour race, someone forgot to send that memo.
Yeah, well, very true. Very true. In and out then for those first two cars. They will not lose their positions. And now the pit lane count for the leading LMP2s. I retract my second statement there. The Jota number 28, Jota, not Jota, has gone through into second. So for the moment, take the picture of that. If you're a fan of the Kent-based team, 1-2 for the 38 and the 28. 30 and 31 stops there. 32 stops for United Autosport number 22, and we still have got 6.5 hours to run in this race. Still a quarter of this race to run, and we're well over 30. Paul thought it might be late 30s. I was told it was going to be between 40 and 43 stops, depending on slow zones, etc., etc. No requirement for full course yellow or the intervention of the Porsche Turbo safety cars yet. The Manthey prepared fleet of 5 cars have sat with their engines, I'm sure, gently ticking over, ready to spring into action with their 500 and plenty horsepower. They will have been changed during the night. You can access where they're parked from the internal roads, and so they will have been changed out and taken away and filled up. The safety car teams will have been working shifts in the same way that we and the rest of the broadcasters here in the TV compound, and indeed the drivers have. It's the mechanics that don't get to to work shifts. They're on all the time, particularly in LMP2.
Yeah, in LMP2, 9-lap stints in Hypercar Toyota, and from time to time Glickenhaus have been managing 13-lap stints, which is far, far kinder. So instead of around 35 minutes is the sort of stint length, sometimes 32 minutes in LMP2. So you can hardly literally sit down, have a biscuit, have some coffee, but that is about it for the mechanics. So they will be absolutely fatigué come the end.
Motor Racing UK Marshall nodded up for a couple of hours. My internet must have dropped out because suddenly I was woken up with familiar voices. Let's have a quick word with Mathieu Vaxvier before we take the next Valkyrie AI update. Peter?
Mathieu, absolute heartache for us. Just talk us through what happened.
I mean, we are taking no risk, just finishing the race because we have some issue at the beginning of the race. And yeah, in the Porsche curve, I went for the outside of the Porsche, but she moved just when I arrived. I think it's due because she think the headache was inside. I think she didn't saw me. So then I went for the outside. He went completely on the left. So I mean, to avoid him, I need to go on the grass, and then I touched the wall, unfortunately. But yeah, it's a shame that we are working quite well during this night, and yeah, I mean, to crash like that, it's a shame, but it's part of the game.
You say very kindly it's part of the game, benevolently, but we saw the in-car footage. You did an awful lot of work to try and avoid the impact.
What, sorry?
You did an awful lot of work trying to avoid it, a lot of steering.
Yeah, I tried to avoid it, and I mean, I know that I will touch the wall, but I just try to go as much as I can parallel to the wall to not damage the car. And I think, yeah, I mean, I avoid what I can do, but not the maximum, I think.
Mathieu, thank you so much for your moment. Just a very, very quick update on that car. They are changing that front left corner by the look of it. Just have a very quick walk around, John, while I'm in here still. And, well, yeah, they're doing something to it. It's not completely coming off. So I think suspension may be okay, but it looks like the brake duct and backing plate is the issue. But I'll keep you updated on that if anything changes.
Barry McCoyner is up at about 3:30 in the morning in St. Pete, Florida, ready for the run to the checkered flag and waiting for the next hourly update. Barry, wait no longer.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
So just after 9:30 in the morning, the sun has been up for a good 3 hours now. Temperatures beginning to rise. The track temperature at the moment, 25.5 degrees. Air temperature round about 16.5 degrees. So coming up by about a degree and a half every half an hour or so. And here's how it stands. The leaders, Toyota Gazoo Racing, 8 from 7 after that electric motor problem on the front of the number 7. Dropped Jose Maria Lopez off the lead lap, having to reset it on the track, then come into the pit lane. The mechanics couldn't touch it because it wasn't showing safe. And now 4.5 minutes behind Brendan Hartley, who leads the motor race with 279 laps under their Michelin tyres. 8 from 7 at the top of the shop, then 3 laps further back. It is Ryan Briscoe for Glickenhaus, and the 709, the only real challenger right now to the 2 Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010s. In 4th position is the second Glickenhaus, working its way as it does through the top half dozen or so of the LMP2s. Then it pit stops, and because it's so close at the top of the LMP2 field, it drops back down again to 5th or 6th, and then has to fight its way back through again. It's Ollie Pla at the wheel of that. The Alpine, Mathieu Vaxvier, we just talked to him with Peter Snowden, trying to go around the outside of the Mike Wainwright-driven GR Porsche. Sure that Mike did anything wrong there, to be honest. You told to hold your line, and he was on the racing line. Vaxvier tried to go around the outside of him, and there just wasn't the grip there. Even sure Mathieu did anything wrong either. Earlier in the race, I think he might have got away with that. He's down in 25th position, 14 laps off the lead and dropping more ground, of course. Came into this net as the championship leader in the WEC. Double points here. This is going to be a bad race on so many levels for Alpine. Here's the LMP2 rundown. Jota 1 and 2, 38 from 28. There's laps between them, but there's only 1.1 seconds between Ed Jones in the second Jota, the number 28, and Louis Delatraz and the Prema Orland team. What a Le Mans debut it's been for the slick single-seater outfit. They've taken to this, well, like a duck to water, haven't they? In fourth position, Cool Racing has Ricky Taylor on board the number 37 car in LMP2. Fifth, TDS Racing by Viente, fighting back with Nick De Vries. Remember, he was sitting around at the start of this week thinking that he wouldn't be racing. He got the call when he was in bed that he would be taking over in that car. And the top six made up by Team Penske, Felipe Nasr. They were right up at the sharp end until a couple of little niggles in the middle of the night. In the subclass, the Pro-Am category, they will get their own podium. It's Algarve Pro Racing, the number 45 car. Well, they've put a full shift in this week as well, having to rebuild one of their challengers, Stephen Thomas, in the number 45 car, now leading that class from AF Corsa in second position. In the number 83, Francois Perrodo doing his driving stint there. And Jean Glorieux for DK Engineering, the number 3, in third. In the Pro GTE class, Corvette leads AF Corsa from Porsche, 64.51 and 91 laps between... I'm just looking there. No, not laps between them, actually. A minute and 9 between Sims and Collado in first and second, and just 25 seconds further back is James Collado, and then another 3 minutes back, Fred Magovicki for the better placed of the two Porsches. The most recent drama there for the number 92, Lawrence Vantor, now driving the Porsche GT. It was Michael Christensen in that car a couple of hours ago that took a front puncture that took out the front bodywork and the under tray at the front, costing them a longer pit stop than they would have liked. TF Sport and the Aston Martin Vantage lead Henri Chavez in the 33 in the AM category. From Northwest Aston Martin, Nicky Teen, two front-engined British sports cars with the German engines coming to the fore now. Long-time leader WeatherTech Racing has dropped behind Hard Point Motorsport. Andrew Harrianto, the number 99, the absolute run car. And then WeatherTech Racing, as I say, in fourth position. And did we get to the bottom of why that car dropped out the lead? I don't think we did. Well, I'll look back through some notes when we get through.
Right, so I'm just going to give a quick update, and I've just noticed that we've finally gone back to green after being under the yellow flag for like half an hour, I would say, after the constant continuation of loads of crashes. It's like a sequence of terrible unfortunate events. Perfect show reference there. Though back to green, and it's not been a very good time of it for the Alpine, certainly, though they've managed to get going again as far as I know, and everything else seems to be going a lot better than it definitely was like 20 minutes ago at least. Throw back over to the Le Mans radio coverage.
Mere cars lengths between them, what? Maybe 4 or 5 car lengths coming into the second chicane in the early morning sunshine. Love this time at Le Mans. Everything's still possible for those cars still running. We've gone past the 18-hour mark, by the way, so some cars have been retired. The Inception Racing car stopped at the side of the track, the number 59. Alexander West looking very disgruntled in that car. We'd lost earlier on Spirit of Race and Team Project One, the 71 and the 46. Still haven't had official word on D-Station Racing, and they haven't actually been officially taken out because they have done enough laps to still be considered at the 18-hour mark.
Well, that really is quite extraordinary, John, because it was in the 8th hour of the race that Charlie Fagg told us, and now we've moved to almost double that in the race. But the thing that's good right now is we get the cars up to full racing pace again. Those slow zones have been withdrawn, and most recently the one that ran from Tête Rouge all the way down the Mulsanne straight to Mulsanne corner. At first it was only to the far side of the first chicane, the Daytona chicane, and then it was extended all the way to Mulsanne corner. But good, it's clear now, and let's see particularly this battle for second place in P2. Ed Jones just holding off by under a second from Louis Delatraz.
Okay, work continues unabated, as you can imagine, down here in the 36 Alpine team. The front left side pod has been replaced. They are replacing what they looks like they were going to replace the whole front left suspension. They haven't. There was one on standby, so it was actually the top. It was the steering arm that was the issue. That's the only bit they needed to replace there. So very, very lucky for Mathieu Vaxivière. They've now just plugged in Andre Negro in the car. It's down off its low jacks now. They're literally, the technicians are now just getting ready to put the front nose section back on. New tyres on it all round in the pit box ready. Just that front right's on already, front left about to go is on, and it is going to be imminent. Now they're doing things. Of course, what do you do when you've got a hugely multi-million-pound expensive Alpine to keep it on the road? You use cable ties, of course.
Nick Damon will be proud of them. He does love a bit of gaffer tape, cable ties, 10-pound lump hammer, and of course the addition to every race mechanic's arsenal now, a mobile phone torch.
And another thing, going back to the cable ties, I did notice that one of the crews, one of the mechanics, was sleeping across two chairs. The other mechanics didn't like it, so they cable tied his legs for when he woke up.
I saw that, yeah. Don't take up, moral of that story, don't take up two seats. Second place in LMP2 into the pit lane, and Nick Damon is down there.
Yeah, it's going to be a full service. They are changing drivers. Ed Jones has got out. Oliver Rasmussen is getting into the car, and that obviously means that it's, again, a 35-second fill of fuel. They're getting brand new boots. I took the second one, the tyres had had a bit of wear on it because just some of them made the Goodyear side a bit scuffy, so I'm treading on that. But there's his new set of boots for Oliver. They slightly recalcitrant on the rear right. That fires away, and the ever-improving Jota juggernaut continues.
Back on the apron for the 36 Alpine. They've given it a bit of a wipe down. There's a wee bit of rubber scuffage on the left-hand side pod where it ran down that retaining conveyor belt style material. I know it's not that now, but I still think of it as that. And very unlucky for Mathieu Vaxivière as it goes back into the field. It is Andre Negreau who took that car back into the fight. So Prema all-end team, Louis Delatraz back up to second position now, and sitting a couple of laps, one lap away from the lead. Jota, number 38, they've completed equivalent pit stops, although the Delatraz car's now done one pit stop more, but they seem to be on a relatively similar fuel strategy, so not quite sure where the extra pit stop came from for them. I can't remember them having to take a pit stop, a drive-through penalty. Cool Racing, Ricky Taylor into the pits as Oliver Rasmussen had left. Rolfer Nation back in the team, WRT number 32 leaving. That's another one of the P2 cars. As above, see above comment for Esteban Gutierrez, but in the 34 into Europol yellow and green car. And Stephen Thomas in and out in the Algarve Pro Racing number 45, and I reckon he's done that without losing the lead of the Pro-Am category, Bruce.
Yeah, I think he had that capacity to do so. I'm just looking to see who's starting to pick up the pace now, because we've had these slow zones that have really limited a lot of the runners when the conditions are good. It's eking up, the temperature is rising all the time. I think you came up with the figure a while ago that it's going up 1.5 degrees every half hour, but I reckon that rate of gain will be accelerating. Now, one of the Corvettes diving into the pits, is it the one for the GTE class lead? I couldn't see if it was 64, the class leader, or the delayed 63, but very busy down to the pit lane.
And with Ed Jones fresh out of the 28. Ed, it's been a long sort of battle. You're just
relentlessly moving towards the front, aren't you?
Yeah, it's been a really tough race. Full credit to Jota. They have two really fast cars. The other car's in the lead by quite a gap, so still a long way to go, but kept making our way forward. And again, as you see, it's between us and like 3 or 4 others. It's been back and forth during the pit cycles and things like that. And it's just been tricky, especially with the slow zones there. Cold tires, cold brakes. A lot of people are making mistakes. So did what we could, went as aggressive as I could without taking too much risk.
How difficult is you as a driver who wants to get on and get forward when you've got those slow zones? Is it very frustrating? Does it affect the concentration?
It is hard. I was at the end of my stints, really. I was on my 4th stint there. Of course, then you start needing to go to the toilet. You start, you've been in there a long time. So it can be difficult to keep focus, but you just got to do what you can and get to the end.
The trials of professional race driver. Thanks, said you can go to the toilet now, mate. It's fine. Yeah, I didn't realise what I was stopping him doing. I thought he just wanted a snack.
Did you think he was doing a little dance for you there when he was hopping from foot to foot, Nick?
Seemed very happy to see me.
Really? Well, really? Okay. Moving right along. Thank you, Nick. Down into the second chicane. Once again, LMP2 action is the battle for 7th and 8th with United and WRT. We thought they might have been further up the field, carving their way past the Proton Porsche. And right in there as well is the number 1 Richard Mille car as well in there. So I think that's 7th, 8th and 9th actually. Yes, it is. Absolutely together. And in the number 1 car, it's Lilo Radu, who is the one most likely at the moment to make that pass. And she might have gone through under braking. Let's see in the morning sunshine as we see those cars coming towards us with Josh Pearson and Robin France and Lilo Radu. No, they're still in that order.
Yeah, well, Robin France had a little stab to see if he could get past Josh Pearson, and it was pointed out by Paul Truswell that Josh didn't really drive in the night, didn't fancy that as a 16-year-old. When your eyes are that good, why waste them? But he is at the front of this little group.
Yeah, my apologies. That's not lit. That is France on the back of that. Then Pearson and Felipe Nasser just up the road a little bit, but that still is 7th, 8th and 9th. And they are coming through. I saw the bright red car and immediately thought of the number 1, which is the next car down the road actually.
Yeah, three minutes or so down the road.
Yeah.
I thought exactly the same. It's very difficult with the sun hitting them at that angle, but what we can tell you is Josh Pearson still just holding off Robin France. No easy task, it must be said.
Being urged on by the team, United, and Richard Dean here. And Josh Pearson already re-signed. He's won a race this year, being part of a winning team at Sebring. First race of the season. He's changed his teammates here because Paul de Resta moving over to his Peugeot driving duties as in comes the 23. This is the 7th place United car for Josh Pearson, and of course he loses a couple of positions immediately as Nasser and France, or France at least, goes through. Nasser was a little bit further up the road.
And for Josh Pearson, this is all just new experience. He's 16 years old. Shall I say that again? 16 years old, the youngest ever starter at Le Mans, and he will have learned so much. There's no doubting his pace, but John, you can't just imagine your way to experience in a 24-hour race, but that was a drive-through penalty by the looks of things.
Right, okay, so I wonder if that was track limits then, or has he had a... it's a slow zone penalty, overtaking into a slow zone at Tertre Rouge. Well, I think he got that done before the yellow flags. If the evidence that we've seen is what he's being convicted on, he may feel a little hard done by that.
Yeah, unless there's a yellow flag tucked away that we couldn't see on the entrance to Tertre Rouge, but the one we were looking at was on the exit, clear line of sight from the driver as they were turning into the corner. But for Josh Pearson, that has dropped him from 7th in P2, and he'll be running around in... Yeah, it should be an 8. He's just fallen behind Robin Prince, but some distance behind. Bear in mind they were nose to tail beforehand. Down in GTE Pro, a number of fastest laps are being set. Slow zones have been withdrawn, but the number 51 Ferrari leading the Class A, of course, James Carlo just in front of a yellow car. It's a Corvette, and a 64 car fighting back.
That is the lead in GTE Pro.
Yeah, sorry, that's a 63 car. It's the Corvette that was troubled early on in the race, in a horrible half hour for Corvette, where they were first and second in class, and suddenly they were down to fourth and sixth.
3 different manufacturers in the top 3 in GTE Pro. Sims then, target acquired on the James Collado AF Corsa Ferrari as they come down to the Forest S's. One of the most important corners on the circuit coming up. Tertre Rouge, take the curb on the outside, run the curb. Just get the little vibration, and now running down to the Daytona chicane. Will the American car, which won on the resumption of racing in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship on, would you believe it, Saturday the 4th of July 2020 at Daytona on what was supposed to be an afternoon race. Right. Now, this news coming in from Corvette, from the team. Officially now, the 63 has been retired due to significant mechanical damage. Just off has gone the 64. That's a huge off for the second Corvette, the remaining Corvette. There was a little touch there with LMP2 cars coming through, or did he hit the back of the AF Corsa car?
No, I think it was a prototype coming through. So just as we're reading the retirement of 63, the car that was a tenth of a second down on the class lead has now been put in the barriers.
Laura Wontrop-Klausner, the head of GM Racing. They came out of the Daytona chicane. It was 3 wide, and this is going to be a billiard ball. Oh, that is so unlucky for Sims. It was not his fault at all. That's going to be a significant penalty for the LMP.
Right, so there's a yellow out on the track since the 64 car has just smashed into the wall. Quite dramatically, might I add. They're now stopped on the track, and that's a GTE Pro, I think it is. And let's see. Oh, one of the other cars just whacked right into the side of the 64, and that caused them to go whack into the wall, and it's quite broken. I think it's pulled some of the front bonnet off as well as the side. So that is the GTE Pro of the 64 for the moment out. Though let's hope they can repair the car in time for the last bit of the race. So honestly, it's looking unlikely. The 64 belongs to the Corvette racing team, and luckily they're right next to a runoff point where they can bring the car in, though I think it's definitely going to be a caution since there is debris on the track, though let's hope it won't last as long as the other one. Though, are there penalties in Le Mans for things like that? Because I really hope there is, because that was straight out the other driver's fault, and I'm not sure who it is. If the driver's getting out of the car now for the 64, and they do not look happy, and little bits of smoke coming from the front of the engine there. I think that's something to do with the brakes, hopefully, and not anything else underlining. I think we're looking at the car that's, yes, slow zone has been put into effect now, and there are 6 hours and 8 minutes left of the Le Mans race, and you can see the driver of the 64 just walking down the little runoff road. So that is unfortunate for them. I'll throw back over to the Le Mans radio coverage so we get another replay. Actually, hold on. Who did run into them? I do not know who ran into them. I'll throw over now.
2022, the sad sight of the remains of that car. Let me read what I was about to do. The 63 car retired due to significant mechanical damage seen and unseen at the rear of the car. Too early to speculate if this was a continuation from the earlier suspension issue. Every effort was used to get the car back into the race, and in most cases we would use a car that was laps down to gather data to help the remaining Corvette, which at that time was in second place and battling for the lead of class. Since we aren't confident the 63 could achieve the needed level of performance for the data acquisition, in lieu of that and safety concerns for our drivers and fellow competitors, took the decision to retire it. Oh my goodness me.
John,
literally, as I started reading that,
you were in the first sentence, and I'm just trying to think across the years and decades how many times, and it's very, very few, you've got two cars entered by a team, and as one is being announced that it's retired, the other one is punted off and out of the race, and head in hands. Oh my word.
Let's go down to Peter first of all, and then to Nick. We had a drive-through for Josh Pearson, which.
It's unfortunate for the GTE Pro since their leaders just crashed out, especially on their last appearance here, I think it is. And you can just see the devastation in a lot of people's faces at the GTE Pro, though hopefully they'll have another leader for that soon enough. I think that title goes to the 51 of AF course, becoming the leader, and Corvette definitely isn't going to be having a very good time of it, their team especially, since one of their cars have obviously just crashed out due to another driver hitting them into the wall, and their other driver is literally last in the GTE Pro. I think it's Corvette's last appearance. I'm not sure, I overheard it somewhere, though it's definitely someone's last appearance, though don't take my word on that. Though very sad for the Corvette team and the 64 car. And I'm going to throw it back over to Radio Le Mans.
First with Visit Cayman Islands and Sacred Coffee. Visit CaymanIslands.com and sacredcafe.co.uk. Some big news coming from sacredcafe.co.uk. They are going global shortly. Oh yeah, very guilty look across to the left from the driver of the 47.
Yeah, it wasn't the biggest of moves, but
no,
they were side by side. The cars were three abreast, and your consequences there. The track's not the widest in the world at any point around the circuit, but there you're at full acceleration, and as we've seen, it's very dusty offline. And for Alexander Sims, it was just looking so good. It was a recovery drive. They were a quarter of a second down on retaking the lead in GTE Pro. No wonder he had to take himself away from the track once he got out and have a quiet thought around the corner.
That's both Corvettes out, then add them to the 63 Corvettes and the 64 now. Inception Racing's number 59 Ferrari. Gabby Aubrey in the Spirit of Race number 71, and the Aston Martin Vantage of D Station all now gone as well. They have been retired. By the way, I got my numbers wrong. 18 hours is coming up right now, not an hour ago. I got rather too excited, so we'll keep an eye. Remember, if you haven't done 50% of the lead car's laps.
Just to update, it is the Corvette Racing, specifically in the GTE Pro, that is leaving. I've just heard something on it, though it's only that team that is leaving. Back to Radio Le Mans.
I'm told, by the way, from our producer Rob in London, the Sacred Cafe cappuccino pods are phenomenal. We have a stash of them in the London main control room to make sure that our speakingness, our noise is going to the world, our audio feed, powering Rob and Curry and Tim this week as well. On the Sacred Cafe and Visit Cayman Islands breakfast show here, and not quite the same time over there, but for a fabulous Sunday brunch we are being recommended Ferdinand's. If you've got any recommendations for breakfast or brunch haunts in the Cayman Islands, let us know. Hashtag HaggertyRLM. Nick Damon has a quick update just before the end of this hour.
Yeah, they've already fixed the 83. It came in, it was a relatively simple check on that. Those control arms are pre-made. Just undo 2 screws, do 2 screws back up again. There's no other points. They've done it, it's gone out. So yeah, there's 2 cars going round now, one with a minor inconvenience. One I expect to receive an inconvenience from the stewards, and obviously a car on the wall, and that's motor racing, isn't it?
Certainly is, Nick. Thank you. Nick Damon down in the pit lane with Peter Snowden. It's John Hindhoff and Bruce Jones in this early morning shift, coming up to 10 o'clock here in France. Le Mans breakfast with Visit Cayman Islands and Sacred Coffee, 91.2 FM here at the track in digital sound with Sirius 138 and XM 202, and of course on RS1 live, free, without block or break around the world as part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans for 2022.
The weather on Haggerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
If you are waking up later on today in the Cayman Islands, you can expect temperatures around about the 30-degree mark and some pleasant sunshine. Maybe not if you were in a 3-layer Normex and driving a car, but nice for lazing on the beach and having people bring you iced drinks. Here at Le Mans, the high will be 24 degrees. A little bit of wind coming in from the north. 0 chance of precipitation. It'll drop down to around about 13 degrees overnight. So if you are leaving and heading north for the ferries, you've got a reasonable drive home. Tomorrow on Monday, 22 degrees for the dash back to the Channel ports.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
The sound of race cars at just after the 18-hour mark. 6 hours to go, 10 o'clock in the morning, and Toyota Gazoo Racing continue to lead overall and in the hypercar class with the number 8 GR010 some 4.5 minutes ahead of its team car. Brendan Hartley driving the lead car at the moment. Jose Maria Lopez Pachito in the number 7. Glickenhaus and Ryan Briscoe's just been in for a scheduled stop and is back out in 3rd position. Now 3 laps away from 2nd and 4 from the lead. LMP2 has Jota leading the mighty 38 from the number 9 of Prema. There's laps between them. The second Jota car on the podium spots at the moment, the number 28, Oliver Rasmussen, is just 90 seconds behind 2nd. And in Pro-Am, Algarve Pro Racing, what a story this could well be. Stephen Thomas, who had the accident earlier in the week, and that 45 now leading Pro-Am and up to 16th in LMP2, so working its way to just short of halfway through that LMP2 field with a quarter of the race still to go. In Pro, it's now Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari. The 2 AF Corsa cars, by dint of still being there, hold 2 of the 3 podium positions. And in Am, it's TF Sport, the number 33 Aston, ahead of the 98 by about 3 minutes and 5 seconds. And the WeatherTech Racing Cooper McNeil driven number 79 Porsche is there. They're changing around because they're not on the same pit strategy, Bruce. So the next time, it depends for the next time I look at that, it could be the WeatherTech car back on top of that particular category.
Yeah, just to give you an example of the gap between 1st and 2nd, between the number 8 Toyota in the hands of Brendan Hartley and Jose Maria Lopez, it's the next closest thing to an entire lap, listed as 4 minutes 20 seconds. But just now, exiting Mulsanne corner is the number 7 Toyota, and just entering the corner right now is the race leader. That's Brendan Hartley, the Kiwi, already a Le Mans winner, and it's going to be a mountain to climb for the number 7 crew to get back on board, get into the challenge for victory for this race. And don't forget, it was all going very well, and then suddenly Jose Maria Lopez, John, remember, pulled to the side of the circuit, put the brakes on, and this was a problem the sister car had and brought it back to the pits, and they had to go through the whole protocol of resetting, restarting, and then it went out, lost almost an entire lap, and that is exactly how far it is behind at the moment. Glickenhaus in third place, that's the 709 car, Ryan Briscoe at the wheel, but he's 3 laps down.
There's a new spring in the step of the Porsche number 92 mechanics. They're in the pits at the moment. Yes, they are many laps down to the leaders, but with the Corvette going out, that's still an opportunity for them to get further up and get more points for the championship. Meantime, United Autosport stopped whilst we were doing the weather, and Peter Snowden was watching that one.
Yeah, John, it was just a very, very simple. It was in the middle of the rundown. Josh Pearson stayed on board and just literally just fuel only.
It does amaze me how well these LMP2 cars have been going, given the pace that they've been rattling along at. We're 3/4 of the way through the race, and the lead Jota is only 8 laps off the lead in a race that has seen no intervention from safety cars or full course yellows, so that is genuinely on the pace of the cars. You've got to say, a little stumble, and Toyota have had a little stumble with the 7 car. If you weren't with us in the early hours, Jose Maria Lopez quite animated on the radio, asking what had been going wrong. He stopped on the circuit, had to Control-Alt-Delete the car a couple of times, got it back to the pits, had to do it again 3 or 4 times and get the discharge light to come on before the mechanics in the pit lane could touch it. And that cost them the battle for the lead, and indeed it cost them being on the lead lap race.
They are still on the lead lap, John, but by the skin of their teeth.
Really?
I mean, we're talking literally, I'm just trying to spot where they are on the circuit, exiting. The number 7 is just going out of the first chicane, and wait, 1, 2, 3, about 5 seconds time, the number 8 car, the race leader, Brendan Hartley, will be entering that chicane, renamed the Daytona chicane, but for simplicity, the first proper chicane around the lap. And maybe Jim Glickenhaus, just saw him smiling away. Ryan Briscoe's in third place, few laps down, but maybe, just maybe, one more little slip up from Toyota, either of its cars having these electrical problems and the ignition problems, and it could suddenly fall their way. And to get second place at Le Mans would be absolutely mighty for Jim Glickenhaus and his crew. They look so promising. When we found out, we got down here in test day, found they could do the same number of laps between pit stops as the Toyota. We knew the only other car in the class, the Alpine, could not. It didn't have the fuel efficiency to do that, and the lap speeds were very good. In race trim, however, the Toyotas suddenly found the legs over the Glickenhauses, but the 2 Glickenhauses are still there, 3rd and 7th overall. And it's the 709 driven by American domiciled Australian Ryan Briscoe that's still pounding round, knocking the laps off. Just under 6 hours remaining, but we still have that slow zone that's making the lap time so slow. That is just before the first chicane to just after the second. Of course, that's where Alexander Sims was taken out as he was challenging for GTE Pro lead, and that was just as the sister Corvette was being announced officially as out of the race. So in the space of literally 30 seconds, it all went absolutely wrong.
On Le Mans breakfast with Visit Cayman Islands and Sacred Coffee, Chris Suku celebrating bacon o'clock with his gang, including Alex and Dave Monks, down at Turk Rouge on the campsite. Snapper baked in banana leaf and awesome shrimp, I'm being told, about Simboko. I think that's more of a brunch thing than a breakfast thing. And the diner in the Cayman Islands, Cayman-style beef quesadillas is their speciality. Hashtag Haggerty RLM, and get yourself on to visitcaymanislands.com for more information about that destination. 2 AF Ferraris for Nick Taman to talk about.
Yeah, the 51 car comes into the pits in the lead of the class. No one more surprised than the entire team. Full service. We also have the 52 car, which is running 3rd. No one more surprised than that team either. They didn't stagger them. They managed to get them both in at the same time. It's full service for Daniel Serra's getting on board the 52. Alessandro Peguidi getting on board the 51. Obviously, James Collado getting out of the 51. I must be a mystery in the current 52, but it's a very easy set. They're just quite relaxed now. You've got so much time with the fuel going in a GTE car. So they've just got Fuoco get on the car 52, and off they go. And that's the tyre guns whizzing away, and the result will be that the 2 Ferraris, who spent the entire week feeling very, very hard done by, are at the moment occupying the top 2 of the 3 steps of the podium, and may well still be there in a few hours' time.
Did 2 Ferraris equal a Maserati, Nick, in your top trumps world, or not?
No.
No, okay. Nick Damon, big fan of the Trident. The 91 Porsche goes back into the race now in second position. Fred Macavecchi brought that car in, and there's commiserations going on as head of GM Sports Car Racing, Laura Wantop-Klauser, goes round and passes her commiserations on to the rest of the field. It's still Fred Macavecchi, by the way, in the number 91 car, the team car. Kevin Estra just going through and getting one of its laps back as it went up into Dunlop that time around. So the gap is 591.36475 seconds, apparently.
You can tell. You can just tell from the outside, I find.
You can see it coming down, couldn't you?
Years of experience. But, John, can you think of a GTE Pro battle that has chopped and changed as much as this? And here we have Ferrari leading the way, but of the 3 marks alongside Porsche and Corvette, they just weren't really in the hunt. They were there or thereabouts, but never quicker than their rivals. And here they are, first and third in class, and those 2 Corvettes out, and the Porsches, the number 91 in second place in class, and somewhat further back, 5th place in class is Kevin Estra. What's the other car? What is the Riley Motorsport Ferrari that is occupying that 4th place overall? Felipe Fraga at the wheel.
With James Collado just out the 51. James, I spoke to you about 10 hours ago, and it was all you were quite negative for your chance, the 51 chances and Ferrari's chances, and we talked about the dreaded BOP, but we didn't talk about Lady Luck, did we? And that's really working well for AF Corsa.
Yeah, it's good, but it isn't over yet. Don't forget, this is a long race, and the last few hours are what's most demanding on the car. The cars are at the limit, all of them. I feel sorry for the Corvette, honestly, because I doubt it was his fault. I saw him spinning in the mirrors, and I knew it was going to be nasty. So, yeah, sorry to them, but this is Le Mans. And, yeah, we're in the lead, and it looks like the fight is between me and, I don't know, which number is it, 91 or 2? I don't know. One of
It's 91.
All right, yeah, so me and them.
Whatever happens now, because of the elimination of other cars, at least you'll get some decent WEC points.
I don't want to jinx anything. Let's see.
Thanks, James. Thanks very much indeed. That's the most British. Let's not say anything about it, because obviously it's going terribly, terribly well. It's not interview I think I've ever done.
Yes. Let's try not to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Indeed, at 19 seconds, the gap between first and second, and Porsche are back in this one, in between the 2 AF Corsas. All of the top 4 are on their outlap at the moment, so they are exactly the same point on their fuel strategy, if not their tyres. About 5 minutes ago, you might have heard a little snigger from me while Bruce was talking. That wasn't anything. That wasn't anything that Mr. Jones was saying to my right here. It was because I was actually on the screens just trying to work out something that Jake Parrott had literally, as I'd done the calculations, had tweeted in. He says, watch out for the 79 WeatherTech Porsche. They only need 1 more hour of bronze time in the AM battle. This is the WeatherTech car, and the 2 Astons, which is now in the pits, this car, the 2 Astons need 2 hours or more, and of course the WeatherTech's bronze time will be undertaken by Thomas Merrill, who is very, very quick indeed. That car is not out of it yet.
No, absolutely not, but I'll counter that, because who is the bronze in the TF Sport Aston Martin that's leading? It's Ben Keating. He says he's got 2 more hours to do, and he always is super, super fast for a bronze. So I'd say they're in the driving seat, ahead of the Northwest AMR Aston Martin, as Aston Martin are first and second in the class.
That was a very big hit from Alexander Sims, and the Corvette stood up well to 2 impacts. Absolutely nothing Simsy could do. He was literally the innocent party there, was driven into. And the Corvette guys, who were trying to get a few moments of relaxation, and all of a sudden sprung to life. And absolute dejection as Alexander Sims walked out. Francois Perraudot, who is one of the most gentleman drivers you will ever hope to meet, looked genuinely shocked there at what happened. I don't believe, certainly that wasn't deliberate. He was trying to avoid the other car moving around, and he knows he made contact because he broke his rear toe link, and he will be devastated. I will be surprised if Francois doesn't have a walk down to Corvette and have a word with him, because that's the sort of bloke he is. Let's pick up some more driver comment from the pit lane on 91.2 FM. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
I'm with Cooper McNeil, who just got the 79 WeatherTech Porsche. And Cooper, first of all, conditions out there starting to warm up now?
Yeah, it's starting to warm up. A little messy with all the slow zones. Glad everybody is okay, first and foremost. But WeatherTech Porsche is still running strong. No issues all race, so fingers crossed it stays that way. The Astons are getting quicker, so we'll see what happens with that. But there's still, almost 6 hours to go. So still a long way to go. Anything can happen. And, as the clock ticks down, everybody starts driving more aggressively, which is why we're seeing some more issues on track. But so far good. So far so good for the WeatherTech Porsche.
Well, as you say, the people are starting to get a little bit more aggressive now, but it's also in a 24-hour race, 6 hours to go. It's still 6 hours, not time to get complacent, is it?
Yeah, one of my next IMSA races is the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, so there's that duration left. But then again, this is Le Mans. Best drivers in the world are out here, and everybody wants to win, so everybody's pushing hard. It's not a 6-hour endurance race or even a 24-hour endurance race. It's a sprint race, and we'll see the temperatures rise, but I'm sure we're going to see some pretty fancy lap times too.
Cooper, we've discussed throughout this race the differences in drivers within a team, and I can't help but notice that you're not the shortest of people, whereas Julian Andlau that's got in the car is slightly different in height.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know who the tallest driver at Le Mans to do the 24 Hours of Le Mans ever was. I would say I'm definitely up there. But
I see what you did there, definitely up there.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, I mean, we Porsche does a great job engineering the cockpit, and the pedal box moves fore and aft, almost 12 inches, as does the telescoping steering wheel. So all he does is throw in a seat insert, hops in, moves the pedals towards his feet, moves the steering wheel towards his hands, and he's off. It's no big deal.
Okay, so is that your last stint in the car now? Are you done, or will you do a final stint today?
I'm all done.
You're all done?
Yep, thankfully. I've had enough.
That's why you look so relaxed and smiling.
Yeah, exactly.
Cooper, thank you very much for time. I'll let you get out of those overalls and get chilled. Thank you very much, Cooper.
So, end of the race now, taken by his two driving partners in that number 79, being Julian Andlau and Thomas Merrill. Thomas, I think, has only got an hour or so to go. In real terms, he may be doing a wee bit more. Very interesting tactics here. They are not out of this for the win. They dropped down into the AM category. They've raced in Pro before, and that was down to the fact that they found what they thought was a secret weapon. They knew that they had to find a good bronze, and a good bronze was found. And as I said, Francois Perraudot has gone down to Corvette. He's talking to the management down there and offering his apologies and condolence. That's a classy move by a classy driver.
And Namato Ferrari, the boss of AF Corsa, down there with him, and maximum respect. And I would have thought that would exactly, like you, John, been the behaviour from Francois Perraudot. It's
tiny.
A couple of little manoeuvres and little moves, and Francois just moved away from the 47 Algarve Pro Racing Orica, but the consequences for Alexander Sims, it'd be bad enough if he was just racing on his own, but he was a quarter of a second down on taking the lead of the class, regaining the class lead after earlier setbacks.
I think that was Jim Campbell that he was talking to from GM, and also Laura Wontrop Klauser there, head of GM Sports Car Racing. 3-minute stop and go for the AF Corsa. Francois Perraudot driven car, Marco Ferrari there, and as well, just apologising.
But that penalty for Francois's car, the 83, suggests that he's taken the rap for the entire incident.
Yeah.
Unless the other one is still being considered and heard.
I mean, you could say, did he need to go down the middle and thread the eye of the needle? Maybe that's what the stewards are thinking.
Well, he came out of the chicane
so
behind,
much quicker,
but much faster than the Algarve Pro Racing Orica, and was overtaking that, but unfortunately that made it 3 abreast, and 3 abreast often doesn't work, particularly if one car moves and another doesn't, and it was that billiard ball moment, John.
Yeah. Into the Porsche curves for the leader, who is closing in on an interesting little battle for 6th and 7th between the Team Penske Emmanuel Collard driven number 5 LMP2 and the WRT Robin Frange driven number 31, both in similar machinery, and the leader comes to them now. It is Emmanuel Collard. I had a quick chat with him this morning. Team Penske are being looked after by Porsche in the paddock, and I saw Emmanuel Collard up there, had a quick chat with him. I think he's driving as well as he ever has, if I'm honest. Long-time collaborator with Francois Perraudot, interestingly, and still drives with Francois in a lot of the classic races, including a very lovely Porsche open-top Spider and Peugeot 908 as well. And the moment Collard is having to defend in that Penske yellow machine.
Yeah, he's defending from the EDEC Sport car. So
the EDEC Sport car, my apologies.
And it's all right because Robin Franz is just a tiny distance further back. He's got one car between them. Car 31 he's got not just one car, it's a Toyota between them. One of the two, let's pick it out. Is it 8 or 7 as they work their way down the track? And oh well, in fact, the EDEC Sport has unlapped itself driving that is Paul-Luc Chatin at the moment, but for Penske they've really shown great promise and they're learning as they go. Emmanuel Collard lets him through, it doesn't really matter, there's no point having a struggle with a car that's a lap down, but then they enter the slow zone and they all have to go nose to tail.
Paul M. Cruz says cheers from Vermont, USA, thanks for the coverage. Breakfast in Cayman, wherever you go, carry your own Vermont maple syrup to the restaurant. It's what we do here, pour it on anything and it'll make you smile. Welcome back to Paul Truswell, who's had his Le Mans breakfast with Visit Cayman Islands and Sacred Coffee, and thank you very much to Matt and the team at Go Global Catering, who've been looking after some of our team this week. An entire banoffee pie has come down for brunch, and Nick Damon hears that and all of a sudden leaves the pit lane. Is that right, Nick? Are you on your way back?
Do you not know my shifts?
Oh, they brought that down just for you and Bob to share, have they?
Well, yeah, I did say, look, I'm off at 11:30. Come on, well, yeah, it's always better to deliver early, isn't it?
Certainly is. Welcome back, Paul Truswell. More drama, and it's drama of the wrong kind for Corvette. Both of their cars, as the 63 car statement was going out to tell everyone that had retired because they didn't think they could keep up the pace. Literally, as that was being released, the 64 car pushed into the barriers, and it will not be the ending that they wanted to their GTE Pro career.
Certainly not, and you just have to feel sympathy with the whole of the Corvette team. But that's how motor racing is. The thought that springs to mind, particularly with the ending of GTE Pro as we know it, and the knowledge that LMP2 is a very quick class, and the knowledge that hypercar is a very quick class and isn't a lot quicker. I just wonder if in considering the future classes, the ACO, whilst they obviously will consider and maintain multi-class racing at Le Mans because it's such an intrinsic part of it, but consider the deltas, but consider the differences between the different classes, because part of the reason, I think, for that incident was that you had P2 cars running in a Pro-Am class overtaking GTE Pro class cars full of platinum drivers. And I don't know what the solution is, and I'm sure there isn't a simple one, but it just struck me that it was a little bit upside down in that Alexander Sims, was effectively being lapped when that incident happened. Okay, he was going for the lead of his class, but in effect he was being lapped, and yet there was more to it than that. It was a more complex story. On the subject of P2, I've been just looking through at silver drive time again, because we're getting to that stage in the race where it's getting a bit important, isn't it? Because we haven't got that much longer of the race to go, depending how you look at these things. Less than 6 hours to go. Not one of the top 6 LMP2 teams has yet put all of their bronze-silver time into their bronze-silver drivers. The closest to it is the number 9 car, the Prima All-End team car, whose silver driver is Lorenzo Colombo, who's done 5 hours and 50 minutes. So he's got another 10 minutes to go. But all of the rest of the top 6 have got at least an hour to do on their bronze-silver drive time in the remaining 5. So, that's something for the teams to bear in mind, and just adds to the complexity and the interest that this race still has in it. How many times have people said anything can happen, and it keeps on doing so?
Well, it's €10 a pop, and there's a massive pile in the jar, so...
Has, of course, blown open the pro category with now just 13 seconds between first and second. Alessandro Perguidi and Fred Marcavecchi. That was, I think, 19 seconds the last time we mentioned it. Let's get Nick Damon back on the airwaves as he is down with P2 runner Ferdinand Habsburg.
From the 41 Real team done by WRT. Ferdinand, how's your assessment of the race so far? It seemed to start quite badly, but you're pulling your way through.
Sorry?
What's your assessment of the race so far for the team?
Well, I don't know. I hopefully will have a beer and feel better after the race, but at the moment it sucks because I think that we were all hoping to win, or like one of the cars at least. Our chances got compromised quite a lot through multiple occasions throughout the race. Now it's just about trying to enjoy and going as fast as we can. We were hoping that the number 31 was still going to make it up there somewhere, but their chances are slimming as well. So I've actually just enjoyed myself, just driving along Sunday cruise,
Yeah, but fantastic Sunday cruise. Let's go around Le Mans for Sunday cruise. You said your chance were compromised on several occasions. Is it like nothing big happened, but just lots of little problems?
Well, the start was the first one where we lost a lap, getting taken out by Rene and the United car. It's just a bit too aggressive or whatever. So that was the first thing. Lots to learn for sure. And then, we had a spin, and one of my teammates had contact in the gravel, and then we lost another 2 laps, and then I was out, and I had hit a rabbit at one point, and then damaged the front, and I was shitting myself in the Porsche curves, but brought it back okay. I'm glad I had no contact with a car, really, since the start. And I'm sorry to the rabbit family that I think I might have, whose lives I've compromised, but yeah, after all, I'm here, I'm enjoying, and I just did a 31.3, which I'm really proud of, to be honest. I don't know what the fastest lap is of LMP2, but I hope it's not too far away.
You should write a novel about this race because you had so much happen. Thanks, Ferdinand. Thanks very much. And you can tell he's Austrian because obviously he threw the S word in, which every Austrian with Niki Lauda in has always done.
Yes, apologies for the language from Ferdy. Sounds like the rabbit was far more compromised than the 31 cars race. We didn't catch that one on camera. Still sitting in 6th position, and just a couple of laps away, just a lap away from a spot on the podium, to be honest. So not a million miles away if it all goes pear-shaped further up the field. There are still plenty of races still to be decided here. Jose Maria Lopez in the slightly delayed number 7 Toyota is into the pit lane. Is that on time, Paul, on that revised pit schedule when they came in during the slow zone for the tyre on the Ferrari down at the run down from Mulsanne, didn't they? Jose Maria Lopez back in the pit lane in the number 7. Just turn your mic on there, Paul.
Yes, and as the circuit goes back to green, so Jose Maria makes a pit stop, which is a bit unfortunate, but it is bang on schedule now. Interestingly, and I've only just noticed this, I need to just go back and double check, but the 2 Toyotas now doing 13 laps on a stint of fuel, and that has only been happening since I went for breakfast. Both Brendan Hartley and Paquito Lopez, 13 laps on their 2 most recent stints. So I just need to double check on that with the secondary computer system because of a couple of issues that I've been having. But it seems as though Toyotas, I think somebody was suggesting, I think it was Johnny Molam, that they were going to take things a little bit easier as they pegged things back.
Right, and oh, that's quite high. Right, and we've gone green now with 5.5 hours to go in the session. So I've no idea. While I'm looking on the Radio Le Mans, yeah, they've just gone to green now. Though, oh, a bit too soon, since we have someone who has just cut the corner, and that's a yellow. Maybe that's why they were yellow. Though I don't think that's going to last very long because they've just got back on to the track, and I keep being told that I'm very low, though if I go any higher then it keeps cutting out, so I can't exactly be any higher. Though, right, I'll pass on back to Radio Le Mans, and I think that was a LMP2 who was cutting the corner due to a lock-up. Managed to not beach it though, thankfully, like we've seen quite a few times. Anyway, back to Radio Le Mans.
On that bit of sportsmanship, it is a big family, and a lot of these people see each other every 3 or 4 weeks, of course, in the FIA WEC or in the European Le Mans series, or indeed in other sports car series around the world. It is like the circus coming to town. You bump into people, you see them again, and Francois is honestly one of the most genuine people in the paddock. I had no doubt that he would be down there as soon as he's composed himself.
Well, the second we could see him take his helmet off, he was aghast with what had happened.
He was.
He'd had a part to play in that, whether push came to shove and he was caught in the middle, or maybe he reacted a little too much as he tried to go past. But great to see that gentlemanly activity.
Well, Nick Damon has gone down to the AF Corsa garage, and not only did Francois, was he prepared to go down and speak to all of the Corvette team and their management, he's prepared to speak to Nick Damon as well. Nick?
Francois, I think everyone has been terribly impressed by your very, very classy and respectful reaction to that unfortunate accident. I mean, first of all, did you have, what actually happened there? Did you even know what was happening there?
No, to be fair, I didn't. I saw the images when I came back in the box, and I thought, oh no, this is not possible. I cannot believe it. So, I mean, I knew there was a contact. I didn't know it was that bad. So, I mean, there are no words. Obviously, you have to apologize, but it's going to take a long time for me to mend that one, and also for Corvette, I guess. So it's it's terrible.
Was it? Did you see the slight movement to the left of the Algarve car on your? Was that what you're just trying to get away from that? Because it did seem to move a couple of times.
Yeah, I mean, we're 3 on the road. There's plenty of space, and obviously we're going straight. I see Steven moving ever so slightly to the left. Of course, it's not his fault. He moves left, and then I react as well. But I move even more, and the Corvette is in my dead angle on the left-hand side, and I send him into the wall. So the images are horrible.
Francois, thank you so much for talking to us. It is one of those things. I understand how upset you are, but genuinely, your reaction is fantastic, and you've really done some work for the family. Thanks so much.
It's the least I could do. Thank you.
Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
reckon in one of these years I am going to get some drum pedals, because that start of that gets me going every time. 5.5 hours to go. It's 91.2 FM, Sirius 138, XM 202, and this is Haggerty Radio Le Mans with the Valkyrie AI update. Let's start in the AM category, where there's two Aston Martins leading the way in GTE. People are getting a bit fractious out there, maybe getting a bit tired. The pace of this race has been relentless. TF Sport leading with Enrique Chavez in the lead of that AM category from Nicky Team and Northwest AMR. About a minute and 13 seconds between those two. Julian Andlau, WeatherTech Racing, in fourth position, and between them and a spot on the podium is Martin Rump and Hardpoint Motorsport. Cooper McNeil has finished his driving, so it'll be Andlau and Thomas Merrill to take that car to the end. A little more of the bronze driving to be done by the two Aston Martin teams, by my calculations. It's Alessandro Perguidi who leads in Pro, 31st overall in number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari, with Fred McAvecchi now just 11 seconds away. Fred's just been gently pegging that Ferrari back over the course of this stint. Antonio Fuoco in third position for AF Corsa. So it's 51, 91 and 52. Riley Motorsports now just over 3 minutes away in the number 74 car from a podium in GTE Pro. Roy Carroll will be licking his lips with that one. In LMP2, great battle going on between Richard Mille, the number 1 car, and the 22 of United. That's 10th and 9th position. Lila Wadu trying to hold off Phil Hansen, two of the new young stars of endurance racing, having a battle on the way down to Indianapolis. And in the class as a whole, it's Jota that leads. Will Stevens behind the wheel of the Mighty 38 in fourth overall from Louis Delatraz and the Prema Orland team. Number 9 in second. Oliver Rasmussen is in third for Jota, ahead of Nick De Vries in the TDS Racing by Viante, number 13. That was supposed to be an AM car, of course, but when Nick was drafted in, it became a pro car. Top 6 made up by Cool Racing. It's Ifeye who is driving the 37, and WRT Robin Franks, the number 31 car in 6th. In Pro-Am, Algarve Pro Racing, the number 45, René Binder now driving that car, leads Pro-Am from DK Engineering, Alexander Cugnot in the number 3, and Nielsen Racing's Ben Handley in the 24, and that car's in third position. And in the hypercar and overall, Toyota Gazoo Racing have 3 minutes and 5 seconds between Ryo Hirakawa and Kami Kobayashi. It's 8 from 7, with Ryan Briscoe 3 laps down on second position, but holding a strong third for the 709 Glickenhaus. 5 hours and 24 minutes to go. The leading Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010 has completed 294 laps here at Le Mans 2022.
The Valkyrie AI update. Science applied to motorsport.
An interesting thing in Francois Perrodo in his interview with Nick Damon, he said Stephen moved across on me. Maybe he thinks it was the 45, the other Algarve Pro Racing car, because we weren't entirely sure. I thought it was the 47, and then Shea seemed to confirm that by saying it was the helmet of John Falb. I mean, she'd have had a tiny second, or nanosecond, to even spot that, but perhaps Francois was right. We may need to check on that one, but either way, the result was hideous viewing for Corvette Racing. Just they were about to regain the lead in GTE Pro, and poor Alexander Sims. You have to have the most sympathy for him, but also for his crew and for his mechanics, who've gone all the way from light to dark, back to light again, and it was all looking as though it was going to be a golden day for the team in bright yellow.
What should be the least stressful section of track, says Ian McCarthy, bites people.
Right, so stand by. We are going to be transferring back over to Joshua now that the F2 Azerbaijan race has been completed, so stand by.
Hello everybody, welcome back up to the commentary box here I'm Joshua Birch, back with you for the remaining 2 more hours. Well, I'm with you till 11:30 as well, and then we'll take you through as well further on. Tom is about to join me in the commentary box as well, hopefully. There he is, bang on time. Hello, Tom, can you hear me? Sorry about that. I am trying to get it sorted. The reason you can just about hear me is that Megan doesn't actually have Megan's got the bus mixer, so that's what's happening out there. So apologies that you're going to be a bit limited over the next hour in hearing me, but I thought it's better than nothing, isn't it, at the current moment in time. How are you? It's been a good race. Dramatic, the 64 Corvette having a hit the wall as well, creating all sorts of drama. And it just keeps on coming, doesn't it, today? It does not stop at all.
Because I went and had a nap, and all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. And the 92 had the puncture, and something happened to the number 7 as well, apparently. And, well, I haven't got a clue what's going on after that.
It does feel like that, doesn't it, as well, that nobody knows what's going on as well. And Megan says she told me just as we click the on-air button that something's going on as well. So I need a TV change as well because we're watching Sky F1. So we'll give us a second to get everything just settled down, and we'll throw it back over to the wonderful Radio Le Mans. Give us a sec.
That they are pushing harder. But, you've been pushing it 100% for the last 12 hours. And then your team radio is coming on and saying, come on, we've got a car 20 seconds up the road, we can catch him. I'm not blaming the team managers, but, you've been pushing as hard as you can, and then you're told to push a bit harder.
Yeah, but I think in that situation, Paul, it's also the fact that the cars are so much more reliable than they were in the past. You couldn't really afford to push super hard in the second half of the race 20, 30 years ago. Because your car was more likely to break. You'd be nursing something. But talking about pushing up, the new fastest lap of the race, Kamui Kobayashi has just on lap. He took his while, didn't he? 294 laps, and he finally gets that up to speed. But that's the chasing Toyota. He's 3 minutes down on the number 8, driven by Ria Hirakawa. But the man who's a driver and the team principal, Kamui Kobayashi, really getting that to go. That's all that team could do now. The number 7 Toyota has just got to go 100% from here to the end and hope for no further problems. As like the one that was a setback for Lopez.
Question is, are they going to be able to continue to do 13 laps at that pace? And I think the answer is probably going to be no.
Let's go down to Nick Damon and to Peter Snowden. Peter Snowden with an interview in a moment after this update from Nick Damon.
Yeah, very quickly, the Team Penske number 5 car came in. Emmanuel Collard stayed on board, just fuel. We saw the 65 Panis Racing car that was going quite well. It fell off earlier as Job van Aerten stayed on board on that one. And the 83 AF Corsa car that's been the centre of most of the news of the last hour, that is back and running and doing its standard thing with fuel only. Peter.
Hello, Peter. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I'm with Stuart Cox. Stuart, I'm scared to ask this one, so careful how we say this. A little bit of consternation going on with the fuel being moved around obviously the correct side of the apron, but in the garage, you're shaking your head a lot.
As you know, there's global distribution problems. It affects everybody.
Every drop counts.
Looks like the tankers have gone on strike, so everybody should go out and panic buy immediately. But we've managed to get 3 cans, and we're filling up the drum underneath the garage that supplies our fuel tower. Because an hour or so ago, in fairness, they
is there a yellow?
Monitoring and everything. They noticed we were about 150 litres short to get to the end of the race.
Yes.
So they've had to whiz in here with 3 barrels and fill us up.
I saw you carrying one entirely on your own. It was like sort of world's strongest man sort of Christmas time.
I've told you they're 50-litre barrels, so it's only 35 kilos. If I should have said 200-litre barrels, I'd have looked quite strong then.
Stuart, thanks very much.
Okay, so we're back with Eurosport, and we're just being told that there's a yellow flag somewhere on the track. I can't tell who it is just yet, although let's have a race update because it's been a while. The number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing leads the way from the number 7 Toyota. Ryo Hakiyama and Kamui Kobayashi taking over. 7-9 Gluckenhaus Racing is now 3rd with Ryan Briscoe closing in. And Tom, it's all chaos at the moment, isn't it?
It is. I'm trying to figure out who the culprit of this yellow flag is, and I can't see anyone dropping down the order at the moment.
Neither can I.
I'm not too sure. But it's not being cleared very soon, and I wonder if we're going to get another slow zone.
Still impressive that we haven't had any safety cars, though. That's really impressive from Eduardo Freitas, the race director. That it's been
I'd
safety car
argue
free. Go on.
He's been using slow zones very liberally, and perhaps a little bit too much. I thought particularly the debris at the Porsche curves.
Yes, that would have been a safety car. I agree with you there.
That should have been a safety car. And even the Porsche, looking at the state
Yeah.
of that car, and the Corvette, they should have both been safety cars. But if he's content doing 15-minute slow zones, that's unfair to everybody, then I guess that's how it's going to be, unfortunately.
Well,
but I guess it's a nice change of pace from IMSA, which is the complete opposite of that.
Yeah, this is just the first one to it, isn't it, at this rate as well, as we try and come through. It is so chaotic at the moment then. So, Eurosport back in operation. TV pictures with swords done. What I feel a sense of confidence growing as well for the next 2 hours. We're with you until 11:30. I know I am. I don't know about you, Tom. As coming through, because then Megan Birch and Edward Hunter will take over for 2 hours. That is the reason we've got a car on the wall at Indianapolis. The barrier is damaged. The car's out of the race. Slow zone in effect down at Indianapolis. And can't tell which one it is at the moment because the timings aren't showing it. So let us get that picture back up and try and find out who it is. As there's the Goodyear blimp in Vestance out there. Right, here it is then. Tom touches the gravel, spins it round, hits the wall. It's the number 31 car who's had a problem out there as well. And that's an LMP2. And the number 31 would be... No idea. Can't find it. It's disappeared off the timing monitors altogether.
And definitely out of the race.
It's the WRT of Robin Frines, who's running in 10th.
And yes, of course, and that was the car that broke down on the final lap last year.
Yeah,
and,
it's safety car!
Oh, finally. Now, that's about the proportionate response, I'd say. The barrier's damaged, the car's strewn across the track. I think anything other than a safety car would be unfair. Of course, now, barring anything weird happening with the multiple safety car rule,
yes,
the Toyota number 7 should catch up and should be able to actually challenge.
That is the first safety car of the day, the whole 24 hours. We've been having full course yellows throughout. That's the first time that Eduardo Freitas, the race director, decided, yep, okay, now we need the safety cars. To explain how the safety cars work, there is 3 of them, safety car A, B, and C, and they will go around the circuit, and they will pick up any leader they can from any category. So this could get messy. People could be saved by them. People could be lost by them. And this could help the Toyota number 7, Kamui Kobayashi, who did have that problem in the pit lane about an hour ago and has done a 4:18. He's 4 minutes 18 seconds down. So I tell you what, I miss an hour and all hell breaks loose. We've got Porsches in the wall. We've got Corvettes out of the vid as well. Who's actually leading GTE Pro now? It is
Ferrari.
The 51 Ferrari AF Corsa. Out of the race. How many have we got out now? Because there's a couple, isn't there?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think most of the guys are still running, but AF Corsa is leading. The number 91 is in second. Of course, the 92 had that issue, so they dropped to last in class. 26 laps down the timing screen saying, I somehow don't fully believe that.
I don't. Yeah.
And
I can barely believe it says safety car called on the timing screens, to be fair. So that's all 3 sectors. You can see, look, safety car. In fact, let's take a look actually quickly at the mega chat. Look at this on the driver tracker. Safety car B is down at the Porsches. Safety car A is at Tete Rouge. And safety car C is at the Mulsanne. So that's where they are on the track, and they've picked up separate groups of the leaders. Now's a good time to come into the pit lane and get effectively a free pit stop, depending on where you're on the circuit. This barrier repair as well could take a little bit of time, but we've got 5 hours, 11 minutes left. I'm with you until 11:30, Megan will come in at 11:20 to fill all things around. Then at 11:30, Edward Hunter and Megan Birch take over on the comms for the session as well. So it's all eyes to the front. It's going to be a good one, this one. And then straight after, me and Megan are together for the last hour.
And, of course, Formula 1's an early one today, isn't it?
Yes.
At 12 o'clock, I think.
Yeah, and we're on here 11:45, which is why we've got that changeover as well to get everything sorted. So, safety car coming through. There's the battle for it. Look at this. So, actually, we've got the Porsche 91 and the Ferrari, of course, over 51. The 51, though, Tom, that had all the problems throughout the weekend, could end up winning Le Mans. That's just a fairy tale, isn't it, as to what could happen?
Yes, unbelievable. And it's about the look that Ferrari need as well. That's the Daniel Serra, Collado, and Pierre Guidi car. Of course, Pierre Guidi really being Ferrari's golden boy at the minute in GT racing. Remember, Spa 24 Hours a couple of years ago. There's a queue at the end of the pit lane. Actually, is that the Glickenhaus? It is having a queue and not having the best deal of it. I think that's the Glickenhaus anyway.
Glickenhaus it was, indeed. Down at the exit of the pit lane. Red light's on. You can't leave under the red light, of course, which is always important. Let's take a quick look at the YouTube chat. Now that we're back in the box. I put in that the commentator this time is Megan Birch, obviously, earlier on this morning. Logan says evening or morning. Oops. He has returned. Yes, I am here. I am back. 5 hours left. SHT 11 minutes away to the live stream of the Azerbaijan Grand Prix build-up. Yeah, don't remind me. I'm trying to remain as distant as I can as well. And we're also live streaming the race on USRN2. So fingers crossed that works. And we don't have several thousand problems as well, because it's going through the main PC today, not the computer of the MacBook, which it usually does because of all this going on here as well. But it should be good. Safety car then is out as well. Barrier needs to be repaired as well. So that's why there's the safety car. And good opportunity to bunch the field back up then, Tom, and give us a showdown for the last 5 hours. That red light's still on as safety car pack safety car pack C are coming through it.
But I'm afraid to say it appears that the number 7 has actually lost out and is further away from the number 8. It appears the gap showing is 6 minutes now, so I'm not too sure what's going on there.
So, SHT says first safety car of the race. Yes, it is. This is the first safety car of the race, and I'll tell you what, Tom, we picked our timing perfect to rejoin the commentary team after Megan took the hour filling in for the gaps from Radio Le Mans. So, very good.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. That won't happen again, by the way. Everything from Radio Le Mans for over an hour. Megan was there doing filling bits, but that's because there was no guest commentator. So Edward Hunter and Megan are commentating on 2 hours together, and then me and Megan are in for the last hour as well. So it all will be resumed as the green light's on. There you said, the 708 Glickenhaus running 7th, leaves the pit lane now. But what happened to the Alpine? Megan told me the Alpine was out of the race.
I didn't hear that they were out of the race. I heard while I was sort of waking up on Radio Le Mans that I think they had to completely rebuild the side pod. And
right.
I think it just put them out of the race. I'm not sure why. Might be a recurrence of the issue that they had in the early race. But I will do some digging and see if I can figure that one out for you.
We should double check then and triple check what's happened here at Le Mans. I do feel like I've done a stint now. I did 21 hours of stint. I had an hour off, did F2. Now I'm back in for this stint as well for 2 hours, then back out for 2, back in for the last hour as well. So it is because, hopefully as well, it is because, I did look at the timings. I did have it on my screen as well. So I was looking at the race as well. And hopefully next year this will never happen again in terms of the fact that we can do the whole 24 hours without having to leave the box several thousand times as well. Right, pit lane is on right now for that of
sorry, Vons,
Radio Le Mans.
but very quickly, first of all, is Robin okay?
Robin is fine. Yeah. Well, at least we had him on the radio. He got out of the car on his own, and he probably will. Well, I don't know. He will maybe go to the medical center, but he's fine, I think.
That's the best news. It's been a very difficult race for you. It's not been the race you expected anyway, has it really? It's just kind of slowly crumbled in every area.
Yeah, well, you know, it's some race you have to accept. I mean, it is how it is. We know this race can be hard. We learned it last year for one of our car, and yeah, let's see, and let's just prepare the future.
Thank you, Vincent.
And Primes came back in the medical car, and he is back in the pit lane now, and the medics will have given him the once-over at the scene and be deciding whether
you guys with the 31WRT LMP2, can you tell us about Robin first and about the crash itself?
Yeah, well, we had Robin on the radio. He was okay. He got out of the car on his own. Yeah, well, you know, it is racing. It is what happened, and we have to keep on fighting. And let's work on the next race.
What's your view on the crash itself? A small mistake maybe from the driver, going a little bit too wide on the.
Maybe, probably. We could see that he had some understeer going to Indianapolis, and he just lost it on the exit. But
thanks a lot. We're very sorry for you guys. Thank you, Vincent.
So it looks like they are definitely not going to be competing any more time in this race as it stands as well. And just taking the opportunity to go to the printer to print out, but I know why I didn't, because I need to do some other things as well. Includes a voice intro for USRN as well. So it's getting all chaotic out here as well. Toyota lead, and that is the number 13 car of the TDSX Valente Racing. That is back into the pit lane, and I was actually looking at your comments, wasn't I? I got distracted by a friend of mine sending me a group chat message as well, so let's just double check your comments coming through. Oh, what did he do? Let's have a listen. The safety car, let's have an explanation what it is.
Yannick Dalmar kindly gave me the key so I can drive the safety car. We can have a discussion about this important role on the track.
Yes.
Welcome on board, Yannick.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate to be your co-drivers. This is the first time, and it's fantastic. Thank you.
We have been teammates, of course, years ago. I remember a few years ago with the Audi, when you had this fantastic over the crest with the Quattro. That was really lovely in the rain.
Yes, Tom, but it was a big aquaplaning.
Yes, but it looked really cool.
Yes, very
You were,
cool.
of course, having everything under control.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can go fast until Indianapolis. Go!
Ah, no.
Yeah. Super, Tom. Yeah. Yeah, super.
And this is the SS de la Forêt, Yannick.
Yes. The SS de la Forêt.
Play of a safety car, but now we are going away from the field.
Yes. It's very nice. Terre rouge, Tom.
Yeah.
And flat now. Yes.
On the steer, on the curb.
Track limit.
Oh yeah. To 90 to 305.
Okay.
Whoa! This is smooth.
Super, Tom.
Smooth corner.
Super. Ouais, super. Super. Allez, flat out.
I try.
Nice. Perfect. You can push. Okay. The smile from Tom is really, really nice. Okay. Ah, super. I appreciate very much.
Now I want a photo with you together with me.
It's fantastic. I love that. Yes.
Thank you. It was
Tom,
a great pleasure to.
Yes, me too. Tom, thank you very much.
And
really.
have a good spirit of the race and having a strong and safe race. And we look forward to see another winner at the at this year's edition.
Monsieur Le Mans at the moment is you.
we are all with the passion of Le Mans. We are many. We are many, Monsieur Le Mans.
Yes.
That's right, although she was A-OK, when you sustain as big an impact as that, kind of like when the airbag goes off in your MotoGP rider's suit, then there's been a substantial transfer of G, and you need to be assessed medically. I'm sure Robin will be okay, but you can never be 100% certain, and that's why. Okay, so that was the reason for the instant retirement. 5 hours to go. The first safety car of the race, safety cars, are about to be released. There's a long queue.
Safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
So there you hear the information. The safety car's coming in this lap, Tom, and it's all eyes up front now, isn't it? It's time to go racing once again.
It's more concern on the front of the Toyotas is the fact that the gap has increased dramatically between the 7 and the 8, and that could really fully ruin their race at this stage.
Bang on, 5 minutes now. You wonder why you keep going on, don't you, at this race?
Yes, closer to 6 as well. And the other bad news is we're not going to hit the distance record now. We are projected to about 372 laps.
That's still decent in 24 hours.
Yep, but obviously a lot less than the 97 that we need to break the record. But just ticked over, 5 hours remaining. And, well, it's going to be a pretty exciting restart as the 91 Porsche has actually caught up to the back of the Ferrari. And I believe the 92 is caught up as well. I'm not too sure if they're on the same lap. No, they're not. They're definitely not on the same lap. But the 91 is caught up. Anyway, that's for certain. So that should be an interesting battle in GTE Pro.
Looks good to me. Now, the safety cars, by the way, don't just peel off at the pit lane. They peel off at certain parts of the track. So at the exit of the Mulsanne, that's when the safety car pull off. Exit of Indianapolis, I believe, and of course the exit at the start-finish line. So that is the positions where they're going to peel off. And this is going to be quite the energetic run to the line in a few moments as well.
And another thing to notice, the Alpine is actually back out running.
Green, 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 green. For the first time, a safety car restart here on the 24-hour Le Mans as we are back to racing as we head down towards turn 1. There's the Toyota, the race leader, I believe, or it's the number 7. So it's the 8 leading. And hang on a minute. Is there a slow zone start there? Because the safety car's gone in, but there's a slow zone in effect in the Indianapolis part of the track. So they couldn't go full throttle. So that gap might just come down a little bit then, Tom.
So I wonder if they forget to officially remove the slow zone as the Ferrari weaves to both increase its tyre temperature and, of course, keep the Porsche trapped behind. But heading through the Porsche curves now, and well, Ferrari seems to be holding stern for the time being. And I think it's all going to be about the Mulsanne Straight and, of course, the traffic as well. That being said, the 91 goes a little bit deep, and 92 is having to exercise a lot of patience to stay behind, as they've got a gaggle of GT Am traffic that's not being too kind to them.
Yeah, that's the 51 Ferrari, of course, and a car behind it as well is the 91 Porsche. So the Ferrari, of course, the 91 Porsche, now we're going to battle it together as well. Right, we're going to race on for GT Pro now as well. They've kept behind the same safety car. That was crucial. And now the GT's Pros are 1-2 with a gap of around about a second, maybe 2, down the start-finish straight. This is it. Battle on for the GT Pros.
And Well, the Ferrari was quite good there. Is through the Porsche chicanes, it managed to Ford chicanes, I should say, managed to just get a little bit of amp traffic just caught in between it and the Porsche, and the gap is fairly evident now. It's gone back up to about a second and a half, which is going to mean the Porsche is going to have a little bit of a tough time fighting back down the Mulsanne straight. That being said, we just saw the LMP2 traffic hamper the Ferrari a little bit through Tetra Rouge, made its turn in a little bit later. So now the Porsche is actually right on the back and able to think about a move.
Oh, next slow zone at Marshall Point 20, zone 6. Now, where is that on the timers? It's at, so it's zone 6. That's on the run out of... Oh, and on the inside, the 91 Porsche trying to take the lead away from the 51 Ferrari. Can't get it done into the Daytona chicane. There's going to be a slow zone, apparently, down at the Mulsanne corner.
He's going to have to get the move done now, essentially, into the next Mulsanne chicane, and they're weaving to break the toe, which is a little bit cheeky. You're not supposed to do that. But the Porsche is going to have to switch to the outside as they head now down into the Mulsanne chicane. He's going one way, he's going the other way. And where have we seen this before? He's forced all the way on to the runoff area. And, wow, those shades of Bahrain there. That's for certain. But I think it's Pierre Guidi in that car. And we know he's really willing to get his elbows out in a Ferrari GT. Think back to Bahrain. Think back to Spa as they head now down to the slow zone. It's going to be neutralised for the time being, and the Porsche could do with through this slow zone actually getting through on the GT AM traffic, and he does just about heading into Mulsanne corner.
No, the GT traffic goes back ahead as they enter the slow zone, and the GT traffic did not get out of the way. Now, we have got a slow zone, but the graphics aren't showing it. The timing screens aren't showing it. So, is this correct? The timing screens are showing slow zone at Marshall Point 20, slow at zone 6, but nothing on the timing screens are showing that as yellow. So that's very bizarre. I hope that Eduardo Freitas isn't having a bit of sleep deprivation there, as I was having during the F2 race a few moments ago. But this is getting a bit dangerous, if you ask me, with less than 5 to go. We've ticked over, by the way. We've done 19 hours. We've got 4 hours, 54 to go. And there goes the slow zone with the yellow flag out on the circuit. There's the official confirmation. Wow, that took a while.
And not sure what that's for either, unless there's still barrier damage or something, as we watch the WRT get barrier damage, it appears. Recovery vehicles on the circuit, but I thought that was the point of the safety car.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Not too sure what's going on there, but as we switch to a shot of the Porsche drivers in the garage, watching intently, I imagine.
Say again, sorry? Yeah.
I said watching intently
yes.
How this race is going to unfold, as I think the next 40 minutes or so could be very interesting. And I hope they don't touch each other, because if they do, then that's going to be an interesting development. Or was it that way? But Porsche, of course, looking to extend the record of 108 class wins at Le Mans. That averages more than one per year. And, well, if they can notch another one up, that would be very impressive indeed. One of the most successful manufacturers at this racetrack.
Yeah, safety car procedures and slow zone under review, so they are investigating as thank you, as we told them. Oh, thank you very much. So I've just been given my notes for Baku, which is great news as well, so I can stick those up on the comms box wall as well. And it desperately tried to chew the printer up, didn't it, at the back? So papers galore up here in the comms box. I think I'm going to spend the next week filing as well as they come through. That 91, though, Tom, wants to get through the Ferrari. But as you said, think back to Bahrain. Pierre Guidi is greedy on the line. I bet that's not the first time that's been used.
Yes, and a very good driver as well, but very aggressive, that's for certain. And he's exactly the man you want in these kind of situations. As the Ferrari is starting to get frustrated himself now as the Prema car gets through. Is that the Prema car? I want to say it is.
Can't tell. 9, yes, Prema, bang on.
And, well, the Porsche really on the rails now, but the Ferrari just getting a rub of the green when it comes to the traffic, and the Porsche not really able to do much against it. And really, he's just got to play the long game here, because he has got 4 hours and 50 minutes to get this move done. And as long as he's on the back of the Ferrari, no major drama. As one of the AMP cars actually took to the escape road, and that was convenient. Good way to get out of the way of the Ferrari, I guess.
And again, well, this is Prema and Ferrari, both Italian team, and of course, practically the same team as well. And that GT is not getting out of the way of that Prema, as there's the confirmation of the slow zone now in zone 6. We're being definitely told you're not allowed to go any overtaking there as well. It's a new yellow flag that came out this minute, actually, at 8:08:38. So a new yellow flag out on the circuit. Marshall Zone 6 has changed over hands again. And the Prema has now got out ahead of that Ferrari. But now here comes another LMP2 with the TDS X Valente squad in the number 13 coming at the hand. I think that is under the control of Nick de Vries. But I'm trying to double check. I can't see him on the timing screen. No, it's Tim van der Helm as well. Radio, race director.
Slow zone 6.
I think Patrick sort of feels slightly...
I don't think that's...
Zone 6.
That's not Eduardo Freitas, is it?
Can't hear.
Yeah, sorry. That's not Eduardo Freitas. That's the second race director.
4, 3...
It's Patrick.
2, 1. Slow zone 6 is now removed.
Slow zone 6 is now removed. So we're back to green flag running. I think they've actually... Do you know what it is? I think they've left that zone there by mistake. They didn't...
I thought so, actually.
So they've left it there by mistake because it was out first before the safety car got called. So that's what's happened. So he's felt guilty about it. Now he's removed it when no one's around it. So we are back to full green flag running. And now back to run down out of the Mulsanne down towards Indianapolis and Arnage.
Ferrari is slightly pulling away lap by lap. The Porsche not really having the pace to catch up to him. And maybe he'll go to regret not quite being aggressive enough to make the move with the Ferrari just heading on into the sunset now. Sunrise, I suppose. It's longer, isn't it?
Well, it's 11:10, isn't it? It's 11:10.
Yes, the Ferrari well ahead at this stage, and not looking like he's going to give this up anytime soon.
Ad break coming. Timed that perfectly. As they come through. We've got Radio Le Mans as well to filter in when we need it. But Toyota lead the way as things stand. And while I break the full cameras so that you can see the driver tracker. Instead of just coming out, slow zone procedure under investigation. Probably they're going to try and fire the race director, if that's at all possible. I don't know if it would be, but it might be. It's 10:11 then here in the UK. And it is true what they say. It's like you get a second wind. It took me a while to get into mine. I was nearly falling asleep during the Baku race, but I am back alive now here for this Le Mans 24. Nearly F1 time as well, which is getting good. There's a lot of good action coming around this circuit right now.
Well, I'm actually the opposite. I'm only starting to feel tired now. I've had a nap, and I wasn't so bad before.
Yeah, you made the mistake. You napped.
It's made me worse.
Yeah, that's why you don't. Don't nap. It's the wrong decision. It's the wrong decision to have a nap. It never works out correct. Now, when is the touring cars on? That's what I need to find out so I don't miss anything. 12:20, 2:25, and 10 past 5 as well. So I can't commentate on any of them live. Well, hey.
Have you got someone to hop in after me, by the way?
After you, it would be Ed at 11:30, but it'd be Megan next up, I suppose. So yeah, we've got someone after you, don't we?
All right, so I was going to say, because I ought to hop out the box at about 11:15 or
Yes,
something to get some breakfast, but
oh, yeah,
I think I'll make that the. I think I'll
Perfect.
make that the time, 11:15 then.
Yes, 11:15. That's half an hour, so you got plenty of time then as well. Yeah, as they come through. So qualifying yesterday was recorded. Yeah, by the way, there's no streams up yet, but we haven't got them sorted yet. We will be having the IndyCar race live, and then we're going to be having 3 British touring car races dotted around the day as well, but they will be delayed, and one of them won't have a driver tracker because it won't be recorded. So that's a shame. But that'll be race one. The race one would just have that of a timing tower, but without Josh here as well, I'll open it up a lot more. So it shows the gap between everybody, so it acts like a driver tracker. So we should be okay for that one.
Do you know, looking at your YouTube channel, actually, all of your Le Mans coverage has pulled in a lot of views compared to everything else.
Has it? Oh, that's brilliant news
Very
then.
weird. So your Azerbaijan practice was getting 16 and 61, and then Le Mans here with 1,000, 2,000.
Oh wow!
Practice one got 1.4 thousand.
I think we found the niche, haven't we, of world endurance. Maybe I should do that.
1.7 thousand views on the MotoGP. However,
MotoGP always gets high views. It always does. Don't know what it is. Touring cars.
Probably because it's fairly niche.
Yeah, I was like, look back at Monaco qualifying with 720 though, but the biggest one. Scroll back to where is it? Qualifying day one of the Indianapolis 500.
Oh,
9.1k.
Apologise to cut off the tangent, but the Porsche is on the back of the Ferrari now. Eurosport finally goes away from their ad break. But,
yes. Maybe you're right. We should focus on the racing, especially as it's this close to the GTE Pro battle. And Ferrari versus Porsche. And look who's ahead of them. Porsche with Ferrari behind in the AM category. So it's getting a bit chaotic as that 91 is wanting to make the move. They've got a couple of stops left there in this race, the GT cars. There's 4 hours to go. There's a long way to go as well. Even the last hour, you can't tell who's going to win next. Back to you, Tom.
But of course, the way they'll see it is that if they can get ahead into the last 4 hours, it should be fairly regulation getting to the end from there, because 4 hours is not a long time in the context of endurance racing. That's 2 drivers' different stints. Not a lot can happen in 4 hours if you are consistent and don't get complacent. It should be fairly easy to get to the end. The way Porsche look at this is we need to get ahead and make sure that we can spend the next 40 minutes or so getting a gap, get to the next pit stops, and then we can start building from there. But the way Ferrari will look at it is they'll also be wanting to get to the next pit stops, I imagine, but they'll just be desperately wanting to keep that Porsche behind them at all costs and just hope that they can gain a bit of time through the pit stops with traffic and things. Because right now, it doesn't look like they've really got the pace to stay ahead at all. He makes a mistake.
Yeah, there you go. The 51 Ferrari made a mistake at the Dunlop chicane, and the Porsche couldn't capitalise, but after to lift off and give that time back, he took too much time and by cutting the corner as the number 8 in the pit lane. Talk us through it, Tom.
So he goes into turn 1 and he does the old trick. We've seen this so many times. Think back to the battle for the lead in LMP2 in 2020. And he's just cut the chicane, basically. It was one of those incidents where it was heavy air quotes, some oversteer.
Yes, I couldn't stop.
Definitely not a cheeky Scandinavian flick to induce it. But no, he's not going to give up the time, because that's just a cheeky trick that the drivers do at Mulsanne. It hasn't been punished in the past, and it probably won't be punished this time either. So the Porsche is just going to have to suck up the fact that he's lost 2 seconds from that. But back within the second range now, and of course, goes without saying, no DRS in these cars. The second racing margin isn't quite the holy grail as it is in Formula One, but the slipstream suffices anyway within a second, and the Porsche is rocketing up to the Ferrari.
Speaking of which, why can't we have slow down zones in F1 as well? Tyre temperatures are the main key. It's easier to keep tyre temps in a GT car than it is in a Formula car, and that is also the factor. The tracks in Formula One are shorter typically than in a Le Mans series, because the slow zones are pretty much unique to Le Mans, aren't they?
Yeah, they don't have them at any other circuit. It's because Le Mans is 8 kilometres long. It's 8 miles long.
8 miles long, yeah. 16 kilometres.
16 kilometres or something. I think it might be 14. I'll double check. But 8 miles long, and safety car procedures would essentially kill the race if they relied on them like IMSA do.
Whoa, that's a Ferrari going straight on. It's the 80.
Ferrari.
Iron Links.
It's not the Ferrari, but it's a Ferrari across the gravel at the Daytona chicane, and he's lucky to not get turned around there as well.
Embarrassingly, it's the factory driver Giancarlo Fischer-Keller. That was the radio. I think they're going to go to something Eurosport because they've gone quiet, and every time they go quiet, I have fear. Yeah, here we.
Most on board.
Oh. Okay. Thought it might be something else. This is Team Penske stuck behind one of the LMP GTs.
And what ruined it for me yesterday was when Eurosport accidentally went to an onboard of the number 8 Toyota, and the world feed went to an onboard of the number 8 Toyota, and the Eurosport feed was a good 2 seconds behind.
It's your favourite man again. It's Tom Christensen describing what it's like to drive an LMP car whilst on board.
And whilst we're also at a battle. Whilst we're also in a battle for the lead of GTE Pro, so aptly timed again.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I've turned it off. I can't be bothered with that. I want to focus on this battle for the lead, not what an aging 9-time winner of this circuit feels like watching an onboard. To be fair, it is a bit like asking somebody to describe pornography. It's literally that. You don't do it. You don't get a porn star to sit down and narrate amateur, do you? So it's a bit weird as they've got Tom Christensen to talk over this Team Penske lap, and he's literally doing it in the voice of somebody who would be watching a pornography video. So I don't know why. It's creepy. I'm listening to it in my ear, and it's creepy.
I'm just not going to question anything.
Yeah, don't. That is honestly, it just makes me cringe. Anyway, the battle is getting strong as they come out of Tete Rouge, down the Mulsanne Straight once again as well. As literally, I'm cringing now because Tom Christensen just went ooh in my ear. And I'm taking the earphone off. Actually, it's cringy. I'm listening to Radio Le Mans in my other. As they come down the back straight, the battle for this category in GTE Pro, the last ever GTE Pro battle. As I nearly destroyed my entire commentary box by kicking over a glass, and it's closing into the Daytona chicane. The 51 of Pierre Guidi holding back, but Makiewicz trying to find the way through, Tom, and it's going to have to be down at the it's going to have to be down at the curve of Michelin.
Yep, and I apologise. I've got my
no worries.
dog.
No worries.
Morning rant about something, but yes, well, the Porsche still behind. He's going to have to think about it into the second Mulsanne chicane, and well, again, he's just a little bit too far back, and now they've actually got the lead Toyota just on their back, and I believe that's the lead Toyota, but that could get very spicy indeed, as we could see shots of very worried-looking Porsche contingent, as now this is very close, actually. Down into Mulsanne corner, it would be very, very brave, and the Porsche just doesn't seem to have the straight line speed on the Ferrari, I'm afraid to say.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. As they come into the braking zone again, still so side by side. Literally, this Tom Christensen is really annoying me because he's literally narrating the whole lap, and it's like there's no point. It's literally
in qualifying, it'd be okay.
In qualifying, it'd be perfect, but in the middle of a race, towards the dying ends of it, after 20 hours, now's when you decide. Come on, Eurosport. Do better next year. Or give it to BT Sport. To be fair, BT Sport. Say again? What did you say, Tom?
I don't know what to pay for BT Sport.
Do you want to pay for Eurosport, though?
Well, it comes with Sky, doesn't it? So.
All right, give it to Sky then. Sky, no, don't give it to Sky F1. You give a series to Sky F1, it dies. No,
I think that Le Mans should be one of the events on free-to-air television.
Oh, yeah.
And I class Eurosport as free-to-air television because that was the point of it anyway.
Quest is doing it as well, isn't it? Quest is done a couple of hours live. I think I saw it. Go on.
I didn't know that. Quest doing a couple of hours live. In fact, I didn't know what Quest was, to be honest. But I thought they had the football highlights a couple of years ago.
Yes.
And then disappeared into obsolescence again.
It's the Eurosport free channel. They shove all their Discovery Plus programs on there, like as tasters and things like that. Bit like Channel 5 style.
It's finally back to full screen. And,
I know. Tom Christensen. Oh, they're both coming into the pit lane. That came as a surprise. The 51 lead Ferrari and the 91 Porsche into the pits, coming into Recruitment, and now it's all eyes to who can do the fastest stop. The 91 could ideally gain a place here if the mechanics can work super fast. So it is refueling as well. So do you feel long or do you feel short and try and get an early advantage or a later advantage? Here we go.
There's, Brad14 says Le Mans wouldn't get enough viewership on free-to-air TV. Well, I mean, again, classing Eurosport as free-to-air TV, because that's the whole point of Eurosport. Even though it's technically the Sky package, it's mostly free-to-air TV. I think it comes with the base Sky subscription. So Eurosport is on free-to-air TV. So when it gets great viewership.
Hang on, we're interrupting because Synthol has got a chemistry grade result back, and it's the most important grade of the year for him, and he's too scared to check. Check it now, and we can say it on the stream. Do it. He says, I can't. Do it. You've got until the end of this interview.
You know, exactly, and now we are going for the win, of course, but if it would be Corvette in the front, we would fight with them. You know, it was not, according to the plan. So at the end, we push and we see. At the end, the car looks like the temperature and the tires is working now better than in the night, and there is some pace.
91 Porsche gets out behind the AF Corsa. The AF Corsa Ferrari gets out ahead on the track compared to the Porsche, who's still in the pit lane. It was a 1 minute 18 stop for the AF Corsa, 1:29 for the Porsche. So fuel for Ferrari, fuel and tyres for Porsche.
And that's big. Fuel and tyres is huge, because that now means it is advantage Porsche despite the track position for the Ferrari. That Porsche is going to have brand new tyres, and the Ferrari is going to be very, very sore come the end of this stint. Of course, the advantage will switch back to Ferrari, assuming the Porsche does the middle stint, but that's very, very smart from the Porsche team. Whilst they've got the momentum, whilst they were pushing the Ferrari, they knew they had the better pace through the corners, but they didn't quite have the extra pace through the corners to make the move. So now they've got that through the tyres, and they'll have the better exit speed as well, which will aid in actually pulling alongside the Ferrari. So that is a very, very smart move. And they've only lost 10 seconds. They will be able to make. They'll be able to make that back up. I can assure you that. It's 14 seconds the gap officially, so they'll make that back up. I'm confident in that. And that's smart from Porsche.
The number 8 Toyota came into the pit lane as well on lap 303, and the number 7 Toyota Kimi Kobayashi is just dived into the pit lane now as well, as this is the Ferrari. That's the 51 going off again for the second time.
Yes, I did see that. They need to start getting penalised for that now, because I appreciate they're on cold tyres, but it's taking the mick now. It's Alejandro Pierguidi. You are one of the greatest GT drivers in the world, and you can't take a chicane. On cold tyres.
I sadly don't believe he's having car problems now, 19 hours into the race or something like that, when he's been perfectly fine all the other times as they come through. It doesn't ring true, in my opinion, on that board. But a lot of action then here at the moment at Le Mans, as that's going to fall off, actually, with all the stuff up here in the comms box. Literally, I've never seen it so full of notes just lying around the box as well. But needs must when the devil calls. I think I already rang last night at 7:30 a.m. So as they come through, on board with the 91 Porsche, who got, I think, the best getaway out there. Complete domination on the front as they charge back through. And again, this is the Ferrari blocking. That is Pierguidi blocking an LMP2 car. How is he allowed to get away with this? There's no penalty. Car 51 reported to the stewards for cutting the chicane at Marshall Post 3. So he has...
He's done it 3 or 4 times now, but I don't want to see Le Mans get decided on penalties, but surely, I mean, it was pretty blatant. It was obvious he knew what he was doing. The first one, you could maybe argue that I made a mistake, but the second one...
No, I agree with you.
When the same thing happens, even though it's blatantly obvious in the first one, he didn't make a mistake. A one-off, you can always argue, but 2 is just inexcusable at all.
Was that the number 34 pushing off a GT?
Yes, it was. So that's
karting.
That 34 is getting.
It's number 43 even.
43.
34.
So that is looking at the driver tracker that I don't have. I can't tell. 43 would be in. It would be. I want to say Intercontinental, Inter-Europol Continental, and it would be Fabio Schreiber. Yes.
Scherer even.
How is it? Schrover.
Scherer. We'll go with.
Right about close to what we both been saying. So yeah, we'll take that. Scherer. As it comes through. Yeah, by the way, reminder, we will be on the Mixler app for the Grand Prix. We're about an hour away from changeover up here. Edward Hunter and Megan Birch will be taking over with you, as me and Ian Birch will be on here at 11:45. Let's go for an interview quick.
The GTE Pro class with the Ferrari right now.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it come a little bit late. We were struggling at the beginning of the race and in the middle of the race in the night to get the pace we wanted. Now the car have very good speed. We have a good balance. We generate grip, and let's see what we are capable to do for the end.
24 hours long, so keep pushing till the very end of the race, right?
Yeah, definitely. 24 hours is really made by up and down. We could tie the teeth during the down. Now let's try to be up.
Thank you, Fred.
Not bad then on the board. I hope you heard that, Tom. I did turn up the speakers.
Actually heard once, so very impressed. But as we start riding on board with the 92 Porsche, as I say that, they switched to a shot of an engineer sorting out his wheel gun. These are the little things that you need to think about, because I suppose wheel guns start to need a bit of WD-40 after a few uses.
My glasses needed some yesterday. The left-hand side was completely loose, but the screw was so tight I couldn't tighten it. And the right-hand side, the screw was loose, but the handle, every time I opened it, nearly snapped the glasses. So WD-40, and they both work like magic now. However, it does smell like I'm putting my face on a car exhaust. So, as it comes through, warning for car 51 cutting the chicane. So it's only a warning, Tom. It's not a penalty for the 51 AF Corsa.
Probably the fair assessment, I'd say, actually. In hindsight, the warning to say don't do it again. Oh no, the United!
No! This is not good news at all! LMP2 coming to a stop. It's the 22 United Autosport of Philip Hansen, running 9th in class. Who else thought it was the race leaders? It's Jolter 38 leading the way at the moment. And Phil Hansen stopping, and another retirement to add to the marker of dooms in 2022, it seems, as they come back through. And at this time, it really annoys me because we've got to go for an update from Radio Le Mans. Really annoys me, but the slow zoning are coming into effect. It stopped on the side of the track for 32.
4.5 hours left in this race, and your current leader is the number 8 Toyota, Ryo Hirakawa, in the Toyota, having completed 306 laps. Second in class is his teammate Kamui Kobayashi, out on track in the number 7, but just under a lap behind. In third place, Frank Mailloux in the Glickenhaus, number 709. The first of our LMP2 runners is Joda, and the second of our LMP2 runners is Joda as well. Car 38, the mighty 38, still leading the way. Antonio Felix da Costa piloting that car at the moment, and Oliver Rasmussen is in second in the 28. Third in class and fresh out of the pit lane is Lorenzo Colombo for Prema Orleans team. He is a further 33 seconds behind the second of the Jodas. In fourth in category TDS, racing by Valiant. A brilliant race so far for them, just sort of sneaking their way forward. And fifth in class, the 37, Cool Racing, Yiffy Ye behind the wheel of that car at the moment. In the Pro-Am category of LMP2, Algarve Pro Racing, Renee Binder in the number 45. That is the Orca that was rebuilt from nothing in the practice earlier this week. Second in class is Nielsen Racing in car number 24. A few vehicles between he and the next, as far as the Pro-Am leader is concerned. A little bit of work would be taken to get up to the lead, but it can't happen. There's time yet in this race. In the GTE Pro class, it is the 91 Porsche for Jimmy Bruni leading the way, and back into the pit lane is Alessandro Pierguidi. We'll have to find out what's going on with that in a moment. Third in class is the other A, of course, Ferrari, that being the 52 of Antonio Fuoco. We've got in the land of GTE AM Aston Martin, Porsche, Aston Martin, Porsche. It is Enrique Chavez for TF Sport in the number 33, who is the lead of that class ahead of Martin Rump, the Estonian driver for Hardpoint Motorsport in the number 99. Then in third is WeatherTech Racing. Julian Andlauer still aboard that Porsche ahead of Paul Dallalana in the Northwest AMR Aston Martin, and rounding out the top 5 is the 77 Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche. That is Tinks currently piloting that car.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
I think we have an answer as to why the AF Course Ferrari dove into the pit lane, and it was because we had a double yellow at Marshall's Post 23, which is on the run from Mulsanne up to Indianapolis. It was for the 22 United Autosport car of Phil Hansen. It came to a stop at the side of the circuit, has gotten moving again. Perhaps it was a control-alt-delete, but Johnny Mollum, this has not been a race for United.
No. It's funny how when it starts going wrong early, it just seems to continue. It's like a deck of cards. It just slowly just collapses level by level, and sometimes unrelated, sometimes related.
Thought I had that Thought I had that time to perfection there, but always a little bit late. Let's hear from Louis Delatraz.
Tricky, and we know there's always unexpected things happening, and I mean, we've seen it last year with us. Okay, it was not a crash, but the car stop last lap was terrible, and hopefully that doesn't happen this year.
What's the plan for you guys for the end of the race?
I have no idea. I didn't speak with them yet, so I don't know if I get back in or not.
Okay. Thank you. Go and get some rest now. Thank you.
Seems to be full of action down there, doesn't it? With Louis Delatraz as they come back through. Action resuming. 4 hours 24.
91 is back ahead of the AF Course Ferrari, and I don't know how that happened.
I don't know how that happened. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, sorry, you can't hear. 2 seconds. I can't. Too scared. Okay, I checked. It's something 0.3. First positivity 8.3. There's no way. Please can't. It's how he could comment. Brad, be kind. He's one of my dearest friends. Says that I can't. I'm stressed. Birds are singing North Carolina, dawn is near. It's Birds already had just outside the commentary box. 7.3. Such a good mark, but not enough. My first sufficient for chemistry, though. A 5.5 is counted as inefficient. That's good. That's good. 7.7. That's very good. Very good, Synthel. Very good. And yeah, Brad, very dear friend. Great knowledge on motorsport as well, Adam. So great motorsport knowledge. Okay, Tom. Well, you'll be disappearing from the box in around about 10 minutes, aren't you? Because where we are.
Yep.
It's going to be disappointing having you out the box. Well, you've been on quite a lot, yeah. It's been fun. Thank you very much for joining me in the box and for coming on.
It has been very good fun, and well, it should be a good last 4 hours. I tried to figure out what's happened with the number 91 and how they've got through. There's number 32 has got a drive-through for abusing track limits. And do we know how the number 91 got ahead?
No, I'm trying to have a look. There was double yellows, but we've gone back to green flag running now. Car 32 reported to the stewards has just been given a drive-through penalty for abusing track limits. Car 51 was reported to the stewards, then got a warning. That was it. Nothing. So unless the 51's made a genuine mistake and the Porsche's got through... And there's the 91 Porsche being passed. But, yeah, this is the leader. Jimmy Bruni in the 91 Porsche leads as the 32 gets a drive-through penalty now for abusing track limits. So that all changes everything.
Yes. And, well, that number 32 car was the Team WRT. And, well, our WRT haven't had a good day at all, have they?
No, they really haven't. They've had a horrible one. Not the best Le Mans coverage. Brad asks, why is he leaving the commentary box? He's been in quite a lot over the past 12 hours. He needs some rest. And he's commentating later on as well on his own series stuff. And Megan is taking over with Edward Hunter at 11:30 as well. And that will be for the 2 hours that me and Ian Birch were commentating on the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. And then me and Megan are together for the last hour, hopefully, of the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Although, if anybody in Formula One makes any problems at the safety car or red flag is needed, I'll be out there with my fists. I want an exciting but boring Grand Prix.
Eurosport going back to adverts. Like, I swear I know half of these adverts off by heart now after watching them on all week.
Is this a Rolex one?
This is the Rolex one.
Oh.
Some seconds are worth more than others. Past this one there, that one. There.
There it is. The Rolex one is always burned into the memory as well.
And to be fair, I haven't been as repetitive this year as other years. I remember 2020 they played the same 3 adverts all the time.
Brad asks, why is F1 the only motorsport anybody cares about? It's definitely not. Have you not seen the YouTube channel? I cover nearly everything. Go on, Tom.
Actually, the data from this channel probably completely.
Nobody cares about it. It seems like
as F1 gets the least use. Although F1, of course, is the biggest.
Yes.
Although this race is factually bigger than the Azerbaijan Grand Prix.
Should be, yeah. But both are very exciting. But our biggest coverage actually comes mainly from MotoGP and IndyCar. And on a very good weekend, we get some stuff on F1. But it's mainly MotoGP. Touring cars is our least favorited, but I enjoy it, so I do it anyway. And because they're only 20-minute short races, so they're going to pick up eventually. But the F1, actually, we have to do in a certain way because we've got special sort of things that I've negotiated with people that we can do this, we can't do that. Like, we can play the radio messages and show the driver tracker, but we can't show at the moment live any live action or replays. But other people can use replays in their footage that they do on watch-longs. So it's like we trade footage for exclusive radio. Do you know what I mean? It's like you're constantly juggling. But I'm aiming for the British Grand Prix. Hopefully, I'm still talking with them, that we can get highlights, the replays on the stream as well.
As Brad Ronford says, if this race was big, then it wouldn't be on Eurosport. Well, no, it's one of the biggest motorsport events of the year. If not, it's up there with the Indy 500. It genuinely is. It's not the biggest in the UK, but globally, Le Mans is. Anthony Davidson said on the stream yesterday that it's the biggest single-day motorsports event on the calendar.
It is. It's massive. This is the part of the Triple Crown of motorsport as well. IndyCar, Monaco Grand Prix, and Le Mans. In my opinion, Le Mans is one of the biggest because it's the hardest to do. 24 hours in a car across loads of stints is hard. And plus, Eurosport has some pretty big coverage, i.e., do the Olympics not count? Does the Tour de France not count? Does quite a lot of sports not count?
Yeah, the Eurosport do get essentially a lot of the big European sports, hence it's called Eurosport.
Yeah.
You know, skiing, that's some of the biggest in Europe. That's huge.
Yeah.
The ski
Actually, you've just reminded me, it's not going to be Eurosport for much longer because starting next year, before the start of the MotoGP season, it's going to be Discovery Sports. And that will include the 2 channels of Eurosport and all channels of BT Sport. Because that was the new deal, wasn't it? That Discovery and BT Sport have teamed up together and they're joining their sports packages together. So technically next year it will be on BT Sport. I forgot about that until just now. But yeah, so next year MotoGP won't be on BT Sport 2. It'll be on Discovery Sports. How about that? That's a new one to get used to.
The Tour de France doesn't count because everyone can ride a bike.
Well, I know a few people who can't, but I don't. Not me. Just like to point out, I've got a bike right here. Look, behind the commentary monitor, just before anything that starts. But I do know a few people who can't ride a bike, and it's usually related to motor functions as well. But in that case, then everybody is very good at breathing. Oh, 45's off. Speaking of mouth breathers, he's gone off down at the back half of the track. It's James Allen in the Algarve Pro Racing. Not very good down there, is it, on the attack mode? And is that at Daytona, Josh? There you go. Is that at Daytona, Tom?
Yes, it is. And he's had a spin. He's just about got it back at it again, which is very nice to see. And always very tentative, but he does get the car back pointing in the right direction.
Oh, gravel.
And puffs gravel onto the track as well, which helps everyone.
Well done. Marshall Point yellow flag at 11 to come through. As all the action now coming in, we are going to let you go in a second, but we're going to hold you in case this goes to a slow zone. So you've got 2 minutes as well until actually got 1 minute 30. So maybe start planning your escape, Tom, out there.
I'll get the bodyguards in, but anyway, it's been a pleasure covering this.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I wasn't expecting to do as much as I did, but well, it was fun in the end. It gave me something to do overnight as well, which was nice. Definitely kept me awake for
Ditto.
the time.
Yeah, you kept
And
me
got
awake
me
as
up.
well. Yes.
I would probably be asleep if it weren't for coming to do this now. So that's very helpful as well.
Ditto. It helped me a lot, actually, to keep me awake. And no 2 a.m. blues as well, as we were talking. I think everybody says, oh, Eurosport commentators, we're going to miss the night commentary. I think me and you, Tom, we handled the night commentary very well.
Yeah.
Just the amount of tangents gone down as well, and different streets having conversation on, as Richard Hammond quote.
Brad now says, I would watch the World Breathing Championship over watching a Toyota Yaris drive in a circle for 24 hours. Well, you are literally choosing to go out of your way to watch both the race and a YouTube stream. So, I mean, I suppose you can't be that bored.
Formula One's up next as well. I mean, we're watching cars drive around a city street. That's probably going to have a crash. Good. Interview. And on this note, we'll let you go.
So thank you very much for having me. And,
absolutely.
Hopefully see you throughout the, next week for ERC.
Yeah, I'll be there next week as well. So have a great day, and thanks very much for joining into the box.
Yep, and see you in a bit.
Bye, Tom.
Lot of difficult moment in the race, and it is just amazing to have a difficult moment, and it is a good race, and from the moment we are top 10, it's not bad.
Top 10, what's the goal for this race? The top 10, what's the goal for this race?
Yes, it's not the bad goal. I think it is the good, and it is important to finish the race. It is not, and it is the point for the championship. Not bad.
Yeah, a challenge itself. It's finishing the race. Tell us about the conditions out there. It's really hot.
Yes, really hard condition with a lot of full course yellow, slow zone, and other things like a safety car. It's so difficult when we are in the car with tire and brake. It's so difficult to keep the temperature, and yes, not easy. But for the moment, we are in the good place, and I hope we finish like that.
We always say that for first participation to Le Mans, it's always hard to find to sleep. So did you manage to get a little bit of rest?
Yes, it's so difficult, but we have 2-1 perform. For Alp used to be good, and I slept only 1 hour. It's not a lot, but I am really excited. Not very, very tired.
Okay, an hour sleep, and you still gotta go, right?
Yes, after I will do two stints, and after it is Charles for the finish.
Thank you, Lilou. Go get some sleep.
Yes, absolutely do. Go get some sleep. It's been absolutely long time, as well as the cars now getting separated out there on the circuit.
Replaced. Clear signs of damage there, going in hard, cracked around the front splitter, etc. But easily rectified with the bolt on, bolt off nose section. And that's the engine. That's the engine you've just heard behind in the background. And that's how quick they can change these things.
Were you about to say nose there, Joe?
I have no idea what I was about to say.
You deserve that, Joe, for taking the mic.
Not good, is it, when half the people up there seem to be having a nervous breakdown. Still, that's what you get after 19 hours and 47 minutes of running. up here in the comms box. We're just trying to eject the Combox PC memory stick from the map book to get the USRN thing on it, but it's not seeming to want to, so I'm just going to have to pull it out and really risk it. Bet that's going to break it now. I'll plug it into the computer and say, this is not recognised. That's always the way it works here at the moment. Still, 4 hours and 11 minutes as diving into the pit lane comes the 708 Glickenhaus Racing as well. 709 Glickenhaus Racing, I should say, actually now dives into the pit lane. I was wondering why it was a little bit later than what we predicted. So good stuff there as the racing continues and the action very much goes on. A lot of slipstreaming going to be between the two, a lot of hard work. And the voice is going quite a lot now as well as they come through. And again, battle and action are well around the circuit. Let's listen then as well as it's coming up. It's 10:48 at the moment, isn't it? UK time. We will shortly be going over in about 12 minutes time for the top of the hour. And the weather report from USRN. Let's take a look at Logan as well. Group chat, he says, why watch World Breathing Championships when you can watch World Tiddlywinks? Absolutely, that's a better one. Is that another Pornhub title thing again that we keep going on about? Well, that was a one-time joke when the thing is on about. Dear, dear, dear. Their brain is going through in, what was it, 20 hours. Actually, let's work it out. 8, 9, 10, 30, so 24, 5, 6, 7, 27 and a half hours I've been awake now. Yep, 27 and a half hours. And you can prove that because you can see when the YouTube streams have been on the past 24 hours. So that's how much it's been chaotic. So 27 and a half hours, and Giancarlo Fisichella leaves the heart. Some of the team going to sleepy peeps because they're not needed for the next couple of minutes. And the mechanics needing as much sleep as possible before they jump in. Yellow flag has been rescinded, by the way. We are back to green flag running, which is good news. We've got a warning for car 708, the Glickenhaus Racing, for Robert Damas as well, for abusing track limits as well. So that's a problem coming forward as well. As we look at Robert Damas now, 4th in the hyperclass, 2 wins, 2 podiums. Best result obviously first, 0 poles, 10 entrances. Louise Beckett.
See the team all running around, getting ready unexpectedly for the car to come in, and then actually just put it on the dollies and going into the box now. So right. I will speak to the team shortly when I can.
So that's Nick.
Thanks, Louise. As more action gets going.
It's been keeping a quiet eye on them throughout. They've just been there steady throughout so far.
Yeah.
That's Louise Beckett then down in the pit lane. As more action going to come in the next couple of hours as well. Tom Dillon says, Sector 1, 51 has a slow puncture. That's how the 91 got through. No! Thank you, Tom. So that is what happened to the 51 Ferrari AF Corsa. A slow puncture paid to its day and put him out of the competition as the race goes on. Let's take a look on board with the Alpine 36, the Alpine Elf team of 36, with Andre Negrão at the wheel, 5th in class, but 27th overall after hitting the wall hard in my hour break. Megan told me about it as well and causing some of the slow zones. And it's literally been a day where the leaders have crashed, apart from the number 8 Toyota. It's been a lot there. Even the number 7 Toyota had a problem and lost the lead. And the car stopped again. It's always the number 7 that stops on the track, isn't it? It's never any others. It's only the number 7 that stops on the circuit, it seems like, as well. Right, coming up as well shortly will be the top of the hour programme. As I say, it's going to be a lot more entertainment and a lot more fun coming your way shortly. As a lot more action and anticipation predicted. As a message, warning for car 98 driver Dalamas as well for track limits, I presume, would be the reason. Right, let's go over to Radio Le Mans for a few seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. Although this is a bit more a marathon than a sprint.
It really is. But I was thinking more Usain Bolt versus the cheetah, and it's, yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Paul, can I ask something to keep you occupied? I'd love to know in the LMP2 Pro-Am category. We have the Algar Pro Racing with James Allen on board leading. Ben Hanley in the Nielsen car in second place. Well, it looks actually maybe a lap behind still, even despite that problem that this 45 car had going off and damaging the nose and needing replacement. And then you got Laurent Hoare in the LMP2 number 3 car, DKR Engineering. So those three in the fight for the overall win in that class. How much of the slower driver time, if any of those 3 cars got left to do?
That I will need notice of, and I'll work it out. My guess would be that they're, because of the nature of the team being weighted towards the AM drivers, they're going to use the. They're going to have to use the hours of the AM drivers, the silver and the bronze drivers, right to the end of the race. So it would be a surprise to me if, until we get to the last stint, when the idea will be to get the pro driver in the car for the last stint, until that point, it'll be all down to the silver and bronzes to do the driving.
The reason I ask is because we have 4 hours to go, and at the moment, certainly in the case of Ben Hanley and Laurent Hoare, you would say that those are the 2 quickest drivers that those cars have in the car. That is for the number 24 Nielsen Racing car, doing really well. I have to give them a special shout out, and the number 3 DKR Engineering with Laurent Hoare.
For sure. We've just had word of a bronze driver staying behind the wheel of the car. No new tires for the 98 Northwest AMR either. So Paul Dallalana is how close to reaching his drive time, Paul? I will task you with that one. Because I feel like he's got to be getting pretty close and getting ready to hand over to David Pickard and, of course, Nicky Thiem to the end of the race.
This in the
98,
the Northwest AMR car. Yes, that car. I think Dallalana has already. Let's just have a check.
He's just done another pit stop and stayed in the car.
Yeah, he should be done by the end of this stint, surely.
Yeah, he's going to go out and do another stint, and then he'll be done. So he's 4 hours, 55 minutes at the moment. If he does a full stint, that'll take him up to 6 hours just.
Excellent.
Because remember, the time spent in the pits, as you said earlier on, Shay, doesn't count. So if you do a double stint, it may feel like you've been in the car for 2.25 hours, but actually you've only been in the car for 2 hours and 10 minutes.
The Hardpoint Motorsport Porsche is also into the pit lane. Martin Rump bringing that car in. So the Porsche will drop down behind
Did you just say Martin Brundle? That's very interesting as they come through. Now, action still going on out on the circuit as they come through here. Holding back as we've got the green flag. Brad asks, Josh, what do you do when you aren't streaming car racing? I'll take you through my week. Mondays, I have a complete day off because usually the weekends are quite busy. So the Monday, I don't do anything. I just relax, chill out. It's my day off. Tuesday, I get on the blower to people from the weekend, so talk to people in the paddock as well, journalists I can get hold of as well. Go over the weekend, see what I can do better, see what I can improve on the streams as well, and just have a general look out. Wednesday, I'm on the phone to other people as well, getting money in for other things I do as well. Usually on Wednesday evening, there's an esports stream from ERC. On Thursdays, it's PSGL night, so there's a commentary on in the evening. So the day, half the day takes preparing for that, getting all the drivers' names right and all everything as well. But Thursday is also quite usually media day if it's a race weekend. Friday's obviously practice, Saturday qualifying, and Sunday the race itself, and the weekends are always busy. But mainly Monday's a day off. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are mainly big working hours where I can do a load of filing, get everything ready, go to phone with people, write some articles, get things done as well, just do general things as well. To get money as well as a journalist. As then weekend comes around, put it all into pressure and go out and do some broadcasting. So it takes a lot. And there's so many other things I end up doing as well over behind the scenes as well. I help out my friend as well. Hello, Luke, if you're watching. I haven't done that in a while, though, have I, Luke? And I feel a bit bad about that, mate. I need to help you out a bit more as well. But I'm always there to help you as well. If Luke is watching, or Libby, or Jack. Hello, guys, as well. But yeah, and sometimes go out with them as well on a Friday evening if we've got time. Always I enjoy doing something like going somewhere when I can afford it, admittedly. But yeah, just a general consensus of keeping going through. iRideBook says definitely summer, 73 degrees in the morning. Heading to the house, I think it's going to be 100 degrees the next 5 days. Make sure you wear a lot of sunscreen and make sure you are very, very well protected as well and don't get any burns on you as well. It would be horrible for that to happen. There's the 24-hour trophy as well as they come through. Looking nice there as well. The 24-hour trophy, and inside it, the original Le Mans trophy as well from 99 years ago is buried inside it as well. You'll see it's just a little tiny little cup. It's like the ashes we sort of built around it as well. It's a fantastic, fantastic trophy. As they come through, Motorsport Broadcasting started a thread saying that really interested Red Bull strategy piece with Hannah Schmitz and Ted Kravitz during F1's Azerbaijan build-up as well. Certainly, haven't seen that. I'll be watching the build-up later. I'll be mainly just watching the race today, which is really bad because I've missed quite a bit of quali and I still haven't seen quali, so don't expect this F1 to be top-notch in Azerbaijan, but I will certainly give it my best. I'm feeling a lot better and a lot more awake, like I've got a second energy, so it's a bit off the tiredness and all that lot, and you're ready to go again. Although, quite frankly, I could do with a change of clothes. I've been in the same lot now for 24 hours, and it's starting to feel a bit ugh. Just don't smell. If there's smelly vision, it's not very nice. As they come through anyway. Right, back. 4 hours to go coming up then here at Le Mans. And a lot more anticipation ready for what is going to come in the last one. 20 down, not out, 4 to go. And this is going to be brilliant news. Absolutely fantastic here today. As they enter the last couple of corners. 43 seconds left. This is the Porsche. There's the safety car. That's safety car B. As we look at the 77 Dempsey Proton Racing as well. Going through. Pit stop of car 33 is under investigation. And that... if I take a look, I'm trying to find it on the driver tracker here because I've only got this screen at the moment because Megan's got the other ones. The 33, where is the 33? Because, oh, look how many's out now. Oh, dear, for 55 down. So this is official retirements now, guys. We'll go on full screen for this to show you. Official retirements from this race. The 31 WRT, the 64 Corvette as well. Out of the race, damn. 56 Team Project 1. The 63 Corvette Racing. So both Corvettes are out? I didn't know that. Megan didn't tell me that bit. Both Corvettes out of the race. Oh, no. And the 99 on the slide as well coming into the last corner. As further down, 59 Inception Racing, 71 Spirit Race, the 777 Distation Racing, and the 4016 Project 1. Right. Over to you at Radio Le Mans.
5. Well, just before the time for the sun to set later on this afternoon. Not expecting any precipitation to come from the sky until, well, Saturday. So not going to be an issue for those people leaving tomorrow as well. It was 54% humidity as well. Beautiful conditions to watch a great motor race.
20 hours not out. 4 hours to go in the 90th running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. And the anticipation now for a race winner. And this race to end is certainly coming through. We'll haggle our way to the end. Albert disappearing at 3.5 hours to go. Reappearing with about an hour to go. Fingers crossed. It's all going to work. Pit lane, down to you.
At the pit entry. So, yeah, there was nothing out of the... Well, basically it was out of the blue. Everything worked amazingly fine for the past 20 hours. Yes. And I was called into pits. I actually did an extra lap because I still had fuel in the car, so I could push as hard as I could right until the end. And right at the pit entry, you know, where the small chicane is, out of that chicane, the rear just sort of gave up. And I had a really difficult time trying to slow the car down for the pit limiter, you know, because that's 60 and I'm like doing 100 or something out of the chicane. Barely got it stopped because the rear was just sliding on the ground basically. And as soon as I got out of the car, the car was just, it was basically sat on the ground. But the mechanics did. Proton mechanics here did an amazing job getting it fixed right on time, and Alessio already sent it out, so I'm happy.
Of all the places for that suspension to break, that is probably the best place for that to happen. That's incredible.
Yes, I think you're right. I mean, anywhere else here, and chances are you'll end up in a wall or a gravel trap. So, I mean, Le Mans is Le Mans, stuff will happen. That's expected. I guess that's ours, and now it's done, and we can have a clear race until the end.
Like you say, Martin, great effort by the team to get it turned around in such a quick time. What's next for Martin Rum? Are you going to get back in the car after some rest?
Sorry, what's that?
What do you do? Are you back in the car soon?
I think my job is actually done. I've already completed 8 hours or so, maybe even a bit more. So, yeah. I'll just stand by. Maybe I'll do a single. But if Alessio feels fine, it's probably going to be Andrew and Alessio until the end.
Great stuff. Thanks, man.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Sounds like a really nice young man, Martin Rump. I'm gutted for him that the suspension let go, but at least it did where it did. That's a huge benefit to Hardpoint Motorsport and Absolute Racing, who's running the team.
Absolutely, and I think that's obviously what we could see smoking from the right rear was probably the splitter sort of rubbing on the floor as he came in and generating smoke. And to get the suspension change, it never ceases to amaze me. I know you always expected it from the Audi in the old days, didn't you? Even before, when they were allowed to change gearboxes, then it had to be internals, and they could do an internal change on a gearbox in, I don't know, Paul will tell me
clusters,
in a second.
Clusters, they could change.
Clusters, gear clusters, and everything else. So you get used to Le Mans with various LMP1s that are built for it and incredibly fast. But now, even on these GT cars, which are based on sort of sports car GT prototype, but they are not prototype in the sense of, say, an LMP car, but more based on a road car version, it's incredible how quickly they can change not just brakes and discs and everything else, but a suspension component. And they'll have everything set up in the garage, the top teams. They'll have all the rod ends and the rose joints to the right.
Looking good out there, isn't it?
Threads to make sure that they're not suddenly going to throw a load of tow in on the rear or whatever and have to adjust it. It'll literally be a part-for-part replacement. But nevertheless, that's impressive how quickly they turn that around, wouldn't you say, Paul?
I'm going to interrupt the Radio Le Mans because at the moment we've got warning for car 43 for the abusing track limits as well. And pit stop with the car 33 is under investigation, as I said to you earlier. So they've got to be careful. If there's any sense of foul play, that they will be in trouble. They will get a drive-through penalty, and that could really spoil the race, especially at this late stage as well. Right, there's enough of what's happened at the back. Only about 50-odd cars left in the race. I mean, that's just insanity. We thought we would have much more here today so far as we come back through. Alpine looking strong here today, and it's been a weird one. This race, it really has. To begin with, haven't eaten as much as I thought I would. Literally got a half pack of party wins, a whole thing of Jammy Dodgers, and a whole thing of the caramel things. I have one of those in the last hour. You can't not to celebrate maybe with as they come back onto the starts as well. There's the 709 Glickenhaus Racing running in third place, going to get a podium once again. We don't really thought it would be the 709 though. Everyone was saying, oh, the 708 might win this one. The 708's been quick all weekend. No, 709 taking the honours in this race after problems hit nearly everybody in the hypercar cars, bar the 8 and the 709. I think we've got something coming from Eurosport. No, thankfully. Whoa! Thought we were going to have to suffer as well another top hour report. Looks like we're not going to have to with 4 hours to go. Instead, we're going to have to go to an ad break. So down to the pit lane first of all.
Broke on the right rear corner of the 99. So that's a 2-bolt operation, isn't it? Bolt on, bolt off. So that's I think they were lucky insofar as that's what the suspension component was that actually failed on them.
Thanks, Joe. So yeah, to let us know.
So that's what happened down on the back of the cars then, failing with just simple winglets as well, as we've got 3 hours, 53 minutes to go. Cars still circulating out there on the circuit. This is a fantastic battle. Absolutely fantastic. Look at the track temperature as well. What's it at now? I can't read it with my glasses. 37.4 degrees. Air temperature 20.4. Humidity 47% as well. It is rising as the sun came up as well. It's 7 minutes past 12 over there as well. So as the sun came up, the track got hotter, the temperatures got hotter obviously as well, and it's just baked the circuit. It's absolutely exactly what we needed and what we wanted up here as well. In the comms box, as a lot more of the action that we are waiting for here today could result in tyre blowouts, things like that as well. Simple little errors of machinery that everyone else was thinking, oh, it's a simple fault. Oh no, one wrong error here, and at this late time in the race, it could really cost you as well. Now, few cars in the pits. The 34 Inter-Europol competition is in there as well. Patrick Pierre is in there as well. And Jack Aitken has changed over drivers. And Sophia Flörsch, I think, came in as well. So it looks like they're changing over everyone out on the circuit. You can see who's on as well. If they're amber, they're on an out lap. If they're red, they're in the pit lane. If they're blank, they're out on race run simulations. And nobody is changing times as well. Correction, yes. So Megan's going to take over soon as well, up here in the comments box. So stand by for that. Megan and Edward Hunter will take you through 2 hours, and I'll be back with Megan for the last hour here. That's coming up at 11:30, the switchover. But Megan's here as well later on in the broadcast, about 20 past the hour. So while I go set up that secondary stream. Still, whole 24 hours live on YouTube. Don't think we've done too bad. Haven't missed a thing. Pit lane.
Significantly, the Toyota in for what's looking like just fuel. I say it looks like it's because they would have already changed the driver by now, and they haven't. So there's only fuel going into the car. No tyres being readied either, so that will be very quickly on its way. Meanwhile, just a little bit further up, the Toyota just going by me now. The number 39 Graf is into the pits in a big way. The hijacks are coming out, and that Orica is about to be lifted about a metre in the air. The rear bodywork is off, the rear wing has been took off, the front nose is off. Whatever the job is, it's going to be a big one, possibly engine related, I think, because the first thing they did was take the engine cover off. On saying that, as drivers remained on board, who is that sitting in there?
In the Graf car.
Sebastian.
There you go.
Damn, got them for me.
Sebastian has got the deal to sit in that little oven, baking away, whilst the boys and girls go to work on this one.
Thanks very much then, down in pit road. Amazing job, can I say to everybody who's been down in the pit lane here today across the World Feed, Radio Le Mans, and even Eurosport as well. They've been absolutely top-notch reporters as well. And now we've got 3 hours and 50 minutes to go as well. Drivers having a little snack. As one of the Porsche drivers there, I think that's looked like, I don't want to make judgments there, but Ben Haley having a bit of a brownie, what do we call it? Flapjack, that's the word I'm looking for. You try to be this active after 20 hours of commentating. I tell you what, it's been a pleasure, guys. It really has. This entire stream, definitely doing it again next year for the Le Mans 24 in 2022, the 100th anniversary of the event. This is the 90th running this year, but of course it stopped in World War II and it stopped in COVID. So this is officially the Le Mans 90th edition of the Le Mans 24 Hour, and next year is the 100th anniversary of the sport in 2023. Of course, it was made first of all in 1923. So you better join us for it. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Don't know what we're going to title it though. It'll be the 91st, but it'll be the 100th anniversary year. Maybe they'll call it the Centenary Special, something like that. I've heard that before. Oh, little dustbin kicked up there by one of the LMP2s in front of the Ferrari 51A, of course. Here is closing in on the 91 Porsche GT. At the moment, who was circulating on the back half of the track. Got to find some more time and find the pressure to build back up. James Taylor he's in the pit lane, isn't he? The 63 and 64 Corvette's now officially out of the race and retired. Although, if Sims hit the wall, didn't he? And that's why he's out of the race. He walked away for the car, couldn't repair it. That's what Megan told me. Both Corvettes out of the race after they look sure to win it. It looks like it's going to be another Porsche win of classes as well, adding to their list of victories. Overall, they've got the most of anyone, bar Aldi, I think, in one category. You imagine that, bar one category. Everything else is remaining the same. Absolutely insane. As the action goes through. As he back down then, Ferrari 51 of Pierre Guidi. Trying to hunt down Jimmy Bruni in the 91 Porsche. Is that Luca Madoa? Looks like Luca Badoa. That's Andy Christensen, of course, getting ready. And there's James Calado. We're watching now on the board, getting ready. Oh, pit lane.
See what's happening with your car. What is the problem?
Yeah, we lost some oil and we decided to take the car in the garage because we want to finish first. And there was a risk we could not finish if we stay out. So we prefer to make sure we don't lose any more oil and try to finish.
And up until the problem, the car was going well?
Yeah, it was okay. We could fight for Pro and Podium, so that's really unfortunate. But yeah, the main goal, as I said, is to finish, and yeah, let's hope we can finish. Yeah.
Are you the driver that will get in the car when it's ready?
Yeah, I will, and I will end the race.
It's oh, that's a long stint. It's very frustrating for a driver to see the car when you just want to get on with it.
Sorry?
It's very frustrating as a driver to be here.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to see the car in the garage, but that's Le Mans, and you have to deal with it.
Merci.
Very nice. And so we now know who's going to end the cars as well for one of the drivers out there on the circuit as the race battles on. Reminder, what we've got coming up here today. I know the streams aren't live just yet. That's because we haven't made them past F1. But they will, as soon as the F1 is over and the Le Mans 24-hour race is over, we will add the British Touring Car streams to today once we know where they fit in. We will be showing the British Touring Car Championship as well in delayed watch along. We'll have live coverage, though, of the IndyCar race at Road America. That will be live here on the YouTube channel. And then we'll have the two other touring car races just after. And then we'll have the Grand Prix review, analysing everything from F2 and F1 from Baku, as well as showing the podium for Formula 1 as well. Because we won't be able to show it live because we're on a very, very, very quick off of Formula 1's race show. And we'll show it bang on from where we left the watch-along coverage. We'll show it in the Grand Prix review later on in the day. I think about 10 o'clock. It's currently predicted maybe 10:30, depending on how long IndyCar runs as well. And the two touring car races run side by side. Still going to be a cracker, I reckon. Edward Hunter says, Brad, it's all he does. Ed's right there. It's pretty much all I does. It's pretty much all I do is commentate on these series as well. I'm everywhere at once, I think is what was greatly described. As I did send a message to Ed as well. Ed, hello, welcome Ed. Sent you some Discord messages if you want to take a look as well. As the field keeps spreading on. Don't think you actually see me. How dead I look actually today. Ed. Hello, I'm very much end of. Very tired. I've been up since 7:30 on Saturday, so it's not too bad, but it's still good. I love this race so much. And now we get to do Formula 1 for a couple of hours. Let's see how good that goes. Into the pit lane comes the 28 Jolter from third in class. Yes, correct. No, correction, 4. Yeah, third in class. As it goes through, its teammate, the 38 Jolter, is leading the way at the moment. And away goes Oliver Rasmussen at the back half of the track. Every series, everywhere at once, says Ed. Yep, that's where I am. Everywhere. Think about it. Have you ever seen me not do a coverage of practice 1, 2, 3, 4, qualifying, and the race of MotoGP, when at the same time there is series on of Formula E races, Formula 1 qualifyings, Formula 1 practice sessions, and yet they somehow magically end up there on the Sunday race show. I am everywhere. There is more of me. There's more than one of me. I haven't really done the whole 24 hours. This is number 3. Number 2, 1 and 2 are sleeping. Nah, I'm joking. I'm literally everywhere. If that was true, then the F1 yesterday wouldn't have been hosted by Megan. And the next 2 hours won't be hosted by Ed and Megan as well for the next one. And me and Ian Birch do Azerbaijan to the best of our abilities, because neither of us are good in terms of our vocals. So that's going to be a very interesting race. And Megan Birch and Edward Hunter will take the coverage of the last couple of hours here of Le Mans. And let's go down pit road.
Stop learning in this sport. So I'm watching the 74 Riley Motorsports Ferrari in for a pit stop. Fuel only, by the way, no tyres or driver change. And there's a mechanic comes and he puts his finger in a cloth. And with his finger, he kind of rubs this tiny little spot just under the rear wing. And I'm thinking, why is he just cleaning that tiny little size of his finger spot? And of course, it's the rear view camera, isn't it? That's how these boys and girls know what's behind them in these Ferraris. There's a camera pointing backwards and they've got a little video screen in the cockpit that they can see. And it must be, it must get really grubby really quickly. I mean, probably by Terre Rouge that you can't see out the camera, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would think that would be around about the same thing. At the end of that pit lane, where is practice 2? There's the test day. I've lost practice 2 on my notes. I know that's crucial, but I need to give it to Megan. Practice 2's disappeared. I bet it's under here, look. Hang on. Aha, oh no, practice 4, practice 3. Starting grid. Where's practice 2? Test day, practice 1, qualifying practice. Practice 3. Practice 4. No, hang on, hyperpole. Practice 4, warm up. Starting grid. I've lost a paper. Don't you hate it when that happens? You put it down somewhere and it's like, oh, where did I put that paper? She'd been in front of me for 24 hours. I could not have lost it. Did it never print out? I think I must have deleted it. Oh, well, someone remember that. Notes for Megan as they come through as well. Right. Battle still raging on here at Armour. As the number 1 Richard Millet Racing Team in the Jolter squad. Richard Millet Racing number 1 in LMP2 squad is what I meant to say. He's running 9th overall in the category and looking quite strong. Now Megan should be joining me in just a moment's time as well. I'll need to eat some breakfast, but I could be ready in half an hour. Yeah, Ed, half an hour is when you're needed. Thumbs up, mate. You'll be on Discord. So I'll start the call on my mobile. You'll listen to Megs and just answer it and then join in when you can. I've sent you also the login for Sky Go in case you need it as well. But it's voice only, Ed. It's voice only. So you can sit anywhere and watch it. As Joe Bradley in the pit lane, the second place GTE car is in for the pits, and it is true because into the pits comes the 92 Porsche for full service and the 52 Ferrari also in there as well. The 2 Corvettes are retired, so only 5 cars left in the GTE Pro category at the moment. As the 45 Algarve Pro Racing of James Allen comes into the pit lane as well. Warning for car 80. Driver Creason for track limits, we're being told up here in the Coles box. And I feel sorry. I'm going to give Megan the rest of the party rings. I think she deserves them for the end of the broadcast. We've got more than enough. I think she deserves some snacks. Or do I give her the paprika? I'll give her the paprika. We all know what she's like with paprika crisps as they come through. Looking at this one, driver track is looking good. Session's looking all good. James Allen leaves the pit lane then. He's done 319 laps total with 3 hours 39 to go. I feel like I'm saying almost goodbye to the Le Mans because I'm not here for 2 hours. I'm here for the last hour. I will commentate the end of Le Mans. Regardless if there's a red flag in F1 or not, I will go into the other commentary box and I will commentate on Le Mans at the end. I will do it myself with Ed, obviously, in the box. But I'm not going to let Le Mans go. I'll rather give up a few laps of F1 to commentate the end of Le Mans and get all that sorted. Also, so much for Megan's alarm. It's 20 past now. We're getting quite close. Oh, she's good. I literally just said, so much for Megan's alarm. She was supposed to be here at 20 past. Looked round. Oh, there you are. That was very nicely done, Megan, as well. There's your notes. I can't find practice 2, though. Do you have practice 2? So I missed practice 2 for you. Do you want a track map as well? What?
Where am I going to be doing?
Well, put your headset on and maybe I can hear you. Hello, go on.
Where am I going to be doing Le Mans?
Dining room again.
Okay.
And Ed's going to be on in around about 11:45, 11:50.
Okay. Is there any way I can quickly put to a toilet before that? Because someone's been on the toilet for like 5 minutes.
Yes, you can. Take this into the dining room when you go, and that'll be fine. I'll take these off you.
Okay.
See? Teamwork makes the dream work. Thanks, Megs. Let's go back over then, as I think we're going to have some pit lane reporters soon, as it is 11:22, so ideally it'll be top of the hour. Now, what's happening is the stream will end, so we don't have the driver tracker, unfortunately, on Megan's laptop, but we've got everything else that you'll need for 2 hours, so don't worry, you won't miss a thing as well. But the driver tracker will be back for the last hour with me in the race as well. We've just got to do the F1 stuff out the way first as it comes through. Oh!
Your class crosses the start-finish line.
As far as I know, drive time here finishes when you cross the start-finish line. There are other categories where it finishes on the dot of 24 hours, no matter where you are on the circuit. That's easy to work out. Other times, it counts as where the winner finishes.
We do have a battle going on track for the Pro-Am lead in LMP2. Joe Bradley has made his way down to DKR Engineering and the number 3, which currently sits second.
Alex Cuneo. Alex, you're about to get in the car, I take it. You feeling good?
I'm feeling very good. I'm a bit tired now, but it's my last stint, so we'll push till the end.
And you are fighting for Pro-Am?
Yeah, we are fighting for the win, so finger crossed.
Yes. Is that the sort of job you like when you're fighting? Is that the sort of job you like when you're fighting for a podium?
Yeah,
you prefer that, of course.
Yeah, of course. But it's always the same goal. We have to make no mistakes, and you see at the end.
And is the car good so far?
Yeah, the car is really good. Thank you to the team. Yeah. Big thanks.
Great stuff, Alex. I'll leave you to your preparation. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
And that's what's happening down there on the circuit, as that's one of the Porsches going a little bit wide. The 51 leading, I think that is the 91 Porsche. As it comes down La Chapelle, yes it is, through La Chapelle into the curves onto the start-finish straight, and looking quite close as well. Jolter are changing over their driver, and with it being Will Stevens as well into Costa, this is the lead car in LMP2. He's changing over, so Antonio Felix da Costa is getting out of the car, and a new wheel sets up on now for the Jolter. I don't know who's actually gone out on the circuit there. Oh, Shane van Gisbergen's with us.
Yeah, I have. I've got Shane van Gisbergen. Shane, you're a legend at places like Bathurst. Here you are at Le Mans. What's the comparison?
Oh, very different, but yeah, it was a cool experience yesterday, the start, and everyone lined up before the race. Certainly enjoyed it, but yeah, the race is very spread out, and we probably lost a bit too much at the start, but yeah, it's all going well.
Dare I say, I kind of see you as a proper racing driver. That's a technical term. What do you think of the track from a driver's perspective?
Yeah, the track's pretty fun. It's a bit quiet in the middle of the straights, but the first sector and the last sector are awesome, so yeah, proper track, and these GTE cars, they're really quick.
I know you've got lots of experience in McLarens, Mercedes. What's your Ferrari like?
It feels like the McLaren, yeah, that's what it reminded me of. The way it turns in, the mid-engine, the way it moves around, so yeah, familiar, yeah.
Enjoyed the experience so far? You going to come back?
Yeah, I'd love to come back. I just wish we were a little bit quicker. Our cars got quicker as the day's gone on, but just lacking a little bit of speed.
Thank you, Shane. Cheers, man.
Another one of those enthusiastic rookies, eh, Paul?
Yeah, that's what we like to hear about the rookies. Very much up there, very much ready for anybody to head out on the circuit, go straight away and just drive. Works the best, in my opinion. 320 laps. The Toyota number 8 has clocked up and looks like they might actually win. Although we've got 3 hours left and Megan's commentating for the next 2, and that number 8 car is always well reliable when Megan's commentating, so just keep that in mind. Jolter lead in LMP2. By a minute to Prema, and they've got a minute to Jolter, number 28 as well, so all looking good. Where is that Megan? Because we're limited on time. You are okay. You're getting scarily good at that. I just said, "Where is that Megan?" You walked in the box.
I put OBS on.
You put OBS on.
Yeah.
You're learning too much. You've done too much lead commentating this weekend. You need a weekend off.
Yeah,
You're getting.
I switched OBS on for you, so that you can get onto it easier.
Good. You're getting too like me. You know the buttons. I'll be back soon.
Okay. I do know the buttons too well by this point. I think he... Joshua being freaked out for 5 minutes straight. I should just turn into him at this point, come to think of it. Hold on. Turning into Joshua. Might just steal his Pringles as well. Yeah, I can't reach him. I'm surprised he has not touched any fizzy drinks that he has had here. Very surprised by that fact. Though, seems to be doing okay. And the lead jolter is in the pits for some reason. That's Da Costa. Da Costa. Maybe he's changing back to himself and the driver thing. I wonder if that's him now and it goes to ad break. Do you know, that's really helpful. Really helpful. Going to ad break just as we're about to see a possible driver change. Though, I'm not sure about that. I was right. There is a driver change. Though it's on the 51 Ferrari, and I'm proud of myself for that. I knew there was a driver change going on, and I saw it was a red car. I am getting good at this. I should steal Joshua's job. Though, I wonder if he does the same thing of coming in the room when you mention him. I wonder where Josh is. Is he? No, I think he's sorting out the stream. Though, it is cutting it rather close. Oh well. People can just be stuck with me. Like, you will be for hours next. Right, so. The jolter has exited the pit lane now. And it was a driver change with the jolter. It's now Roberto Gonzalez, I think I pronounce the name as, for the 38 LMP2.
This headset's so heavy. It needs to be cleaned. Like,
it is.
Thoroughly cleaned.
I'm you now.
Yeah, I thought that. Let's go down pit road.
There's no doubt, undoubtedly, Cara Fleming, who I probably met over 20 years ago, Cara. But here we are, we're at Le Mans, blue skies, the sun has risen on your last Le Mans. You're telling me that you're stepping back and you're going to, I think you said, lie by a pool or something, didn't you? Is this really your last Le Mans, Cara?
I'm afraid it's really my last Le Mans. I've been here, I've been in international motorsport 26 years. This is my 19th Le Mans, and I'm just going to go and enjoy my life a little bit more. I'm just taking it back to my life a little bit more. The job I've been doing for Inter-Europol competition has been the logistics for the whole team, the hotels, the restaurants, getting people here and there, as well as doing the PR, writing the press releases, doing the social media, and it's become a little bit too much for me because the logistics is 24/7. So I really am looking forward to having a Saturday night, not being called by somebody said, "Oh, you speak French? Can you help me with this phone call?" And then I get handed to somebody I have no idea who I'm talking to. So yes, it is with a lot of emotions, but I think it is actually the right choice. But it's not easy.
Well, everyone at Radio Le Mans wishes you well. We're going to miss you. I know you're going to miss this circus, but you will think of those Saturday night phone calls whenever you get sad about.
Okay, well, I thank you for watching Le Mans here on my side of the stream. For the next 2 hours, I'm going to hand over to Megan Birch and to Edward Hunter. Ed will be in about 15 minutes, and it's over to Megan now. So do stay around. The stream is not going anywhere. It'll look like it is frozen, but do please believe me, we'll be right back in around about 15 seconds' time. Don't go anywhere. Join us in a second. And hello everyone, I told you it wouldn't be that long at all, would it, between the two broadcasts? Oh, and I'm popping out like mad over there. over there on this one. Hello, yes, I'm back, and Megan is about to join the commentary and just making sure that everything's working. He's about to, on this side as well, which is great news. So that was me feeding back on the stream. But we are also going to have a hold as well for a little while, the Radio Le Mans studio, while Megan just gets into order as well, and Edward Hunter will be joining on the Discord call at around about 11:45 as well. So without further ado, I'll hand over to your new lead commentator for, is it the third time or the second time today? Third time today. Your lead commentator for the next 2 hours of Le Mans is Megan Birch.
I hope for the love of my sanity that there isn't a red flag in Azerbaijan.
Oh, believe me, Megan, I think we all wish there's not a red flag. I will still be doing the last hour regardless. So if there's a red flag, you're going to have to switch over with me.
I'll be happy with that. Also, where's my co?
Your what?
My co. You said I wasn't going to be doing this alone again.
Oh, Ed will be here at around about 11:45. So you've got 15 minutes. But in that time, you've just got 15 minutes with the wonderful Radio Le Mans.
Yay. Lead, and in third is the other factory, or would-be factory, Ferrari from of course, number 52, Davide Rigon behind the wheel there. In the LMP2 Pro-Am category, Algarve Pro has had a good handle on that class for a while. It is still the 45, James Allen behind the wheel there, but second in class now, DKR Engineering in the number 3, with Nielsen Racing in the 24 in third place. That's Lawrence Hoare and Matt Bell trying to chase down the Aussie, by the way. In LMP2 proper, it is Joda with first and third for car number 38. Roberto Gonzalez having just taken over from Antonio Felix da Costa, down to 52-second gap to second, though. Lorenzo Colombo in the number 9 at Prema Orleans team, chasing down the leader. And third, Jonathan Aberdeen, the South African driver, placed back behind the wheel of that. Fourth in class is a car that will be receiving a drive-through penalty for not respecting track limits. It's Matthias Besch in the TDS by Racing by Valiant 13 for now. And in fifth is the number 5, Team Penske. Dane Cameron brought that car into the pit lane a few moments ago and is still aboard. The Penske had to wait for him to trigger the pit exit. And overall in Hypercar, Toyota Gazoo Racing 1-2 for the number 8 and number 7 respectively. And it is still both of the Japanese drivers behind the wheel there. Ryo Hirakawa leading the way from Kamui Kobayashi in third position. Richard Westbrook in Glickenhaus number 709.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
We've got a car in the gravel at Mulsanne. It's the 66 JMW Ferrari.
Yes, Mark Kwame.
Oh, he got help. It's at our nudge. Thank you, Paul. That was the 93 Proton Competition Porsche. Got into the right rear.
Oh, and on the gravel it's a 66, as we've just heard. I wonder how that happened, because I want to turn myself up a little bit more so that people can actually hear me. That's very near, the yellow flag's now being brought out, so that's near a part of a track where it's very common to spin, so I hope they get that sorted soon. It's a GTE amateur. That spun. Oh, it got caught between two cars nearly. That slowed down the green car just behind it. I think it was a Porsche, I'm not sure. Though I was very lucky that wasn't a major accident there, because that could have turned very nasty for that 66. Every time I hear the word 66, I just want to say Order 66 from Star Wars. Though I hope they get that sorted soon. Hopefully they can just push it back onto the track, since the back wheels are kind of a little bit beached in the gravel. There's now a slow zone for that sector, which, please don't stay out for like half an hour like they did this morning, because let's face it, can any of us take another slow zone taking half an hour or an hour? It's not going to be a good fit. Though I'm going to throw back over to Radio Le Mans.
Gentleman driver, but also had a reasonable history of racing, went away, earned money, came back to it. So he's now fulfilling his dream. He's been in this position before, leading at Le Mans, in fact, winning at Le Mans sometimes and having it then taken away from him. But certainly at the moment, I don't want to jinx him. There's still 3 hours 22 to go, but they've got a comfortable lead in the GTM.
All right, on board with Zachary Robichon. He did go down the inside.
There was contact, yeah, and I would say he was halfway down the inside there, so Mark Kwame probably needed to open and not make the apex, but again, I suspect he didn't actually realise he was coming down the inside of him. I think that could have been avoided. Again, the onus is always on the overtaking car, but I would feel aggrieved if I were the overtaking car then and I got a penalty for that, because I think it was possible, and that's a slow speed corner for both cars to actually go through there side by side with no contact if they were working together.
But again, I don't think there was anything malicious about it. I think it was just an indication of fatigue, probably on behalf of both of them. In the end, it harmed Mark Kwame's more, but hey, that's the way it goes. 36 slow zone periods now. I was going to say 37. 36 slow zones, 1 safety car. And I think actually in terms
and when you have one long slow zone, say for example from Tetre Rouge all the way to Arnage, which is 2, are you counting that as 1?
No, I'm counting that as 2.
Oh,
so
you're cheating.
Well, it's a slow zone count, and so you count both slow zones. So I'm just actually looking for the most slow zones we've ever had, and we had 27 slow zones in 2017, but I think over 30 is a new record, which is not a very satisfactory record.
No.
There we go.
Well, but they've balanced it out differently. We've had fewer safety cars.
Yes.
So they've been utilizing the slow zone more than they've been utilizing some of the other options of the past.
Yeah.
I quite like the way it's turned out, I have to say.
I accept that, and on the occasion when we had 2017, we also had 3 safety car periods, which in total lasted for nearly an hour and a half. The slow zones went to over 4 hours worth. So what's going to be interesting at the end of this race is when I start analysing lap times and see what percentage of their laps were actually fully green laps compared to the ones which at some point had yellows, because it's a bit like doing that as well at the Nürburgring 24 hours. Your actual percentage of fully green laps is something under half.
Well, and I was going to say, it's not fair for us to compare race distances for 2017 to today, because the cars are turning dramatically different lap times, correct?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And the regulations are different. The drivers' briefings are different as to why they will use safety cars and slow zones. So, times change, things change.
Not better, not worse, just different.
Just different.
Yeah, I mean, maybe better or worse.
Being old, they always change for the worse. But
yeah, back in my day, we did this race with 2 drivers.
Yeah, quite.
Can't tell you how many times I've heard that.
What was that story that I heard ages ago? Who was it? A Frenchman, I think it was, who did the race just on his own in the old days with the synchro double D clutch downshifts or whatever, and then was vilified because in the last hour he ended up mashing the gearbox through sheer exhaustion.
Well, it was
Paul. Do you know that story?
It was Pierre Lévesque.
There we go. I knew Paul would know.
And it was never his intention to drive the car, but because he sensed that the car had a sensitive gearbox and was going to brake, he kept his co-driver out of the car.
As you do.
He was leading the race by 4 laps with just over an hour of the race to go, and the car stopped with engine failure. The race in 1950, how about this one? Eddie Hall, driving a 4.5 litre Bentley TT, went solo for the whole race, finished 8th overall.
Fantastic.
Wow.
Also in 1950, Louis Rosier drove for 254 laps out of 256, so he just failed to complete 2 laps. His son took over for the other 2 laps. Louis had fixed a rocker arm in the engine. He said he needed to wash himself and eat some bananas. Jean-Louis then drove the car for 2 laps. Louis Rosier then took over the car and drove the other 254 laps. These were in the 1950s when driving here was a very different matter altogether.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, can you imagine? You see a driver get out of the car after doing a 3-hour stint and they are absolutely exhausted. And nowadays, drivers train year-round for this race.
They're dealing with they're dealing with different levels of mental concentration now to then, but they would have had to deal with different things like making sure you didn't mess the gearbox up. The brakes, I should imagine, your braking distances, I should imagine, were very, very long. So it was probably very, very easy to miss a braking point and not realise you'd missed it until about half an hour later when you arrive at the corner.
Start braking for Mulsanne at Tête Rouge.
Exactly.
But interesting again, having mechanics is a relatively new experience. The
they did their own
drivers used to do their own refueling.
Yeah.
So the car would come into the pits, the mechanics would lay out the fuel tanks on the pit stall, the driver would then have to get the churns, fill the car, get back in the car, off he'd go.
Of course, we're reminiscing, so Joe Bradley wants to jump in on this. Joe?
Hello there. I'm just wanting a bit of an update. Renger van der Zande might be able to give me that. The 66 Ferrari. We saw your teammate Mark in a bit of a fracas, let's say. What's the report? Is it all good?
Yeah, he was hanging in the ropes, wasn't he? So, yeah, no, that doesn't look good at all. But he just got tangled. He spun him around and they got him out of the gravel. He's going again, so no trouble at all. We're still going in circles here in Le Mans.
Fingers crossed.
We do have a steward's decision on that contact. Car number 93, that is Zachary Robichon, drive-through penalty for causing a collision. So no matter how you look at that, the green Porsche not having a great Le Mans and now needs to do a drive-through to top it all off. That seems to be a bit of salt in the wound.
Yeah, I'm not sure I actually agree with that entirely. I think Mark Kwame, a lovely guy, but lapping pretty slowly and would have been braking pretty early for that corner, and 2/3 of the way down the inside for Robichon, and I understand why they're giving it to him, but I think he'll be feeling slightly aggrieved by it.
Right, so we're green again. I honestly cannot remember when that came out, and I'm terrible at remembering that, and I keep cutting out slightly. I don't know why. Though, that's a little bit too low. Though that sounds a little bit better. I think I found the perfect harmony for it. Only took me, all day so far. And I just had the realisation that here in the UK it's still morning. I feel like it's a lot later than morning. I literally thought it was like 2 o'clock.
Well, you would. Anyway, hello. Just getting close out there. Little spin out there from one of the Ferraris we saw, but it's going quite well at the moment. I'm about to go over to Formula 1.
Good. I'd rather be doing Formula 1 because I have so much more notes. I have my timing screen then. No, I cannot. Also, you'd never give up doing Formula 1 in a million years.
Go back over to them.
Right, I'm going to cut back over to Radio Le Mans.
Tête Rouge, is it not, Paul? Or no, going into the first chicane, actually, so on the straight in between Tête Rouge and the Daytona chicane. It was quickly removed, though. Yeah, not a great race for inter-Europol competition. The 34 in particular started off warm-up yesterday with some sort of fluid, I think it was, that was referenced in the cockpit, emitting not great smells. So Alex Brundle actually popping open his door coming down the Mulsanne straight. It's been a rough week for them. Just getting to the end will be a win for that team.
But they were featuring quite well, actually, at the beginning. They were one of the people that one of the teams, the Inter-Europol competition team, that I thought I was quite surprised. I mean, you remember we were talking about David Hannemeyer Hansen mixing it with the United Autosport cars, and I thought they were pretty much at the sharp end, and then it all just seems to have slowly unravelled.
You're not alone on that. Joe Bradley agrees.
Yeah, the 34, it's fired. So it's in the garage and it's fired. However, got to switch it off. Got to bring it back out onto the apron, swivel it around through 90 degrees, point it in the direction it's heading, bring it off the jacks, then it's got to fire again. So, at the moment, jacks go up, dollies are pulled out, Car goes off the jacks. Here we go. Yay! Music.
Joe is somebody who does rather like that team, if for nothing else, the bright livery. It's very easy to see in the pit lane at night, so whenever you're trying to call a pit stop and there's just headlights coming at you, it doesn't take very long for your eyes to refocus and realize that the Inter-Europol competition cars are in. Another one of those cars that's very easy to identify is the number 54A, of course, Ferrari. This is the silver one with VistaJet on the side. That's because Thomas Floor is one of the drivers, and he's also the CEO of VistaJet. Thomas is quite an interesting character. I really do enjoy him. His childhood dream was to compete in the East African Safari in a Porsche, and he has realized that dream, but he loves racing Ferraris, and he is rather Ferrari crazy. He wants to win Le Mans in a Ferrari now. That is his next goal, and right now sitting just outside of the top 5 in that car.
And he's the leading Ferrari in the GTE Am class, and he's been doing the World Endurance Championship now for several seasons. In fact, he was doing it when I was there with Red River Sport in the 1920 season, and he really enjoys it. And sometimes slightly inconsistent, but there are days when he is incredibly fast, and he really, as you say, really loves his motorsport.
I just had a question for Paul Truswell. When the points are awarded for this race, they're double points for the WEC competitors, correct?
Yes, I think it's double. It's a different scale. I think it's double.
But for the WEC competitors, the other interlopers do not receive any points, correct?
Correct.
So therefore, we are looking at TF Sport with the number 33, potentially, if the race were over right now, receiving the most amount of points. Well, second place is WeatherTech Racing. They aren't in the WEC. So then second place points would go to the 77 Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche in third. Third place points would go to the fourth place Northwest AMR Aston Martin in fourth. Fifth place right now is not in the WEC. So fourth place points would go the way of that 54A, of course, Ferrari, who have already had a pretty decent season in the WEC. That could impact the championship.
Which is another reason for wanting to finish this race.
Exactly.
You know, it's all very well saying, well, we may not finish on the podium, but there are World Championship points to be awarded. It tends to be what you look at as a second best if you've had a bad race. I understand that. But with the non-WEC competitors effectively being invisible for the point scoring, it does mean that even though you may not be on the top 3, you may well be in still with a chance of scoring a hatful of points. We had a pit stop a few moments ago from the race leader, Ria Hewakawa, in the number 8 car, came into the pits. Perfectly routine pit stop, was a full service for the number 8 car, and has now been handed over to Sebastian Buemi. That means that the gap first to second is down to 1.5 minutes. So both the leading Toyotas on the same lap, separated by 1 minute and 34 seconds at the moment, so a little bit over 1.5 minutes, but not much. However, not very long before Kamui Kobayashi. In fact, at the end of this lap, I expect Kamui Kobayashi in the number 7 to come in for his equivalent.
Thank goodness. Because the Radio Le Mans thing was really grating into my head just then. I had to take my headset off.
Oh, hello.
I had to take my headset off because the Radio Le Mans was literally grating into my head. They're so loud. I don't know why. It's peaceful now. Hold on. Better.
Oh, hey Megan.
Hi. Hold on. Don't mind the Pringles.
You came with food. I had to eat before I got here.
Joshua made me take the food.
Fair enough.
I don't think I have a stand for it. I'm gonna have to put it like that.
No, I better just check that I've not completely gone sideways since coming in. No, I'm saying I'm coming through loud and clear. So hello everyone. Hello. Oh, am I too quiet? I can speak louder if that helps. I think Richie was moaning that I was too quiet. That might have been before I got here. I wasn't paying attention. But anyway, welcome back to coverage from 24 Hours of Le Mans with Edward Hunter, that's me, and Megan Birch, that's her. And we are into the last 3 hours, I believe, and 2 of those 3 hours will be spent in the good company of myself and Megan. So Megan, I've been following a bit of World Endurance Championship highlights on YouTube, which haven't been the most revealing of what's been going on. But shall we go for a very, very brief status update of the runners and riders? Well, runners and riders, well, they're all drivers. So, so I guess LMP1, LMP2, GTE Pro, and then GTM.
Yeah, it appears like in the Hydrocar, the only team that are actually, killing it like a lot are the Toyotas. Though also the Gleekenhouse are really well. It seems like they've only both got one team up there. That's actually like okay. And it's don't know what's wrong with this. Hold on. Is that louder? Because I feel like it's been very low.
Okay, sorry, Megan, you broke up on mine, so I'm going to assume you said something really insightful there. There we go. Okay, you seem to come back. It might be my end that I got too many tabs open, because I've been trying to desperately get
I think it's
Josh's Sky Go details in so I can see the coverage.
I think it's this headset.
No, let's not say it on stream, because then everyone will use it.
Yeah, I think it's this headset because it keeps cutting
Oh, okay,
out
so
and
it's
it needs to
not
be
just
updated
mine.
soon. Yeah, so it might be both. Because it keeps cutting out on me in my ears. I keep just hearing me cut out. Especially when
Okay,
I'm
well, let's
online.
hope it holds on for the time being.
I hope it does.
Because if it's cutting out for you, it's almost certainly cutting out for the audience at home.
Exactly.
This has gone very well so far. It's a pleasure to work with you again, Megan. And I have to say,
there's a yellow.
I can hear whenever there's someone's trying to contact and send messages to Megan on her phone, it buzzes through the table and it's very audible. But,
I put it on the.
but anyway, what was I going to say?
There's a yellow.
I was going to say that Josh and I, our touring car team, because it's technically a family team, Hunter Boat Simulation, so I guess you've got a stake in it as well.
Yay!
As well as my brother, I guess.
The siblings are going to take over.
We actually got... we got a new driver. We got Mia Rose on board from Australia, and she is absolutely dynamite. And I was always really impressed. I basically asked her out of the blue, "Oh, do you want to fill in?" Because one of my drivers can't be there, and she was like, "Oh, well, I haven't raced in like 6 or 7 weeks, so I'll just do it to stay sharp." And then she did really well, and actually won the first race, and then climbed up to I think 4th in the reverse grid race, where it was the whole grid that was reversed.
Yeah.
So very impressive by Mia Rose, but also by our other driver, Liam Rance, who leads the championship. Liam's been doing very, very well as well. But he's going to miss the next one, and Alessandro, who had to miss the last one, who was replaced by me, he's coming back. So it's quite likely that the lead will swap again. It's probably going to be Alessandro or Liam that wins the ERC British Touring Car Championship. So anyway, but that's got nothing to do with real racing. So let me just see if I can negotiate Sky Go, because I don't think I've ever used it before.
You get used to it after one go. But there's a slow zone gone down because car 60, hold on, that is the Iron Lynx team. They have crashed into the wall, it seems like, and brought out a slow zone. Crashing kind of dramatic.
Who's crashed into the wall, Megan? Because it
Car
cut out
60.
right when you said the name.
60
of
the Iron Lynx.
The 60. Okay, Iron Dames or Iron Lynx?
Iron Lynx.
That's what they're called, yeah. Sorry, I'm just getting on top of the names myself. I tried to do a brief run through all of them, but I'm gonna struggle to remember. That's it, yeah. I think Iron Dames had a collision with AMP2 earlier on in the night, didn't they?
I think they did,
and that was what really set them back.
That's why they're so far down the field, which is... Oh, actually, no. I think they've climbed their way back up. Because I just seen they're in 8th now. Yay, they've climbed their way. Well, it's not a surprise, actually, that they've climbed their way back up. The amount of slow zones there have been today. It's been a nightmare. I had half an hour long slow zone earlier when I was covering on my own.
Oh dear. Oh, I'm sorry about that, but at least you got someone to talk to now.
Yeah, I'm not lonely anymore.
Even if.
Right.
There we go.
You got it?
Yeah, I can't get into Sky Go unfortunately, so I can't get in because the password that Josh has sent me, it seems to be wrong. I gotta try a few different ones. It might be that I've got the caps lock on, and that's what's messing it.
Probably. You watch it. It's the caps lock.
No. I've tried about 4 combinations of the password that Josh has sent me, and all of them are wrong. And I think he also said he's not sure what it is. He can't remember. So he's giving me what he thinks it is.
I hope he remembers.
Which is.
He wrote it down, which is the thing. I don't know where.
By the way, nobody on the room can see this, but I've got a great view of the light fixture at the Pringles can.
You just broke up as you said that. I think it's both ends.
Oh, Megan, are you still there?
Yeah, you broke up kinda.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't think it likes the fact that I'm trying to get into Sky Go. I might just get a timing screen because most of this is looking at timing screens anyway. I've done commentaries like that. It's a bit dry, but you can do it.
I've done one like that too. I did it for the practice one of the Indianapolis 500.
All right. Well, Megan's got the pictures, and I will look at the timing then to see if there's any. Oh no, wait. I need to log in. Oh no, I can actually see it for free. Okay, all good.
Technology on motorsport weekends. You notice how it never acts up during the weekdays, though then motorsport. Sorry, it's got to act up.
It's never active during the weekdays, and then something. I'm not sure which mic that I might actually be picking up your phone mic from my end, Megan.
I'm not sure.
It's
like,
slightly
I've stolen Joshua's phone.
That must be Josh's phone. Sorry. So I'm picking up not only the messages notification buzzes, but also Radio Le Mans in the background, and then very faintly in the background there's you, Megan. So.
Yeah, Joshua has a lot of notifications that always come through, so that's gonna probably have to be.
Okay, some of them are me, admittedly. Anyway, we just gotten to 12, so we're actually on the hour now.
Yay! 3 hours.
So we've only got 2 hours to go. But oh well, it's certainly been a long race as expected. Hopefully, I feel like Baku as well is going to be quite long as well. Whenever I get around to watching that afterwards, because it always seems to be.
Because Joshua
red flag,
taking over.
Oh,
I told Joshua earlier, just like, please don't be a red flag there. He said, you'll have to take over if there's a red. I'm just like, okay. Be prepared for that.
I'm gonna just get up the stream, that way I can see if there's any chat messages to keep us company. But it's certainly, I can tell I've not had any coffee today. But just it's been obviously as expected, really, an hypercar. Sorry, I keep calling it LMP1 because it's about. We also have hypercar class in ERC Endurance Championship, which we're also going to enter in the GT3s, not hypercars. But I'm looking forward to that. And obviously here it's been 1-2 basically for the 8 and the number 7, and it looks like. Because when I think at the start of the race, number 7 was leading, and I think after a couple hours, number 8 jumped them, and now they have a lead of almost a lap. Was it 3 minutes 19 at the moment?
I think it is. Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wonder if that's the gap or is that the lap. No, it's definitely the gap because it's gone up to 3:20 now.
Yeah, I think 8 started on pole, and then I think they lost it. And then 7 took over, because when I came into the box, like after I did qualifying, 7 was in the lead, and then 8 took it over, like straight away after. I don't know how.
It was very, very close earlier on between the two, but it seems the number 7 crew, Mike Conway, Jose Maria Lopez, and Kobayashi, if I remember right.
Yeah, Kobayashi, yeah.
Basically because I think they won last year, didn't they? After losing out the year before with the puncture. So it looks like now the number 8 is sort of taking advantage. And great to see Sebastian Buemi up there because he's really been struggling in Formula E especially. So he needs a little bit of a confidence booster. And it looks like the number 8 crew is finally getting that. Meanwhile, then of course in third in class, looking good for a podium, but with no one really challenging behind is the Glickenhaus number 709 of Richard Westbrook at the wheel. And then we got LMP2. Roberto Gonzalez, I believe, has just gotten on board the 38, which has been leading pretty much the entire way from the number 9 Kramer with Lorenzo Colombo at the wheel. Colombo, that's an interesting name. Sounds a bit like a detective. But yeah, it's that the lead there in that class is 1 minute 22, so much smaller than the lead in Hypercar. Or Hypercar H, to give it its full class title, with the Toyotas having Hypercar H, Glickenhaus just being a regular Hypercar. We're hopefully going to see more Hypercars next year, as more and more manufacturers have signed up to this rule set.
We need more hypercars. It's
we know,
very fun.
yeah, because we know Porsche, Peugeot. Porsche have already started testing, haven't they, for their hypercar concept? We know Peugeot have signed up. There was a rumor, I think, that Ferrari were interested.
Yeah, Joshua mentioned that, I think, a few hours ago to me, saying about how Ferrari were looking into it. And honestly, I think that Ferrari might suit with Hydra cars, especially because of they both have the same colour of red. That's one positive. And it's two, they have that kind of edge to them now, like all around. Like every Ferrari team is just like, okay, this year's a year of us.
Okay, sorry, Megan, your voice really broke up towards the end, but I got the first half of that about Ferraris being red.
I need this headset needs replacing.
But anyway, there we go. I agree on that.
We've been talking about.
Luckily, that I got a Blue Yeti mic. Yeah, I'm quite lucky because Formula Sim Racing, who are actually doing some delayed races from earlier in the season because they had a DDoS attack a couple of races, so they've been having to rerun them. And originally, I was hoping to do some commentary with them because somebody dropped out, and they said, "Nah, we'll just get somebody else to commentate on both of the races." And I felt a little bit not put out, but a little bit kind of, "Oh, okay, fair enough."
I'd have put up a lot of fuss.
I knew I had this coming up, so I wasn't.
I'd have been like, do you know what?
I don't know. I feel like it's.
I'm gonna argue.
I feel no. What I said instead was, okay, but let me know if the situation changes and you need me because I can pump in on the last minute. Because I had to do that earlier round at Spa. I was doing the Academy Championship, which is the lowest of the 3 categories, and then I did the Pro Series as well, which is the middle one. And because the guy who usually commentates on Pro did a race and is like, "Oh, I'm too nervous. You do the commentary." But he's a lovely guy though, and he was the one who actually got me the mic, so I got some 2 little opportunities there.
A lot of positives there.
So outside of LMP, because there were a lot of obviously there were a lot of LMP cars starting the race and a lot of stragglers. The Alpine, of course, which is leading hypercar class with Nicolas Lapierre at the wheel, still in the race, but 18 laps down on the next car, I think, down in 26th position overall.
I feel really
so
bad for
very,
the
very imperative for Alpine Alpha team that they finish the race, of course.
I feel quite bad for Alpine.
Yeah, just really constant problems, and it always seems to be the way at Le Mans.
I think maybe instead of cursing Brendan Hartley.
It's interesting because I've been reading a book that gone.
Yeah, I've definitely cursed.
Brendan Hartley's in this race somewhere, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's in
I'm not sure which. I can't remember. Oh, of course, in the Toyota, isn't he?
Yeah, although I feel like I haven't been cursing him a lot.
Yeah, because I keep thinking Brendan Hartley is the Porsche driver.
It's soon being a Porsche driver, actually.
It sounds like Eurosport have gone to ad break in the background.
It has.
But yeah, so no, the curse of Brendan Hartley holds for now, and like you say, is transferred over to the Alpine. I don't know. I never really believe in curses and luck because I always find. I think the most toxic term in racing, in my mind, well, not the most toxic term, but a term that annoys me rather personally, is so and so deserve the win there, or people. They're sort of because it reeks of entitlement. B, it sort of means that you don't have to put the work in because you sort of say, oh, I would have got that if such and such had gone my way. But fact is, it didn't. So you didn't deserve it, if I'm being honest. Admittedly, there are things that happen out of your control, but yeah, go on.
That reminds me of Max last time out in F1 because he was like,
in Monaco.
Let me go through. Yeah, in Monaco. Just like, let me go through, I'm faster. Just like, due to Perez winning the race, I highly doubt that.
Well, he can't. In the end, they had signs in between as well, so
yeah,
signs would probably have won. It was literally only because was it Latifi who he came out right behind.
Yeah.
And so it was literally only because of that and I think Leclerc also got held up a bit at one point by Albon at another point in the race. Anyway,
keeping an
so
eye
behind
on
the
Josh
prototype, of
as well.
course. Yeah. Behind the prototypes, we've got GTE Pro, currently being led by Gianmaria Bruni in the Porsche GT team. The official, that's the factory Porsche, of course, the number 91, the 911 RSR. And they are leading Ferrari AF Corsa number 51 by 53.8 seconds at the moment. I believe the 51 was leading earlier and had a puncture.
They're leading by a lot.
Put them back. So yeah, but it is a pretty tight, one of the tighter leads then. In fact, I think it's the tightest in the field between AF Course 51 and Porsche GT 91. So it'll be interesting to see how that, because they're great rivals, of course. It always seems to be in GTs that it's Chevrolet, Ferrari, and Porsche, and sometimes Aston Martin when they enter, fighting it out for victory, which is always entertaining to watch. It is Porsche and then a load of Ferraris behind them. Then GTE AM, we got Ben Keating leading for TF Sport 33, and he is about 1 minute 14 ahead of Thomas Morrill in the WeatherTech Racing number 79. So Ferrari leading at least in AM, if not in Pro, and they're looking pretty. Exactly, yeah. And it's interesting because I got a book about the Ferrari 312. Which was obviously a sort of smaller kind of 3-liter car.
Yeah.
Back when they were changing the rules in the 70s to sort of, it was sort of just at the tail end of the era of the 512S and the Porsche 917, which you can probably see on the shirt that I'm wearing, Megan. And if you've got the video thing up, but you probably can't because. Oh, you do, okay. But from the Steve McQueen The One movie, but the 312 was, and later the 312 PB was basically a Ferrari's attempt to sort of, Enzo Ferrari sort of kind of did what they did in Formula One in '61, where basically they saw that the rules are going to change for a smaller engine capacity in smaller cars. And the British teams were all busy, the garages, as Enzo called them, were all busy complaining and trying to change the rules. And then they failed, and then by the time they failed, it was too late to really design a competitive car because Enzo had already got the jump on them.
Just like
and the 312,
procrastination.
Very interestingly, was sort of not entered at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We'll go. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, but I'm sort of simplifying the story quite greatly. But it is kind of interesting the way Enzo's machinations kind of worked out. But the 312 was actually sort of designed just for the shorter sort of 4, 6, 8, maybe sometimes 10-hour races. It was never designed for the full 24. And I believe the 312 only did. Oh, hey Josh.
Oh, hello. Sorry, just coming in.
Oh, it's a bit like a horror movie, you know, when Jaws creeps in. Just Joshua crawling over the top of the phone.
Yeah, you just. Joshua's just like, why can't I hear anything on the radio?
I was just nattering on about the Ferrari 312. And because we're talking about Ferrari entering the hypercar class potentially in the future.
I think maybe he had something turned down. I hope he had the volume turned down instead.
I'm not sure why Josh is here. That would indicate Baku something's gone wrong in the first 10 minutes.
No, I've got hold on, let's just do a little checkup on Baku because I've got it on my phone.
Well, I'm planning on watching after, so I don't want to have it spoiled too much.
It seems I'm not going to say the calm word. I can tell you there's no red or anything like that just yet. So
all right, so
watch.
Certainly Josh has just handed over to his dad, or your dad, rather.
Dad will probably be speaking.
Ooh,
a
I'd
lot.
forgotten. I keep forgetting that Sebastian Ogier is in this race in the LMP2. Is it the number 1? The Richard Mille Racing Orica.
I'll check. Hold on.
He's in the car at the moment, and he's about, I believe, 13 laps down on the next car.
What team is that again?
Mille Racing. Yeah, the number 1. It's down in 13th overall.
Hold on.
In LMP2, but he's, I think,
Yeah, I think it is.
about 9th in class then. As into the pits comes Alexander Lynn for United Autosports, Zach Brown's team, of course, number 23, which of course is running 4th in class. Alex Lynn, very, very experienced endurance driver. Had to leave Formula E, of course, because Mahindra had a big contractual problem. They signed Oliver Rowland. And yeah, it was a shame because Alex Lynn won the London E-Prix for Mahindra, and that's their most recent win as well. I think it's actually it is their most recent podium as well, because this season has not really gone to plan so far, with only a couple of points finishes for the Indian team. But yeah, Alexander Lynn, I think he got really annoyed about just being constantly put on the subs bench because he was really improving. It felt like he'd really turned a corner, and then the Mahindra ended up sort of dropping him because they'd already signed a long-term contract with Alex Sims, and they wanted Oliver Rowland when Oliver Rowland became available when he left Nissan. And there are a lot of people that felt they should have broke contract with Sims and kept Alexander Lim in the team. But of course, I think Alexander Sims, who we've also seen this race driving for Chevrolet, I think he's done, we saw in Berlin, he did a really, really excellent job where he almost got pole position actually in the first race in Berlin and ended up regressing to mean, falling down to 9th. But certainly, I always feel like people always like, oh, if you're not constantly performing all the time, they're a bit more critical. Or it only really takes one good result to get people to shut up sometimes.
It's just like...
anyway, always see a position change. I think, is that Cool Racing, who've gotten out, a couple of cars got out ahead of the United Autosports USA as Oliver Jarvis gets on board now.
We've gone green now in Le Mans.
Yeah,
finally.
in fact, Oliver Jarvis has gotten out just behind Ricky Taylor in the Cool Racing 37. So a great little battle for 4th in LMP2 then. Is he just behind or is he 2 minutes behind? No, he's showing him about 6/10 behind.
Oh, then... Yeah, probably just behind. I hope so.
Yeah, so he literally just come out from the driver change. So that's how narrow it is. Lorenzo Colombo has also come out the pits in the Prema, the number 9. He's about 41. I've misread most of the gaps earlier then, so Lorenzo Colombo is about 41 seconds down on Glickenhaus, which is then a minute 27 down on the Roberto Gonzalez. And Gonzalez, I believe, is the silver driver, whereas I think Da Costa's the gold driver in the Jota lineup.
I think you're right there about that. I'm not sure because like this.
Yeah, and it's interesting. That's the great thing about Le Mans is, in that it's not just for the pros but also for the amateurs as well, which is why we get the likes of Patrick Dempsey. You know, we had we also had what was his name? The guy who did Le Mans a couple of years ago, where after his accident that lost most of his limbs.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Frederic Sousseau, that was it, the amputee. Yes. So Sousseau finished. I think he did well just to finish. I think pretty sure he finished in like top 12, top 13 or something like that in LMP2, which was pretty impressive, all things considered. I just seen a message from Hunter Burke Simulation Chat where Mia Rose is asking for a setup from Liam Rance because Liam Rance has got a lot more experience with the GT3 car that they'll be using. I think that we went for the McLaren 720S because it was the easiest car to set up in the ERC Endurance Series. No McLaren 720S is here though in Le Mans. In fact, I don't think we've really seen McLaren a proper assault on Le Mans since the McLaren F1 in the 90s. Yeah,
we haven't seen it in
and
a
it's
long
interesting
time.
with Zach Brown.
I'd love to
because I think there is a rumor that McLaren are coming back because they had the option with Formula E that they've taken up because they're taking over the Mercedes FE squad, and there was also lots of rumors swirling around them because of Zach Brown's involvement really in LMP2 with United Auto USA. They might go for potential hypercar entry or equivalent as well, or even a GT entry, more likely.
Do you know who I'd like to see if McLaren did come back? I'd like to see Jenson Button in the car. It's like
It would certainly be a draw. I reckon they might go for someone who potentially they don't have to pay as much money to. Someone like Oliver Turvey's been with them for many years. And in fact, there are rumors that he might even sign for their Formula E team. I actually asked him once, and he was like, "Well, McLaren are a great team, but let's see if they enter or not." And he was quite cagey about that. Like Berlin last year, I think I just sort of got a lucky dip interview with them via Zoom, and in fact, it broke up. And it was funny because I asked the question where I think it was breaking up on my end for some reason because I was doing it from my granddad's old house, and I at one point I said because Tom Blomqvist was in the interview as well. And I said something like, Tom, you've outqualified Oliver about something like 6-4. So basically, because it was the last race, he had won the qualifying battle. And they both laughed because I don't think either of them been keeping track. And Oliver was like, "Oh, I didn't realize he beat me." And I think they were laughing more hysterically because my feed was breaking up and I probably sounded a bit like a robot.
I can imagine that. Sounding like a robot because of the feed.
They were very good, and I was very, very lucky to get that chat with them. And yeah, Tom Blomqvist, another great Formula E driver that sort of never really got a proper gig, a bit like Alex Sims, I guess. And but I thought he did a really, really good job. And it was quite funny because Jack Giordano was in Berlin and interviewed Tom Blomqvist after his final race in Formula E, or at least for now, where he got a point in the Neo. Basically, he said he qualified really well. And he basically said, we struggled with setup all day, and we tried something different for qualifying, and we just went, I think he used an expletive, F it, he said, and we decided to go balls to the wall, and we got into, I think he got very near to Super Pole, if not in Super Pole, in the final 5.
Well, at least
qualified about 5th,
close.
and then finished 10th in the end, so definitely a good final drive for Tom Blomqvist, although
it's quite good.
Turvey sort of consistently eclipsed him in the races at least, and the same with Dan Tickton too. But anyway, I'm trying to think where the next battle is that we need to keep on top of, because we sort of, in terms of Cool Racing, United Autosports, Cool Racing have pulled a half-second gap. Ricky Taylor started to do a really, really consistent job there. TDS are into the pits. TDS Racing Viant, which of course is the comic book, Michel Viant, with Matthias Becce at the wheel at the moment.
I wonder if it's going to be another
Team
driver
just exiting the pits now, right behind. They're actually a lap down now on it's showing on Penske and Emmanuel Collard.
Let's hope Penske actually gets a faster go at it soon. I can barely see the timing screen because of how tiny it is, and I'm on ad break, so I'm like having to squint to like try and find the people I'm trying to find. And it just
I've got all the timing on the big screen in my setup, which is not, admittedly, not especially sophisticated. It's not because I've got the big screen, and the problem is I've been trying to set up my Lego Formula E stop motion, and the problem is that it sort of very much feels, it gets in the way, and also if I shot with the screen just in the corner, it would feel a bit anachronistic. Where because it's supposed to be a medieval Formula E race, you wouldn't have a giant flat screen TV in the corner. But anyway, well, actually having Formula E cars in a medieval setting is by itself anachronistic now that I think about it. But that's the amount of thought I put into these. Anyway, Richard Mille Racing with Ogier in the pits. And Ricky Taylor's in the pits with Cool Racing, which hands LMP2 back to United Autosports.
I'm not as loud because I'm not put as loud, because it breaks up. Having to answer.
Oh no.
Having to answer why I'm not as loud because it breaks
Is your dad
up.
telling you to be quiet?
No, he's telling me to be louder. Because
okay.
It breaks up if I go too loud, like that. So
I could just repeat everything that you say, so
exactly.
that the audience can follow along. Okay, so Megan is saying that the audio breaks up when she turns it up too loud, and it becomes too distorted.
It
so, and I imagine Megan has not got the audio engineering skills that Josh has at his disposal.
No.
So. Well, maybe you do. I don't know, Megan. Okay.
I don't really. I don't have the audio skills, so if you want me to find someone on the internet, I'm very good at that. Like, Joshua gets scared of it.
Did you do media studies or film studies at college? Or
I
sixth
do
form,
neither.
sorry. Oh, okay, there we go.
I do law. I do law, psychology, and criminology.
Ooh.
Because I want to be
know
a
my brother
homicide.
did philosophy at university, so
I want to be a
he's
homicide
got a big degree in
detective,
that.
you see.
But it was sort of a joke of like, oh, what jobs can you get with a philosophy degree? The problem is he's done a lot of jobs that have not really required much of his philosophy degree. Like at the moment, he's actually I won't go into too many specifics. He probably wouldn't like me talking about his employment history on here because he likes to keep it to himself, which is fair enough. But I can talk about actually my employment history is even more depressing and empty. So mainly just employed kind of stuff and freelance editing work. But I'm doing something at the moment. I'm doing some. I'm working for a guy called Half Blind Gamer, who's a YouTuber who I followed for a long time. Good friend of mine from the Netherlands. And at the moment, well, we did a video a while back because he's got a chronic fatigue syndrome, as well as obviously the whole half blind kind of thing. Yeah. And he basically can't edit for very long. So the idea is he'll do the sort of he'll shoot his videos and aim footage and write the script and everything and do the voiceover, and I'll put it all together for him because that's obviously the tedious part. Yeah. And I think he really appreciates it. And he's a good friend, so I would do it for free, but he's also offered to pay me. At the moment, we're doing
You're just not going to give it up. I mean, if you want to get paid, so sure.
Yeah, at the moment we're doing an old CDI game, which was a Philips Compact Disc Interactive was the name of the console, and it was this infamously. You mainly had educational games on it, but they tried to branch out, and there was even infamously, there's a deal that Philips, who made the CDI, did with Nintendo, where they basically got to because they helped Nintendo with one of their titles somewhere, they got to make, they got the license to Mario and Zelda, Legend of Zelda. So they made some, and they made these, they made Hotel Mario, and I think 3 Legend of Zelda games. One of which, bizarrely, is a kind of live-action, full-motion video Legend of Zelda. All of them got really horrible cutscenes because they hired a company called Animation Magic to do the cutscenes for Hotel Mario and a couple of the Zelda games, and also the voice acting is very weird because Mario sounds like he's from Brooklyn rather than from Italy. And,
can you imagine Mario from Brooklyn?
But it's utterly bizarre when you watch these cutscenes. They became something of a meme that got sort of turned into loads of YouTube poops back in the day when people were first discovering it. But it's such a weird story. And anyway, another thing that happened on CDI was Hulk Hogan made a TV show in the 90s. I think it was basically a bit like Knight Rider, but with a boat, speedboat. It was called Thunder in Paradise, I think it was called. There was a CDI game made. They decided to make a tie-in game, which is also essentially the final episode because it got cancelled after 1 season because it was really bizarre and weird. Like a whole bunch of executives were smoking a whole bunch of illegal substances.
And watching The Godfather, I bet.
Possibly, yeah. And they sort of thought, well, you know what, we need to get Hulk Hogan and make a show about a talking speedboat that solves crimes. Water. And if you've ever seen The Simpsons, they did a sort of parody of this called, and sort of, I think it was a Night Boat, which was sort of kind of a parody of Knight Rider as well.
Yes.
And
I remember that
great
one.
There's a great joke, and it's like oh no, the bad guys are getting away. They're going into land. Oh no, we'll never follow them now. Oh look, a canal. There's always a canal.
I love that scene.
I don't know. I always love little parody, classic Simpsons as well from like the mid '90s. They always have
they're always
amazing little TV parodies like that as well. Or even like
I love it.
Kent Brockman, another favorite character of mine. It seems like the whole town is going into a mass panic. Professor, without knowing precisely what the danger is, would you say it's time for everyone to crack each other's skulls open and feast on the goo inside? Yes, I would, Ken.
I love it when it throws back.
I realise I haven't talked about the race in a while now.
Well, that's what me and Joshua do. Sometimes we can go like 20 minutes without even mentioning it.
Yeah, that's true. Has been going on a while. We still got 2.5 hours left in the race. That means about 1.5 hours left of our commentary stint, I guess.
Exactly, and
But,
it looks like everything. I'm not gonna say the things that always seem to make the drama happen, like the Q word, but it all seems to be balanced. That's a new word for it. Like balance.
Keyword stand for. Balanced, okay.
QUIET. That's what the Q word stands for.
Quiet.
Yes. Just don't reference it to the actual race and then it's fine. Otherwise then it always seems to go crazy.
You know, Megan, whispering doesn't quite work when you're already when it's hard to pick you up enough as it is.
I'm trying not to.
But I just about picked that one up.
See,
I know you've been going a long time. You've been a good trooper about this, I guess. I'm sure Josh appreciates.
Very earlier. He did say earlier that he does appreciate it, and I've got IndyCar later tonight too. But luckily, I've done my my psychology work, so that's good. It's finally not morning, thank goodness.
He paid Ferrari in the 708 hypercar for Glickenhaus is closing on Lorenzo Colombo. But of course, that's not for P2 and LMP2 because the hypercar is a different class. So it's basically Irani trying to make up a bit of just overall position in the race, going from 6th to 5th. And with the extra power of the hypercar, it should be just a matter of time, really, with the LMP2s. Although the LMP2s have put up more of a fight than I thought they would.
They have. I'm quite impressed by the LMP2s because I wouldn't have expected them to be this aggressive towards the hypercars. I feel like they're constantly just like gunning for them.
Well, I think they sort of think if they drop, because there's so few, if they drop out, then there's potentially an overall podium in it for them. Like that one year where was it Jackie Chan Racing were leading for quite a lot of it because all the LMP ones dropped out.
I think it was.
I think it might have been 2017 or 2018 or something.
Maybe.
I'm
really
bad. In which I mentioned. Go on, Megan.
I said I was just really bad at remembering what year races in my mind are.
Yeah. Well, 2016 was the Toyota one. I'm pretty sure it was the year after where basically only one of the LMP ones. I think it was the Porsche that won in the end overall, but the LMP2s nearly took overall victory at one point.
Yeah.
I said about Formula Sim racing earlier. We have just to give the schedule for that if anyone's interested. Even though I'm not doing the live commentary, it will be, I believe, Lewis McGlade, Ewan O'Leary, and Richard King. So there's a pro race at Silverstone, which is at 5:30. That's when the broadcast starts for that. Then World Championship, which is obviously the big category, and that's the one that I edit all the highlights for as well. You go on the Formula Sim Racing YouTube channel, you'll see highlights from all the World Championship rounds so far. That's at 7:45, so 7:45. So there's some really, really great drivers in that, and especially World Championship, Colin Spork, driving for a team called Unicorns of Love. Colin Spork, who was a former Team Redline driver, doing exceptionally well this season. I think he's leading by about 40 points or something like that. He's got 140 to, I think, Alex Siebel's second on like 100 points or so. So that's really going Colin Spork's way at the moment because he's won like the last 3 races in a row and he's won 4 races overall this season. They've only been about 5 rounds. So they're about halfway through the season. But that's going to be very interesting to see. That's Suzuka, I think, or Matsusaka, as they have to call it, because Formula Sim Racing are worried about the rights to using the name Suzuka. So everyone's like, oh, say Matsusaka instead, because that's the town that it's located. Looks like the overall race leader is just going out the pits. Blimey, putting fresh tyres and fuel in to go for another stint in number 8.
Let's hope that.
Leading by 2:43. That's the gap. 2 minutes 43 over Mike Conway.
Let's hope he can keep the gap up, though. Let's also hope he don't bin it, because we've seen quite a few like drivers come in again, like after having a long break, and then bin it, and it's not good.
So there's not phase. We've still got how many cars running in the race? At least 50 or so.
I'm not quite sure how many. I know for definite it was like 4, 5 out.
41, I think.
41. How?
Is it something like 41? Because are the Iron Dames the last one running, or is it Dempsey Proton in GTM?
Well, the Iron Dames are still in it, though. I know there was.
My time screen does have retirements. There we go. We've
At
got
least
54
7.
We've got about 54 still running because everyone behind the Duquesne team LMP2, Bradley, everyone behind him is retired. So WRT, Sing, number 64 and 63, Team Project 1, Inception Racing. I didn't realize that the Christopher Nolan film from 2008, Inception, had a racing team in GTM. But there you go. Spirit of Race, number 71, This Station, 777, and Team Project 1, number 46 as well. So both the Team Project 1, so 56 and 46 out of the race. But yeah, not that many retirements, all things considered, considering we're in the last 2.5 hours now.
Let's hope that it doesn't start to make up for lost time. This chair goes backwards and an
actually, the station are just showing us in the pit, so they might be trying to get that car out again in the Aston Martin Vantage, driven by, of course, Charles Fagg.
Let's hope that they manage to get
we'll have
that
to see. Yeah, because it just popped up as in rather than retired, so that might indicate that the Vantage has been repaired.
Good.
I believe they are this station the factory Aston team in this? Or is there no factory Aston team?
I'll check. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I heard ran out of power, and I panicked momentarily there, but that was just an ad in the background from Megan. Team Penske appeared, which lets TDS racing car in number 13 retake 8th position overall in the order, which is, of course, 4th overall. So there is a really good battle, for 4th, just behind the second Jota, between TDS, Team Penske, and United Autosports and Cool Racing. Those 4 cars, all just going back and forth in this sort of pit window.
I think everyone's going to start to pit a lot more right now, so hopefully that will shake up the field a bit, because they've gone a long time without pitting, and it can't be good for the tyres. And I feel like I've gone very echoey just now, so I think I'm going to put it a little bit closer to me. There we go. It sounds a bit better now. So I'm just happy we haven't had a yellow.
We could do with some like noise cancelling in the background, because I can do that in post-production, but unfortunately it's a bit hard to do that with live.
Yeah. Though as long as I talk
it keeps picking up the B in the background.
As long as.
Well, I don't know. In all honesty, I doubt all that many people are. I'm impressed with the amount of people that have tuned in. So thank you very much if you still are. I'm sure since Josh left, you've lost all interest in me talking, but hopefully Megan at least provides some incentive to keep going. There's some very loud, nice music going on the background of Megan's end. So.
Yeah. I just see an advert with alcohol in it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and see if I can find. The problem is with Josh's channel, is that when I look for it, it's showing me Baku, Azerbaijan, rather than us. So I can't actually see how many people are.
I can see it.
Here we go. Here we go. Part 3. 7 people watching. That is pretty insane. It might just be that the stream's going long enough that enough people have. They're saying on stream that they've been looking at the timing screens for the last hour. So.
Oh yeah. I keep forgetting to put it like this.
AB Play YT says, "I feel bad for you, Megan. You're." He's the misspell of that. You're missing out on Azerbaijan GP, Azerbaijan flag. A legendary thing has happened.
Ooh, what's
frozen
happened?
emoji. And then he says Megan was still on the timing screen. So I think I don't think I've actually been seen in the broadcast yet.
I don't have a way to put.
Well, they've seen you. They can hear me, which is, I guess, the important thing.
Yeah, I
But
don't
it's
have
a shame
way
because
to
I went and got the Racing His Life Steve McQueen shirt, and it's not even popped up on stream. So whatever. All that hard work putting that shirt on.
Let's see if Joshua can somehow
Anyway, we're
manage
getting
to put it back up.
Yeah, we're getting to near the end of the first hour of our commentary stint together. So only another hour to go. I don't know why I've left my light on, because if I'm not on stream, I could probably, cool off for a bit.
Not boil.
But anyway, how many laps has the leader done? 340. Sebastian Bohemian laps, the number 8 in the hands of Bohemian Company have completed. So we could well see nearly 4. Yeah, we probably unlikely they're going to get to 400 before the end, but we could definitely get to 360 to 380, somewhere in that region, depending on code 80s or, well, not code 80s. That's a ERC thing. Sorry, I'm still in sim racing mode in terms of my commentary. But obviously full course cautions and stuff like that. But our version of full course caution in ERC endurance is a code 80, where everyone's 6 to 80 miles per hour in first gear. A lot of people trying to save fuel by going into like second or third or fourth gear in at 80 miles per hour, and it's not allowed.
Do you know, I just imagined what Joshua would say to me being on the timing screens for like an
Sorry,
hour.
I'm thirsty there.
He'd probably be like, you do realise you just have to press button, what is it, 3, and then you'll be like on camera and just be like, yes, I know this. I just forget. But I hate how... Okay, this is Dad's headset I'm wearing right now, and I hate it because it needs repairing so badly. Because we've been needing to repair it for like a few days. Because I feel like it's messed up.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of there must be a spare one that your dad's using with Joshua in the other room doing Baku.
He's using
I guess
mine.
you've got the third of the worst of the 3 headsets.
He's using my headset, which I should have.
We should protest. We should start a campaign to buy a third headset, a Megan specific headset that Ian Birch can't steal off of you. Your father, of course, Ian Birch. Not my dad. My dad's downstairs watching the cricket. Which is also going on. I think it's England versus New Zealand. When I came up here, England were I think New Zealand had amazing first innings, and I think England at the moment, they were 127 for 1 when I came up here. So we'll have to see how that's developed. But Mike Conway comes in then. He just got the gap down after Bohemian's pit stop to 141, and I believe it's going to balloon back out again in LMP1.
Hopefully. Though, I'm really... Hold on. I'm going to get really close to the timing screen.
Yeah. Both of the GTE Pro drivers, leading teams have swapped drivers. Daniel Serra is on board the AF Course 51 in second in class, and Richard Leitz has gotten on board the Porsche 91. The gap 40 seconds between the two, so we could see GTE Pro go down to the wire here, which would be very interesting indeed.
They're repairing something on one of the, I think it's the Porsches. One of the Porsches. I can't tell which number it is.
Is it the Dempsey Proton?
It's a blue one.
77.
Blue,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah, black and blue. That's the 77 then. That's Sebastian Priaulx, who's of course Andy Priaulx's son. So clearly there's been an accident, and Priaulx has got the Dempsey Proton car in, and yeah, there we go. They've lost another place in the order to the Northwest AMR Aston Martin. So
I think it might have been.
I'm trying to remember the crew of the 77. Is Patrick Dempsey in this one, or is he in the 88?
Hold on.
I think it must be the other one, because the 77 is Christian Reed, Harry Tinknell, and Seb Priaulx.
Hold on, I will look for Dempsey. It's very difficult to find who he is. Not the 88.
Yeah, there you go. The 88 is Fred Pordad, Maxwell Root, and Jan Halen. So there must be another Dempsey car, or is he a team manager now rather than a driver? Patrick Dempsey.
Maybe a team manager's more likely. Though.
Yeah, but I think it was what's his name? movie and TV star. What's his name? That was doing the guy who was in
The guy who crashed earlier.
Fassbender. That's it. Yeah. Fassbender. Yeah. I think he's the guy. He's the celeb driver in the Porsche lineup now. I think he must have crashed out earlier. I guess so.
I think he did actually.
Forget which team he drives for though. Is my problem there.
Hold on. Try and search for the name. Do you know, I wish.
He definitely drives for
have
Porsche as
the first name.
Fassbender.
Oh, 93. Proton competition. Guys for Proton.
Okay.
Car 93.
So they're still in it, but quite low down. I'm just in front of the two Iron Lynx cars, I guess.
I think they crashed earlier on and they repaired it, or at least they spawned. There's a yellow.
Yeah, they're about.
There's a yellow
Ooh.
out. What's happened?
What's that for, I wonder?
Though it's gone green here again and now yellow again, so what's happened? Has someone spun onto the gravel or something? You watch, it's a big crash, it's not gravel. Oh. Is that it? Someone's on the gravel now. It's green again now, because I think they've gone off the gravel, and there's another yellow out.
Yeah, AV Play Game YT, who's been in the chat, he's getting a load of spoilers about the Baku Grand Prix, which I don't really appreciate. And he's also said, "I'm going to tell Josh that you were on the timing screen."
Good.
Bye, I'm a go tell.
Good.
And he's okay. So, well, I wouldn't have told if I had any input, but.
Tell him.
Oh, we got an interview in the background.
Oh. It looks like the person who caused the yellow locked up and then went onto the gravel around one of the corners.
Okay. Do you know who it is?
I thought I saw something 4. 79. It's the 79 WeatherTech Racing.
Okay, well, that would be the GT car, isn't it? 39. There you go, running it. It's that would be Sebastian Page, the 39, isn't it?
Yeah.
LMP2, driven by this Graf racing car. Yeah, that's down 38th in the overall order. Was about 17 seconds down on the Northwest AMR, and there we go. Dempsey Proton in Seb Prio. It's have overtaken them somehow. Slightly odd.
It is odd. So, I think it's all sorted now. So I would bring that. Then I would suggest bringing that car in because they're gonna need a change of tires now, and if they're locking up like that, then they definitely need it because maybe it's a lot more degradation, and definitely the gravel won't help that at all.
Interesting with tyre wear at Le Mans because obviously you've got the big Mulsanne straights, but also some pretty fast corners in there as well, like the Porsche curves. Indianapolis quite tricky on the brakes as well. Yeah, so certainly tyre wear is not. It's not. People sort of treat it as like a bit of a trifle matter, like you can just plunk on the hardest tyres, run as long as you can. But actually, your pace is quite important here at Le Mans. It's not always just about staying in. You've actually got to be really quick and keep those tyres alive as well as the stint goes on.
Oh, and
it's like
it's
more frantic discussion in the Hunter Birch simulation chat.
36.
Our drivers.
The Alpine had a very slow stop. They struggled to get the front left tyre off. I hate it when that happens because it just causes so much problems to the race, and I feel like it's a continuous factor. I'm saying contract with my Ferrari as well.
I say frantic discussion. The message that I just saw was one of my drivers responding to something that I'd asked him a few days ago, and he said, "Okay." But that's all good.
Right. So is anyone sliding now?
At Le Mans, it was interesting comparing Formula 1 tyre changes with Formula 2 tyre changes with Le Mans tyre changes because you get progressively less and less people allowed to work on the car in each of those. So that's why the Formula 2 stops are often a bit slower, and often you're more likely to see mistakes in a Formula 2 pit stop than an F1 pit stop. And with endurance, I think you're still. I don't know. I feel like it's such a well-oiled machine, these pit stops, that you very rarely ever see any kind of mistakes. But obviously, they've got more things to consider. Their reliability more of a factor, and often
It is.
the cars that win a Le Mans are the ones that are up that they can be repaired quite quickly, basically. Whereas if you've got something where we just got to hope it doesn't ever break, then what you tend to have is more of a problem. I think. I think the Le Mans 66 movie covered it quite well with them having basically replaceable brake rotors that they sort of swap out midway through the race, which was I wouldn't say the biggest innovation on the full GT40, but it's certainly a handy thing to have.
It is a handy thing to have, yeah. And I've seen, I think it was the 36, 36 passing the number 5. Alpine's really trying to make the way up the order, aren't they? They really don't want to be the last Hydra car in position, though. Hold on, let's just quick look. I saw that the
Got about another lap
77,
to make up though to the next LMP2.
Yeah, the number 77 has had work being done on it so far, on the underneath of the car near the rear, no, not the rear, the front right tyre, which maybe that's suspension problems. I hope not.
Is there something caught in there, Megan?
Must be.
Well, it's certainly going to be disappointing for Seb Prio and the 77 Dempsey Proton crew. But hopefully, it'll just be a matter of about 20 minutes or so, and they'll be back on track, back in action. They've still got a pretty big lead over the sister Proton, don't they, in the timing?
They do have quite a big lead.
They're about 10 minutes ahead.
I'm quite impressed.
They might be able to get it repaired in time, but they've certainly lost. They've lost a couple of positions already, haven't they, in the order, in the GTM order?
Yeah,
because they were sort of
last.
in the mix up until that happened.
At least they aren't last in the order, though. That would have been painful. Just gonna check up on.
Is that the Costa? I can hear it in the background.
Yes, it is the Costa. Exactly right. He's having an interview.
See, I'm very good at recognizing his voice from Formula E. In fact, people on stream probably can't see this, but here we go. Here's Da Costa's Formula E car. Logo. And there's Antonio at the wheel. I actually had something made a couple of years ago, a sort of custom little figure, when Antonio Da Costa was a Team Aguri driver.
Oh, wow.
And all that's loud.
I like that.
There he is, with the old Golf livery that Team Aguri had in like their last season. But that's really cool because I was a big Team Aguri fan. And I've still got a big soft spot for Techeetah, really. It is a shame that they're losing DS at the end of the season by the sounds of things. Big changes coming in for Gen 3. DS and John Byrne going to Dragon. Mercedes being replaced by McLaren. Then we got Apt coming back in with, I believe, Porsche powertrains. Oh, no, Mahindra, sorry, powertrains. Then we got Andretti with Porsche powertrains. Envision with Jaguar powertrains, bizarrely. Venturi becoming Maserati, essentially.
I've just found something out about
And
this
I think those are the big changes. Oh no. Well.
Also, do you want me to tell you how many laps are in by?
How many laps are we in?
25. Which,
Okay, right. So we're about a good way in there.
yeah, about halfway now. Though, that's actually... You're going to have a good race, I think, because I didn't realise until I looked down. Right, so there are 2 hours and 9 minutes left to go, and it's... I think that... I have a feeling that someone else is going to retire soon. I have a bad feeling. I feel like it's going to be one of the others.
Just drop out the sky. Well, we had the Dempsey Proton that had trouble. I know Interpol Europol competition. Inter Europole competition. Number 43 is in the pits at the moment.
Ooh. I had a feeling it might be one of the LMP.
That's interesting. United also Sports USA also in Philippe Albert.
Oh, I just realised something. In second in the LMP2.
No, actually,
standings, Kubica.
Also, all of the Jarvis getting just come out in the other United Eurosports.
Oh, someone's coming into the pit lane. It looks like. Who is it? Oh, and we don't get to see it. I think it's car 13.
At this point, we could probably just put your. He could just do the commentary for us. You and me could sit back and just interject now and again.
Probably. Hold on. I just realised that Kubica is
back on board the number 9.
Yeah, and it's in second.
He is, yes, overall. I think the Glickenhaus did overtake them, and it's about a lap ahead.
It is. So I'm so proud.
And the Glickenhaus is actually catching Roberto Gonzalez. So Glickenhaus looking good for 3rd and 4th in the overall order. Which, considering the issues both cars have had, that's actually a pretty good job.
It is quite impressive.
Looks like it's going to be a while before the Glickenhaus is really competitive, though. With the
right, so that's who was going in the pit
and
lane.
As for Alpine, it definitely feels like their goal at the moment is literally just to make it to the end and get some hypercar points
to survive.
You can stay in the lead of the championship, of course.
But can they survive it? I don't know, because they've had problems constantly. You watch this.
I think so.
Crash.
It's just a matter of out of trouble, really, isn't it? As a TDS racing coming to the pits, Matthias Betch could be coming to the end of his stint at number 13.
And I've gone to an ad break.
My commentary's not been too great, but you can only really do so much when you've only got the timing screen to work with, really. Megan's my eyes, and
you just lost your eyes because I can't see anything because it's gone on an ad break.
Yeah, I thought you were about to say I can't see anything because I've been doing this for too long. Nick Cassidy in GTE Am, I believe, has just set a personal best or class. It's a personal best, yes. 3:53.6 in the number 54. And I believe he's just got in front of Ricardo Pera in the GR racing quite recently. So that's for 39th position overall.
62 positions and in total, and I keep forgetting that because I can only see the top 28 on my tiny screen. So we've lost quite a few, so we also haven't. It feels weird because we've lost an entire team already of the Corvettes because they're no longer gonna race, which I find that sad. I do find it sad that Corvette lost both their
I find
drivers.
what? Sorry? Your phone keeps buzzing. I'm not sure if the people on the broadcast can hear. People on the broadcast hear whenever you get a notification on Josh's phone because
I'm not sure.
near constant. It's like impossible to hear sometimes.
I don't think they know. It is annoying.
Alright, I'm going to listen back to the stream now. Right, no, I was going to listen to it on my phone, and now it's trying to do smarter trader ads from like contests. Has done Formula 2 heights. Right, okay, there we go. That's more like it. Right, that's this. I didn't realize Josh had ads on there, and of course he doesn't. It's a lot better on stream actually. In terms of I can't hear, because of the people at home can't hear the constant TV ads, phone messages. I'm not sure.
Have to suffer.
It's hard because I can't pick out when the phone messages are happening on the stream. I can hear the table vibrating a bit, that's for sure.
Yeah, so can I. I actually don't know what that is. Hold on.
Oh.
I think it's my laptop causing it to.
Anyway, I suppose we should find something else to talk about.
Yeah, because right now I've just got a giant ice cream on the screen. Which is weirdly sponsoring and phone.
Stretch. Oh.
I just checked on the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. We're on lap 29 now of 51, so they're getting there. Oh. Like every single time I look in here, there's something new to look at.
Yeah, by the time the race ends, we should be just about finishing here.
It looks to be doing okay.
Yeah, my dad has done the because he's watching the cricket. My dad is watching the cricket right now, so that means that effectively he's sort of doing the same as me, missing the Grand Prix, and he's going to watch it afterwards, which works for me, honestly. I'll tell you something I'm really happy about. We've got to fill the last hour, so I've got to tell a whole bunch of stories, and I guess you've got to react.
Well, I love stories.
Yeah, okay. I could tell you about just things I've been up to, because I talked a bit about my new job. I've sort of just me helping the half-blind gamer out of all these gaming videos. Well, not all of them, but ones that need editing mainly. But I've also been doing my. Has Josh ever told you about the podcast that I did? It's all about Douglas Adams and
Yeah,
Gently.
I think he has, yeah.
Which is, of course, Douglas Adams, the sci-fi author who did Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and a whole bunch of other things as well. And he did a series of detective stories about a guy called Dirk Gently who solves mysteries and crimes in a sort of interesting way, because he believes in the fundamental interconnectedness between all things, that basically if you just follow a thread, no matter how tangential, it'll lead you to the solution. So it's like
maybe I should
this cat's gone missing. Well, I'm going to go to the shops and buy something, because something will happen at the shops that will lead me to the next thing I need to do, and eventually after a chain of events I'll find the missing attitude. The problem that always outside the box. Hope that connect everything, sort of weird disparate threads, and basically I found out was because unfortunately Doug Adams passed away in 2001. So a lot of and he was only about 48 or so, in his late 40s basically.
Oh jeez.
And
that's young.
Actually, the TV adaptations that have been made of Dirt Gently have happened in the years after Douglas passed away in his gym in Montecito, California. I think he had a heart attack, if I remember correctly. But it was just really unfortunate. And essentially, I thought that Douglas hadn't been involved in any of the adaptations, because obviously, I found in the is I sound like a crazy person on the stream, because they probably can't hear any of that.
Yeah, because it keeps breaking up for some reason.
Essentially, what I found in Douglas's archive was a script from 1998 that he got someone else, a guy called Kim Fuller. Okay, am I sounding okay on your end though?
Yeah, now I think
because I don't want to have to repeat the story. It's quite long-winded.
I think it's solved itself. I think it solved itself now.
Okay, right. I'll just carry on. Just as I say that, Josh's phone is continuing to go crazy. Yeah, there we go. Another message. I know. You know what it is? It's probably that Josh is in like 50 WhatsApp group chats and 60 Discord groups or whatever. Or
it's Twitter.
It's probably one of those things, and he's just never turned notifications off on his phone. Not me. Actually, Twitter. I tend to be just not in that many. Oh, it's Twitter. That's it. Okay, no wonder. Because he's got. That's how he gets his audience in. No wonder. Hello, everyone. Just randomly clicked from Twitter. Hope you're enjoying 24 Hours of Le Mans. I'm just telling a story to pass the time. The leaders, it's still number 8 leading. And why am I shouting? Because Megan's TV is going completely crazy. It's still number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing, driven by Sebastian Buemi, leading. 346 laps completed. Over its sister car, driven by Mike Conway.
it's still Roberto Gonzalez in the 38 Jota. The Jota Sport leading from Prema by quite some margin. Then in GTE Pro, it's still Richard Leeds leading for the 91. It's Ben Keating, the TF Sport, who still leads in the Aston Martin.
We have a driver change for Gleekenhouse 709.
The background, I can't hear anything. It is so bloody loud.
Driver change.
It's awful. You need to get a better. If you have 3 people who are doing commentary, you need like 3 decent mics.
Well,
it shouldn't be that hard.
It's
guys.
easier for us.
I could even use my old mic. I'm not using it.
It's easier for us because we're.
Up to you. I mean, it's not the greatest, but it's pretty decent.
It's easier for us because we're all usually in the same room, so it's easier. Although it used to be hell when Dad used to be, like, not in the garage.
Okay.
It was
yeah,
so much
he's just
hell.
commentating on the same thing.
You won't believe the amount of problems that we actually had with that. It was like at least once a week we had a problem with it. Though now, don't have that problem. Apart from this headset, which we all agree that needs replacing. Oh, there's a robin outside. Bye-bye, robin. Yeah, because I've got a window open. Well, the curtains
A robin outside. Oh no.
I love watching.
Yeah, we got lots of we seem to have. Basically we did the whole of May where Mum read an article that said, oh, people are deciding not to mow their gardens in May to help with biodiversity. So I basically didn't mow, and then we had hugely tall grass, and I had to mow it all in last week basically. And it was took me a long time. I had to make several trips to the garden bin, but I got it done. It looks very nice now.
Good. I think when I'm older, when I get when I have to deal with mowing the grass, I will be so lazy with it. I'll probably do it once a month.
When you have to what, sorry?
When I have to mow the grass, I'll probably be lazy with it and do it once a month. I'll just it's fine.
Okay.
But again, I will be
yeah.
I will be
a lot of the time I'm having to guess what you're saying, Megan. I'm picking up most of it, but now and again I miss key information.
Yeah, but it's because I obviously won't have a lot of time because I plan to go into the police, so I'll always be on call. So
Wait, what's this about going to the police?
Just I was talking about mowing the lawn and how I probably wouldn't have a lot of time to do that when I'm older, so I'll probably do it once a month because
I love how, by the way. Okay. Oh, when you're older, for some reason I was talking about these. You actually
it's breaking up for me now too.
This is like having a conversation through a very, very long drain pipe or something.
It's like the first conversation on a phone call.
Yeah. Is this a Discord thing or is this a me thing?
I genuinely don't know anymore. I don't know what's the matter with it.
All right.
I think it might be the amount of technology that's actually on.
Hit me bang on the table once.
Bash the table.
The fact that Josh is doing a separate thing in the
yeah, that could
is good stuff.
That could actually be it.
Yeah. This is why most people. This is the problem with Grand Prix clashing with Le Mans. The problem is that most people, I think, are probably watching Baku because Le Mans. It's not. It's the sort of thing you tune in and out of as well, where it's more.
Yeah.
Great event for the drivers. In terms of a spectator sport, it inevitably the first couple hours are really exciting, and then it is just a chore, basically, to cover because literally everyone is either coasting to try and get to the end, and occasionally something exciting will happen, but it is.
But you just want to fall asleep.
Basically, I'm pretty dry. And it's even worse when you've got a horrible setup that Josh... To be quite honest, it's a horrible setup because I'm doing it through Discord. So I'm not even sure if what I'm saying is well. Then we've got... we got Eurosport in the background and Radio Le Mans commentary in the background, which I can hear pretty much all of. And got bouts and the distortion of it, so at least 5 problems that can't really be solved.
If anyone could tell Joshua that we're breaking up a lot.
Anyway, I was telling a story earlier and I got horribly sidetracked, didn't I? But I guess it's really hard to think.
It is.
Okay. Are we breaking up on stream as well? Is that happening on your end for both? Because
I'm just checking
I think
now.
you breaking up for me might just be a Discord thing that we can't really do anything about.
I don't think that we are.
Hang on. Who's this guy in 19th place for Algarve Pro Racing? It says James Allen. I'm pretty sure James Allen was the F1 commentator for ITV for several years. I'm pretty sure he's not a racing driver.
Which number car was that?
It
just broke.
All sorts of things.
I'm gonna search for James Allen.
It's 45 Algarve Pro Racing.
45.
Let's look at the picture. It's it's an Australian guy called James Allen. It's not the James Allen of.
I was gonna say, changed careers.
Oh, some shouting in the background.
Oh.
What are they getting excited about?
Not sure. If there was any shouting anywhere, I think it would mainly be.
You know, it's ideal for radio commentary, Megan, to go ooh.
Yeah. It's like ooh. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think right.
The other thing, I can't tell if this is Radio Le Mans commentary in the background or Josh going on.
Hold on.
Radio Le Mans.
I'll show you. I'll show. It's that so far. But hold on, I'll take my headset off to see if it is Joshua shouting.
Definitely sounds like not Martin Haven or
It's definitely not Joshua.
The commentator I'm thinking of that I'm hearing in the background.
I'm not sure.
It's I didn't know that my friend Jake Sanson has done some commentary for Le Mans, the Eurosport, and he's done a very good job actually. But he did get criticised last year because one of his co-commentators made some sexist, vaguely sexist comment. I think it was.
Well, it's not.
Got very heavily criticised on social media. It's like, but it's sort of because he was part of that commentary team. He got kind of sort of like everyone in the. What is it? The Eurosport Le Mans commentary team should feel ashamed for not calling out so and so for his sexist comment about. I think he said something really dumb about the all-female team, which was like, oh, they should get back in the kitchen or something offensive like that.
I'm surprised he didn't get punched for that.
No, Jake doesn't agree with that and think like that. I think it's just the case if he didn't want to, if he was stuck with the guy for the next 2 hours or so, he didn't want to start an argument with. Yeah.
Do you know what I would have done? I would have just.
They're pretty professional though. So
I would have just yanked his.
Debate.
I would have yanked his lead,
anyway,
commentating lead.
I'm very excited about going to. Ooh, what would you have done, Megan? Well, I don't think they would have said it if you were in the comments box.
Yeah. Mainly because.
Oh, apologies, some technical difficulties.
Just I would have yanked the lead by accident, and it's.
Oh, you've
funny.
gone quiet, Megan.
It's funny because.
There you are. You're back.
He definitely would. If I was in the same room, definitely wouldn't have said it because even my friends say she's scary. Literally, one of my friends say that they are terrified of me sometimes. I can see why, though it's funny. It's genuinely
just terrified in everyday conversation.
Just an everyday conversation. I think it's partly because I talk about murder a lot because I want to be a homicide detective. So.
Oh, interesting. Oh, that's what the police comment was
yes,
about earlier.
It was.
So it all makes sense now.
Yeah. Because obviously I do a lot of like police stuff, like studying throughout. So it's like they're slightly terrified of me about many reasons.
Okay.
It's like not just the police aspect, because some of my
I
friends
had
are
a
also
friend
going
of
to
mine,
police.
or when I was doing Explorer Scouts, and he was trying. He was a sort of police officer as well. I remember we went to a place called Let's Race, which was sort of a simulator place. I believe Max Chilton's dad owned. His company certainly owned it, and effectively, God, this is terrible. Effectively, shut up, stupid TV. It'd be nice if we could turn the volume down on it just a little bit, Megan, because
I
it's
would
become a
love
bit
to, but
insufferable for me.
I can't reach it.
Okay,
actually.
well, I guess that's that then.
Hold on.
So if we went to Let's Race, I think we did a couple of times, but basically it was raced with these Formula One cars around custom circuit, or was it Daytona or something like that? It might have been Daytona.
Yeah, I just nearly fell
and
off the
effectively
chair.
yeah. Effectively, I sort of ran rings around everyone because I was the only one who was half decent. And he was like, I've done like police driver training, and I've just been comprehensively beaten by Edward, who's never even driven a real car. This was like 10 years ago or something.
Just imagine beating someone who's a police driver training. Just like,
I was very proud about that. Often when I used to do a lot of sim racing, I got very passionate about it, and I think that's sort of something I tried to take with me into commentary, because it's not so much of an issue there when things go wrong. Although I have had times where I've had R-Factors who crash on me literally right before the start of like an 8-hour race, and I've missed the start on stream, and I've had like literally a mental breakdown, like swearing on stream because it's so frustrating. And often I'm doing complicated screen sharing setups as well, so I can't really like fix the problem, because often it's like R-Factors become really unresponsive because I'm trying to control it for a streaming PC someone set up. But anyway, actually the race we did at Mugello, which I think you helped in right near the end of. You did like 20 minutes or so. Josh sort of got you in.
I would be.
A lot of times where Josh is doing GPWC commentary on the Thursdays when we're doing the touring car races that we compete in. You could come along and help with the commentary on that if you wanted, Megan. But I imagine you'd be quite busy on a Thursday night. But we've still got about.
Would be, because I
think we've got about 4 races left in the season.
I get a lot of work.
That's true. Yeah, you were saying.
I had to finish my psychology work today, and I'm not even sure whether I still have more to do. My friends in my psych don't think we do, though. I had to do something about pilot studies. I don't know what they are.
Didn't you say your friends thought you were a psycho?
Yeah. Though these are a different set of friends who probably think the same, but they are similar in that perspective.
Wow, you have a lot more friends than me, by the sounds of it.
I have a lot of
I have a lot of friends, I just don't get to see them that often since I left uni.
I have a lot of classes, so obviously I see a lot of people. And we all have a lot of similar interests when it comes to things like that. Though my main friend group, most of them are terrified. And there's a couple that really shouldn't, because my best friends, they shouldn't be terrified. Paris and Noemi, they're fine.
You mentioned Paris earlier, didn't you say, we could get Paris to get some coffee earlier?
Yeah.
It's like yesterday, I mean.
Yeah, because she lives near the co-op where it sells, so it's like...
The thing is, I don't find you that scary, but I've never gotten on your bad side, so...
Yeah.
I haven't had enough conversations with you for that to happen.
Ask Joshua how scary I can be. But the thing is,
my bad side
really
either,
nice.
so I think we kind of cancel each other out.
Yeah.
It's
like, the thing is, I can also be really nice. actually a really nice person, I think. Though I get very annoyed. It's like.
Oh, by the way,
especially
Boemi has had a pit stop recently from the lead, so the lead has been cut to 51 seconds now, I believe.
Ooh, that's cutting it close.
But I think that could just be because Conway hasn't done his stop, so they're a little bit out of sync.
I can sense a crash coming up, or at least a lock-up from someone. It's gonna happen.
I saw you said that about half an hour ago. The thing is,
Yeah, something happened.
those sorts of things may have happened, and I probably completely missed them. Because
I
I've only
think
got the
a
time.
lock-up did happen around that time, actually.
Okay.
Thing is, I can
Oh,
sense
look
it
at that
coming near
tire
the end.
disintegrate in front of her eyes.
I feel like it would come near the end as well. It's like that last bit of drama. It's gonna.
I think my computer is not handling well trying to look at the timing screen and also streaming from Josh's phone and looking at the Pringle can and the light fixture. I'm gonna see.
It's paprika.
You know, I might just get the timing screen on my phone. Yeah, exactly. It's so tasty, but so out of reach.
Paprika.
Oh dear, my timing screen's gone very wrong because it's now randomly showing the house in the lead, which is not right.
There's 41 laps left.
There we go.
in
Right, let's put the
Azerbaijan.
tires back in there. It sounds like somebody might have had a crash there. I'm to intuit from what the commentators are saying.
Yeah, I think they did. Didn't I say? Didn't I say? There was a replay, so obviously something happened.
Sounds like somebody had a crash. Yes, yes, they did. Wow, top tier commentary right there.
I missed a lot of things when it
Well,
comes
something's always happening.
Yeah, there's always something going on.
It's not always very interesting.
It's not always just a massive, like, gravel crash. Sometimes it's just a simple lock-up.
Sorry, we're breaking up again. Right.
Maybe if
I'm gonna get rid of the timing screen because my computer.
Maybe if I hold my lead.
There we go.
Jeez. I'm looking at the Azerbaijan Grand Prix.
Right, so how close are we to the end now?
Well, in the Azerbaijan,
I think we must be.
It's like 41 and 51.
I think everyone is. That's the problem, though. Right. Well, I don't want to hear about it because I'm.
I'm not gonna say what's
we're
happening
near the end
in it.
then.
Yeah.
No red flags by the sounds of things, then.
No,
Unless there was one near the beginning.
No, I don't think there has been. Though it's within the 15 laps near the end thing now, so you never know. For all we know, there could be a thunderstorm rolling in. It's likely, but you never know. Right, so there's...
Seems unlikely in Azerbaijan, but yeah.
Especially since it's a country that's divided between Europe and Asia and it's landlocked. Because it's like perfectly landlocked between the two continents. There's an hour 31.
It's quite next to the. Is it the Caspian Sea that Baku's built next to?
Yeah, I think it might be, though. I'm gonna look that up.
Alright, you know what? Because nothing's happening in the race, the timing screen's almost irrelevant.
Let's look Baku.
So I've got no pictures. The timing screen lands out.
You're breaking up a lot.
Whenever you speak.
You're breaking up a lot just then. It
It's a real
generally
pain
did
in
sound
the
like
backside,
it sounded
so to
like
speak.
RTD2.
Josh gave me a login that doesn't work for Sky Go or whatever.
I just blew.
Did it now?
Right, let's look up where Baku is.
Yeah. Maybe I should have just joined with audio because you've never put my face up on the stream at any point from what I can see.
Well, I can't really reach it. There, there is.
If I'm just being really silent, that's because, or stopping suddenly. There we go.
Well, I generally cannot put you up on the screen because you're not on my laptop. You're on Joshua's phone, so I can't. I don't have a tech skills to put you on. Only Joshua
how?
does.
Because Josh contacted me on the phone, so still coming in through. So
Yeah, it is. In the Caspian Sea.
the thing is, he's never explained to me anything about how he set any of this up. So,
You know what? Neither me. He never explains to me properly what he does. And it's really confusing. Because how am I meant to learn?
So, right. Might be what's. There we go. Just be treated to the, I think, the Discord and the Pentagon, which is a picture I took about 9 or 10 years ago of me at the Pentagon, sort of in a jumper with my tongue sticking out. But I actually found $20 on the floor of the Pentagon just lying around. I spent it on the DS game, I think, Lego Lord of the Rings.
The Pentagon pays
Which is
your
very
DS
good,
game.
actually. I really like Lego. Yeah. I actually was going to hand it in, and they said, "No, you can keep it."
Imagine if it was like stolen money.
Well, it's not for me to know. So, has one of the Glickenhouses hit trouble?
I think one of them's in the pit lane.
Yeah, I can't see the 707 anywhere. That might just be my timing screen being uncooperative, though. They should be. There we go. It's just populated in somehow. Yeah, Olivia Pla still in 4th. Then this is just the. I'm using the 24 Hours of Le Mans website to sort of keep up.
What's going on this? I'm looking at the group. I'm looking at the live chat for Joshua's, and I'm just like, I'm so confused.
Well, everyone's gone over there. That's why it's been so dead over here, I think. But anyway.
Everyone's gone over there. Not everyone's gone over there, though. It's so confusing.
Yeah, it feels like Josh is always trying to bite off more than he can chew with these things. I feel like doing the whole 24 hours is just torture.
It is.
If I'm being honest.
It is for everyone around us.
Yeah. I was telling a story, wasn't I, earlier about Dirk Gently, wasn't I, and Douglas Adams, about 25 minutes ago.
Yeah. Continue.
So basically, Douglas died, and everyone assumed that all the sort of TV, radio, and other sort of versions of Dirk Gently, because it started out as books. There was a play in the mid-90s that Douglas did get to see that was done by a student, a guy called Arvind Ethan David, who went on to work for Douglas's company, H2G2. And but before Douglas died, in about 1998, he commissioned Kim Fuller to write. Now, Kim Fuller was a comedy writer who was a friend of Douglas's, so he knew him quite well. And he'd done all sorts of shows like Spitting Image, Not the 9 O'Clock News, Red Dwarf he'd done as well.
I love Red Dwarf.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he said he was involved in, I think, the 7th season in 97, so he introduced the Kachanskia character, whatever her name was. So that was sort of his... Kachansky, was it? Or, okay. I've not seen Red Dwarf, so I can't remember the character names a bit. That might have been it. Well, yeah, that might have been it. But basically, I think he did... he co-wrote like one episode officially in the 7th season. And I think he was mainly involved in sort of a little bit in kind of like producer role for the rest of the season as well.
Yeah.
But he was basically, he wrote a film in at the end of 97. Well, it was written and produced all in one year, called Spice World. That was all about the Spice Girls because Kim Fuller's brother. Kim Fuller's brother is Simon Fuller who managed the Spice Girls. So that was how that was his kind of in.
I have that movie.
Yeah, it's surprising because there was a lot of actually kind of love for that movie, especially from people who were like born
Well, I have older
in the
siblings,
90s,
so.
who were like kids in the 90s, really loved Spice World. And it's really interesting because Kim, because it got such a horrible reception, because I think the Spice Girls, everyone was a bit sick of them in that time because they were at peak saturation.
Yeah.
And but there's a lot of things. There's also that holds up in the. I love things like there's a scene near the end of the movie where there's a scene where the Spice bus, I believe, is driven by Meatloaf, who's passed away recently, of course. The Spice bus, they actually get like because they were so low on money, they did a scene where it jumps Tower Bridge just as it's closing, and they use the model. It's like so clearly a little model and not actually happening, but it's so funny. Little things like that, and sort of I think there's one bit quite early in the movie where the Spice Girls wonder what their life is going to be like in 20 years time when they're parents or something, which is quite interesting looking back on.
It is quite interesting. Little did Jerry
it's also a really good capsule of because a lot of it's about celebrity and like the Spice Girls and the sort of the way the press treated them and the way they were constantly trying to manufacture bad press against them, and sort of there's actually one of the things Kim said is that in the very beginning of the movie there's a guy who says to, I think, Victoria Beckham something like, "Oh, give us a 12, Victoria," and apparently he was one of the guys involved in the phone hacking scandal and the Leveson inquiry and stuff. And Kim said, "Oh, it's quite funny that we had all this stuff lampooning Fleet Street and about how not very." And there's even a guy, the villain of the movie is he's an Australian newspaper baron who's very clearly Rupert Murdoch. It's supposed to be Rupert Murdoch, and he's like so over the top as well. And bizarrely, I think Roger Moore is in the movie. It's like a record producer who's in charge of Spice Girls, and he has these, basically all of his dialogue is nonsense that apparently Kim Fuller made up like on the day or something like that. And also the gimmick is he's supposed to be a bit like Blofeld if Blofeld was a record producer. So he's like stroking a little white cat. At one point they've got different animals, so there's one point he had like a little piglet that he's holding, and apparently in between takes the piglet would piss all over Roger Moore, would go to the toilet all over him. And Roger Moore found that hilarious. It's just funny. It's just such a weird image to think about. But so I did a big interview with Kim, and basically I did, because it's the Gently podcast that I do, part one is all about the script that he did and sort of how it came about, why it fell through, and also him. The really interesting thing about it is that he did a couple of drafts, sent it off, and then never heard back. So it just didn't happen. And he sort of heard through others that basically Douglas didn't like the script or had issues with it that he felt needed to be resolved. And of course they ultimately, the production company had final authority, but if it comes out and Douglas is slanging it off, no one's going to watch it. Is the thing, because he has such a big influence.
Oh.
So what?
Sorry to interrupt, though. In the pit lane, number 10 car has stopped in the pit lane. Literally, just like, I think it's.
That's the Vector Sport with Nico Muller at the wheel.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
How far down the pit lane has he got, Megan?
Think like 2/4, so half.
Okay, so they're gonna have to drag him into that pit box, aren't they? It's an odd place to break down.
Especially when his pit stop is literally just behind him. I think he stopped after the pit stop, actually.
So anyway, I just got to the interesting bit, hadn't I?
Yes.
So Kim never really got to have a meeting with Douglas where he explained why he didn't like the script or anything. He just heard for others that didn't like it. But in Douglas' archive, his version of the script he has loads and loads of notes where he's sort of reacting to what Kim has written, and Kim had never seen it before. So he'd lied in his archive for 23 years. And Kim, of course, because obviously he doesn't use the same Mac anymore, so it's on an old Mac drive that he can't access anymore, or he might have even deleted it to save space, the script. But he finally got to reread the script and also see Douglas's notes on it for the first time as well. So it was a really cool sort of moment for him. And he obviously, because Douglas died a couple of years after, so there's a bit of closure that it's a sort of quite moving kind of interview we did where because a lot of his notes are actually really, really helpful. So what Kim said to me quite funnily was like, "You're a podcast guy. How about we get? Do you know any voice actors?" I was like, "Well, I've got a few people I know." He's like, "We should perform the script or rewrite a few bits of it from Douglas's feedback and do it as a proper sort of thing, as an audio drama rather than a TV series, because we don't really have the budget to make a TV series, at least not a very good one anyway." But and I was like, "Yeah, let's do that." And so the problem, what we originally were going to do is introduce the sort of episode of my interview by having a few voice actors. Because he knows a guy called Lewis McLeod who does like Dead Ringers on Radio 4 and all sorts of shows and stuff like that.
Yeah.
As he's an impressionist. And I know a person from Ireland called Eva, and so basically the two main characters in the script are Dirk and his assistant, his long-suffering assistant called Janice Pierce, who basically is always threatening to leave, is always sort of ill-tempered, is never paid by Dirk, so that's why she stubbornly refuses to do anything resembling work. And it's quite funny because some of Douglas's notes are sort of that basically that Douglas feels he gave Janice too much of a role. And Douglas really pushes against the idea of a buddy comedy. And he's also pretty much every joke in there, or not all of them, but he really doesn't like it being a sitcom. So he was like, this is a sitcom gag. So he writes it really disparagingly, which is quite funny. And like literally the opening lines, one of the very early lines in the script, Douglas's reaction is sort of something, because he has the characters like introducing who they are. So it's like, I'm the most successful holistic detective in the country. It's like, well, you're the only holistic detective in the country. He's like, exactly. And so like, you have to have the characters sort of saying who they are, because the audience doesn't know who they are otherwise. That was his sort of thinking, Kim. And what Douglas has wrote is, oh my gosh, I know we have to go through all this, but does it have to be so A, jokey, and B, leaden? So far it's like listening to Richard Clayderman playing Mozart, and he's like, if you know who Richard Clayderman is, that is not a compliment, because he like obviously performs all these really slow Mozart covers essentially.
I think I recognise the name.
Yeah,
I definitely know
he's
who
a pretty
Mozart
well-known
is.
composer, and certainly Douglas knew who he was.
I definitely know who Mozart is because I listen to Mozart when I study.
But what he wrote, well, about in regards to Janice and Dirk, there's a bit where Janice sort of says she wants to get involved in the case, and Dirk is like surprised by this, because it's like, since when have you been the least bit interested in detective work? And Douglas writes it's like, oh no, they're going to be partners, yuck. And what me and Kim said is, he probably just really doesn't like the idea of there being any romantic chemistry between his two lead characters. So there's a lot of really funny. So it's a really funny interview, but quite a moving one as well, because obviously of the and the full interview about Kim's whole career, which was about an hour or 70 minutes long or something. But it's quite funny, like because he was working as a teacher, like teaching English to like foreign exchange students and stuff, while he was getting his beginnings in TV. And he's like, so like a variety show would have aired, and his students would be like, "Oh, sir, we've seen your show last night." And he's like, "Oh, cool. What do you think?" It was shit. And then it's like, well, I didn't write all of it. Which bits did you write? Oh, the good ones. So I find little things like that. And also, like, he worked for, I think, some supermarket. I think he was working as a van driver or a van loader for Sainsbury's or something. And during like apartheid in South Africa, and the oranges he was putting in the bag, they were from South Africa. So he did a little anti-apartheid boycott and ended up getting sacked from his job. Which is different times, right? And I sort of I haven't done anything anywhere near like that kind of boycott. The closest thing I can think of is maybe my boycott of any of the motorsport in Saudi Arabia. And given the missile strike this year during the free practice session, I think that's probably quite a sensible decision in hindsight. But bringing it back to motorsport. But I really liked Kim. I think me and him get on ready, and we've been having phone calls every couple of weeks whenever we get the chance. We have a phone call to sort of, and the problem is that he keeps saying, "Oh, well, the plan was Lewis to record this little segment," and he's like, "Well, he owes me because I wrote his comedy special for him, free of charge." And the problem was that he never actually got down and actually did the recording session with them. So So it's just one of those things where because he's such a busy guy, even at I think he's like 69 or 70, Kim Fuller, and he's still doing like loads and loads of stuff. He was talking to me about a film that he's been writing. He's gonna get a bunch of friends of his together that he's gonna shoot it in Brighton. Apparently, he's got like a couple of kids animated series that he's working on as well. He's adapting a book as well. So there's like 3 projects he talked about at the end, most of which because it took so long to get this interview out, because I was waiting on him to do this thing with the voice actors and he never actually did it. And and the thing is also he's got the rights to the script and it's like his intellectual property. So as much as I want to help, the thing is, if I don't want to ask for the script when it's not really my script as well, and it's his, and I don't want to tread on his toes, and because obviously he's waited 23 years to get it as well. But anyway, it's been really fun, and the reaction I got was really good because I got to go. I released it on Towel Day because Douglas Adams in Hitchhikers. I thought you were talking for a second, but that was just the lady in the TV.
It's the interview with Keating.
Oh god, yeah, I was Keating in trouble.
No, just talking.
Oh, has he just gotten out of the
I think he has.
leading AMCO? Yeah, Marco Sorensen's got on board.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, the race continues, but not too much happening.
It's just come
apart
off
from
break.
Where's the guy in the pits? Did he get going again? What was his name?
Who, the one being interviewed?
No, the guy who got stuck in the pit lane who came to a stop.
Oh, I actually don't know the number of who that was. I can't remember.
Wasn't it number 10? Yeah, he looks like Nico
Yes.
Miller's still in there in the Vector Sport. Yeah.
Number 10. Yeah, Vector
So
Sport.
no change there. Oh,
I swear,
that's
if it was-
interesting.
if it was Ryan Coleman.
Looks like the class-leading LMP2 Jota is in the pits, and William Stevens, as the 24-hour graphic calls him, is had to let the second Glickenhaus through then as a result. But it
Right.
does put him slightly closer into the clutches of Robert Kubica.
Right, I'm just gonna quickly check on the Azerbaijan thing, see if.
Yeah.
Podium's
By the way, the
done.
podcast that I was talking about for the last 15 minutes, that's it's called Electric Monks, a Dirt Gently podcast. So that way, if you search for Electric Monks podcast or Dirt Gently podcast, it should be the first one that comes up. But anyway, I've been working on it for like 3 years or so, and that's probably the biggest thing that we found.
Yeah.
Because obviously we also been covering all the adaptations, and like there was a Netflix show of Dirt Gently, like back in 2016, 2017, which it's sort of controversial in its own way because not only does it break a lot from the books, but also the showrunner of the show is a guy called Max Landis, who apparently he's like a massive sexual abuser. He's just not a nice man.
Oh, jeez.
Apparently he wasn't treating the actors. He was like being quite abusive and dangerous towards the actors on set. And like literally he would take some of the female actors into his trailer and ask what they look like naked and stuff like that. Like really horrible stuff.
I've heard something like that happening before.
Yeah, so he's one of those kind of people in Hollywood. Like he's the son of John Landis as well, and John Landis himself is a bit controversial because of the accident that happened during the Twilight Zone movie that killed the actor Vic Morrow and 2 child actors as well. Where basically he was trying to shoot a helicopter scene, or like a Vietnam scene, in his sort of segment of the Twilight Zone movie, and it ended with he didn't assess the risk properly. He was like a late night shoot. He was trying to sneak it in, and he got basically his negligence got these 3 people killed, 2 of them children.
Jeez.
And then there was a court case to assess his negligence, and he basically got his lawyer to get him off the hook, and he held a big party to celebrate afterwards. And a lot of people were like, hey, if you had just killed 3 people, you wouldn't hold a party for this not guilty
Especially 2
verdict.
being children.
Yeah. So John Landis is not a great guy, and Max Landis, the Apple doesn't. Well, I think he's not a good guy, but for slightly different reasons. That he's just an abusive and horrible person, rather than a murderer. But well, sort of. I don't want to say negligent, who got people killed basically because he was responsible. I don't think murder. He didn't set out with the intention, but it's more manslaughter. Manslaughter, yeah.
Which type of gross negligence manslaughter it would count as.
Well, manslaughter, I think, is when
It has 3 subcategories.
people die and you're responsible for it. Like, say if if I slip and accidentally shove a knife into someone's back, but like by accident, like I accidentally slip and the knife goes into someone's foot and it kills them, or whatever, and they bleed out.
In the case of like that person,
that would be manslaughter, because that was sort of
negligence manslaughter.
Yeah.
It's a certain type where it's mainly to do with someone assessing risks due to on behalf of a company.
Here we go, homicide detective Megan Birch coming into play. See, all this detective, it seems like there's a big detective theme, isn't there? Because I've been talking all about Dirt Gently, holistic detective. Then we've got this race where I'm having to be a detective to figure out what the hell's going on because I haven't got any screens with live timing. And then we got yeah, but it's a shame really that because I think what happened was BBC America, the network, AMC, effectively got wind of what Max Landis was doing and cancelled the show because of it. The official reason was bad ratings, but it became clear soon afterwards that basically everything about Landis, all these allegations, gradually came through and sort of built up over the years since the show was cancelled, and it's sort of become quite obvious what happened. Like even actors are saying, well, it was clear what happened, and you can Google the allegations that have been made, and they're credible, basically. Like, even the actors sort of like, who don't want to get sued, basically, are sort of been alluding to, yeah, well, it's pretty obvious what happened. And it's a shame because the show was quite good, and it had its own fan base that sort of was a completely different one to like nerdy British people like me who've like, you know, read the books. They actually did pretty well. And there have been attempts to revive it from the other producers. They're trying to get an animated Dirt Gently series off the ground. And the concept art looks really good as well. So Arvind Ethan David, who I mentioned earlier, he basically got the rights, having done the play to Dirt Gently and having worked for Douglas, that he was sort of his protege, did a few other things for a few years, and then Douglas's literary agent, a guy called Ed Victor, met Arvind at a wedding of like a mutual friend. And he sort of, there was this conversation that effectively went, hey, you know, we'll be trying to get this UK Dirt Gently series going, but the BBC cancelled it because they didn't want to spend money on it. I think we should get it going in the US. Douglas is fond of you. You're fond of novels. I think you should be in charge of getting it done, Arvind. And it's like, oh yeah, and then eventually I got this deal done. So it's like pretty insane how that happened, how they just had this chance encounter at a wedding in LA. But yeah, I'm really excited. The only problem is it's been a whole year since I've heard anything from Arvind about this animated series. And apparently they had like Robot Chicken, Stupid Buddy Studios, the same team that made Robot Chicken, have been doing this concept art and working on it supposedly for the last couple of years.
Yeah. Oh, we've had someone just go off.
It's been a bit dry recently, so it's a bit. Oh, go on. Something happened in the race.
Someone went off. I couldn't exactly see which number it was. It was a car that was darker. It might have been number 61, or it could have been 80.
Oh,
that's me.
Phone call. So I'll fill in while Megan is. Oh, it's your alarm. Okay.
Tell me
I guess
to
we
do college work, though. I've done it.
College work. You know, you could do it for the last 15 minutes.
No, I've done it.
I'll fill in the rest of the stint until I assume I assume Baku is ending or about to end. They can do the podium, and then Josh will come in the next 15 minutes to take over, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Though, yeah, I've already done my college work. I did that during the break I had between the two sessions I've done today.
I'm amazed that you and Josh have had any breaks whatsoever.
Well, I have. He has not.
Yeah. Yeah, Josh seems a little overcommitted, if you don't mind my saying so.
Oh, yellow.
I miss having him. Oh.
Yellow flag. Someone's beached in the gravel, number 99, and it's don't know who's inside. That's I can't pronounce his last name.
It's the fatigue creeping in, isn't it? As we get to the end of the race, that they're making silly little mistakes because.
They are. I told you one would crash.
Not just the cars that fatigue; it's the drivers as well, because they're having to sleep sort of while they're at the event, aren't they? Sort of with the cars in the background. So I've heard a lot of team drivers just don't get very much sleep when they're at Le Mans.
Yeah, that was a. They just kept turning, and I don't even know how they
could have been
this.
A car issue. Then maybe the steering is starting to act up.
It also looked like a lock-up. I don't know what's happened. we didn't get to see how it started. That's the thing. So I knew there was going to be a yellow soon. I knew it. So, okay. Why is this keep going off? My phone keeps going off. No, that's why. Right, I feel like Joshua's going to walk in any minute and just be like Jaws again. Go over.
Yeah. By the way, if you want to see the ERC British Touring Cars, you can go see the live stream from the ERC. If you want to see the Hunter Birch simulation cars in action and winning both races, actually, which I think is pretty cool. I think it's the first time we've won with two different drivers, because we had Liam Rance, the first two races he did at Interlagos. He had won the drive where he got on pole and won. And then in the reverse grid race, he basically gambled on wet tires and then basically won, because everyone ahead of him either pit or stayed out on dry tires in the pouring rain. It was quite funny because Nick Homewood, who's one of the race directors, stayed out on dry tires and very nearly won. But because Liam Rance nearly burnt up the wet tires, but he had just enough life in them to get through. So it was a very... So yeah, and we had a wet race in at Road Atlanta as well for the touring cars as well. And in that, Liam Rance actually he just overtook everyone from like third last on the grid, which was very impressive. And just made his way through. Oh.
They've put the slow zone out because there's a crane lifting up.
Okay, that makes sense. That's the number 99 then being taken out of the race then. So that's Hardpoint Motorsport with Andrew Harrianto. I think I heard was struggling early in the race. The is that the Indonesian flag, Harrianto? Yeah, so
I think.
Yeah, so I think it's the opposite of Monaco, right?
Hold on, let me find 99. Yeah, I think it is.
So Harrianto basically out of the race then, because it's saying stopped on track. So that's he was running third in the AM class as well. So that promotes Nicky Team Northwest AMR in the 98 to third in class in AM.
Yeah, and there's 1 hour and 11 minutes to go now on the 24 hours, and I can sense Joshua's gonna come in soon. It's like I feel like he's currently dismantling something. I feel like he's dismantling something. Like I can feel it. Sibling psychicness.
This isn't just a sixth sense you have. This is you're hearing him. Okay.
It's like I can also see.
I'm trying to figure out what the closest battle is on track. I believe the closest battle is Alexander Lin, about 33 seconds down on Felipe Nasser in the battle for what is currently in LMP2 class 4th or 5th. It's a battle for 5th, yes, between the two.
Yeah, and it's for car 8.
Although Ben Hanley, further down LMP2, is about 16 seconds behind the real team by WRT, with Ferdinand Hatzberg just in the pits at the moment.
Car 8 is in the pits too. I didn't even realise everyone driving it right now is Brendan Hartley.
Oh, wow.
Did not realise.
And Hartley's just about to start lap 360 as well.
I feel like I'm going to curse him now that I know it's him.
He is leading by 2 minutes 28, so it would take a 2016 style tragedy for the number 8 to lose it at this point.
I hope that doesn't happen because he deserves something good.
Didn't Brendan Hartley win Le Mans last year as well? So this is a rerun for him.
7-1. He was still an 8. He
okay.
Crashed out or something. Something happened.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at see if any of the leaders in the classes, because I'm not sure if Will Stevens and DaCosta won Le Mans before. I think didn't Verne win Le Mans 1 year and then got a penalty in LMP2? I remember that happening.
Do you know, I was just about to text Joshua and I realised, how can he text me back? I have his phone.
Alright.
Just like logic.
So you've been texting the phone just so there's buzzing in the middle of my. There you go. No one comes through.
That's Twitter. There you are.
Right.
Yeah. Gonna transfer
Right.
everything over now. Joshua walked away again. I don't know why.
Okay,
know
well,
what he's
thanks to
doing.
your help, Megan.
Yeah, and
It's been great chatting to you, and best of luck with all your studies and your police training.
yes, it is going to be very difficult. Well, obviously uni's gonna help. So there's
Of course.
positive.
I've forgotten Brendan Hartley had already won Le Mans twice before, in 2017 and 2020.
Yeah, I always forget that too.
The rest of
Can you hear me?
Oh, hey Josh.
let me talk
Joshua Burt just
Okay,
joins us
I'm gonna
now
pass you
from the
over.
Baku Grand Prix, which I've yet to see
Hello,
because I've been doing this.
Oh dear. Hello, Ed. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. Thank you very much for stepping in with Megan. I presume it was a great broadcast. I was hearing some great things.
Well, apparently I didn't pop up on the. I still haven't popped up on the stream, and I'm assuming I'm still on it. But they can hear me, so that's all good. And me and
Yes.
Megan have just been chatting about stuff because there's not a lot happening on track at the moment.
Isn't it? Oh, that's disappointing. Who's leading the race? It's still the number 8 Toyota. Yeah,
It's
Megan's
still the number 8 leading, as before, with Brendan Hartley now at the wheel. We've had a
Okay.
couple of cars drop out and hit trouble. The 99 has beached itself in the gravel. That's the whole
Oh.
point of motorsport of Harry and. Oh no, he got going again.
Oh, that's good
It
news.
was
if
the
he has,
crane on
yeah.
track, but I think we've gone back to green flag now. So
Looks like it, yes. Now, Ed, I know you've got you down for 2 hours, but I didn't know if you were sticking around for the last hour or if you were heading off as well, because you've very much done your duty, sir. You very much have.
okay, well we still got about 7 minutes to go, but
Yeah, well, I'm not kicking.
I turned up early, didn't I?
Yes, I'm not kicking you. I'm not kicking you off until 1. I'll happily take over at 1 and leave you 2 till 1, and then me and Meg will do the last
Well,
hour.
I wanted to eat lunch and watch Baku if that was all right. But
yeah, do you wanna
if
go?
you need me, I'm happy to come back for the last hour. But
Hey, you've done enough. You've done absolutely enough. If you want to go have Baku, because it was a great race. I'm not going to tell you what anything happened in it, but it was a great race. So.
yeah, well now you're gonna owe me on the 18th next weekend when we do.
Oh, bang on, yeah.
a Petit Le Mans.
Bang on.
For the 10 hours of Road Atlanta, and of course we got our own team to cheer on there.
Yes, I'm
Mia
gonna be
Rose,
there.
Eric Kamadi, and Liam Rance. Liam Rance in the first stint and qualifying.
Yeah,
so,
but-
and he set the fastest lap in this sort of practice as well in GT3. So Liam Rance really flying in that McLaren 728, as he was in the Subaru as well.
I'm all yours.
But anyway, that's got nothing to do with the real racing.
Green again.
Yeah, we are green again, as Ed said. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm all yours. I'll happily come on the stream as well next weekend, as you know. Obviously not during the practice 3 and qualifying of F1.
Yeah,
but-
Megan is very welcome as well if she's not too busy.
You coming in? Ed said as well, if you want to come in for the race next weekend, if you're not too
It'd
busy.
be 10 hours, but we don't have to cover the full thing.
It's 10 hours, but you don't have to cover the whole thing as well.
I've got 2 sets of tests soon, and I need to continuously study. I'm
But,
literally being
yeah.
forced to study by all of my teachers.
Oh, that's nice. Okay then, Ed. I'll tell you what though, Ed. I want to ask you a question quickly. What's been your moment of the race then so far? Because presumably you've been dipping in and out of this one throughout the broadcast. Which one's been your favourite?
Moment of the race.
Yeah.
Oof. I don't know. It's quite hard in a 24-hour race. But I've not got to see any of it because the Sky Go link you sent me.
No.
The password didn't work. So I've been looking at the timing screen and going off what Megan's been telling me.
I tell you
basically.
what, you two are absolutely brilliant, and definitely Ed, I owe you that as well. That Sky Go's not working.
The audio has not been great on Megan's end as well.
Yes.
Because I've been picking up a bit of the Eurosport. I'm assuming it's Eurosport or Radio Le Mans in the background.
Yes, that is. Yeah, in
And,
the back, yeah, it's not been the
and, yeah,
best,
no-
is it?
Not only that, but every time there's been a text, I've heard it through the phone.
No,
and that's so
oh.
I've missed bits of. Discord's just not been great.
Yeah,
today.
I'll tell you what though, Ed.
There was a little bit where I was cutting out on Megan's end, and I think that was just because I was
Oh.
trying to do.
The 99 Porsche that you were on about is just getting out of the way, I think, on the track down at the Michelin
Okay,
chicane. So
yeah,
it's okay. Yeah.
I think he might still be. Andrew Harrianto might still be trying to get it back to the pits. Yeah.
Looks like he is, yeah, which is good. But honestly, Ed, I don't want. I'll let you go now because you know you did come in early, very thankfully, because the F1 started early. Rude of them, but they finished on time. So, Megan say.
So it's the opposite of qualifying, where they delayed it because of
Yes.
a previous knock-on delay, and they
Yeah.
wanted to give everyone time. But now they've decided, sod it, let's just do it early.
Yeah, it all started early for once, and it was ridiculous. The formation lap started, I think, at 57 minutes past the hour, so that was like 3 minutes early, so everything just moved up.
Okay.
But anyway, Ed, I'll thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast. It's been an absolute pleasure, I'm sure, for Megan. I've heard a little bit in my ears throughout the F1 race, but good commentary. Megan's giving me a thumbs up right now. The camera's over there.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, I was good company, at least. And like I said, oh, by the way, Megan, if you get the chance, feel free to watch the British Touring Car stream we did. And this is for the audience at home as well, because the races are only 22 minutes each. So if you got like 40 minutes to spare, I recommend watching that, because Mia Rose and Liam Rance were absolutely excellent in the Hunter Burke simulation cars. And like I was saying to Megan, technically it's a double family team. So my brother and Megan are technically stakeholders in this team as well. Despite the fact that my brother has shown zero interest in it.
She's giving me an evil thumbs up now as well, which is not ideal.
He is a philosophy student, so I don't know if that I can
Megan's
work that
law.
in.
Megan's
Maybe
law,
we
so
need a
she-
philosopher in the team.
Are you a philosopher, Megan?
Humanities and social science.
Technically, it's what?
Yes, we need a psychologist in the team. Well, a psychologist has more, a driver psychologist is more of a role.
Yes, yeah. Okay, we were at the top of the hour, so we're going to need to switch over to the main comms box, which means Megan's
Yeah, I'd love to know what happened in Baku, but not from you in a sentence,
No.
from actually watching it. So.
No, go watch
But
Baku.
anyway.
Ed,
Also tonight,
go on, guys.
Formula Sim Racing, my colleagues,
what
Ewan
time?
O'Leary and Ross McIntyre and Richard King will be covering Pro Race from Silverstone and the World Championship race from Suzuka, which I'll also be doing highlights from later in the week if you miss it. But feel free, don't forget to check those out, because that's going to be some really brilliant racing. Those two races got delayed because of
Yes.
DDoS attack, essentially.
Yes, I
and
remember
they're
you
finally
saying,
getting to see them in action. And I offered to do it, but they were like, "Nah, we got it covered." And so I'm like, "Well, fair enough. I mean, I can do this instead." But except the race will end by then, because it's like 5:30 and 7:45, the two races.
Yeah, I'll be watching later on. Oh, and the 99 is still slow out there on the track, actually, Ed, so he's not doing well. He's going to have to go back to the pit lane. Andrew,
But anyway, I'm going to leave the call now, because it's just about to go 2. And
Absolutely.
I've done that brilliantly now.
You
So I
have.
can go make some lunch and watch the Azerbaijan Grand Prix and see if Charles Leclerc was able to win it. I have a feeling Ferrari probably blew it in the end, but we'll see.
I tell you what, Ed, could you
Less
just
said the better.
No, remember what you said, then text me later on, and I want your opinion on it, please, on what happened in that race.
Okay.
So off you go.
Anyway.
Thanks, Ed. I'll see you later. Thank you, Ed. Bye bye.
All the best to you, Megan. And
All
Ian,
the
of
best.
course.
All the best.
Bye.
All the best. Bye bye, Ed. And Ed Hunter there, who's done another remarkable job filling in as well. And my data and phone is now on 32%. It's going hotter, and now actually it's getting weaker as well. 46, Megan. Feel how hot that is. It's boiling hot, that phone out there. It's nice and warm. Okay, for everyone for those watching as well, we're going to leave Commentary Box B, which is the dining room, as you can see as well. There's our lovely grandparents as well in the background as well. With a painting of our Nana as well that you've been looking at as well, and she looked beautiful up there, as well as our granddads and our grandma as well. And Megan, are you ready? We're going to go to the box now as well. You're going to stay here to stop the stream on this end, and then come to the commentary box and bring me that cable. So do stay with us. I'll tell you, we've got cars coming into the pit lane now. I tell you what, you just bring the paperwork back in for me, and I'll deal with the rest. So do stay on the stream. We're literally going to be about 30 seconds. I'm going to run from this to the commentary box, so don't go anywhere. We're coming up now. Megs, press button number 4, please.
let's enter this lovely sweet design. That's a little pre-room here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans where all the trophies, so many trophies, champagne, everything is lined up. Oh, door is locked. The trophy you can see. The door was locked to the podium, but here we are. Please join us. Thank you. You've been here 9 times, Tom. Tell us about the feeling. It's amazing to be here again, and yeah, on the top 9, 14 times I've been on the podium, and now there's nobody here. But the sensation of being at the podium and to see people later will arrive is amazing. It's a driver's dream. It's for any racing driver to be on the podium, and here where you are at the top of the step. It's
Hello, everybody. Welcome along. That's pretty much instant. We are back up then and running. And when I say we ran to the commentary box, oh, do I literally mean how we ran? I'm Joshua Birch, back with you after commentating on the Formula 1 Azerbaijan Grand Prix. And if you haven't seen it, because you've been watching this stream, we're not going to spoil the results at all. In fact, I'm removing all papers from the commentary box as well. So I'm not going to spoil it for you as well, but do warn that this is a live chat, so other people might just want to give you a heads up. Driver tracker back underway then as well. As you can see, it's still the same old leaders across the classes. It doesn't change, does it, out there at the moment as well? Number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing with Brendan Hartley at the wheel is still the leading car as well, as Eurosport needs to be changed because we're not on the correct channel. We need to go back one. So ask Dad what for Eurosport 1 is. Thank you very much. As we're waiting to get our TV pictures back in operation up here in the comments box, we're just going to see the time and screen of the tracker, so it's pretty much all we need. And we've got these lovely people at Radio Le Mans. Let's check in with them.
Hardpoint could not be here with their original lineup, and effectively the entry was given back to Proton Competition, who were due to run it, and instead given to the first reserve, an Absolute Racing entry, but that's also a Proton Porsche. So Proton hung on to the entry, switched effectively their names, and Andrew Harrianto benefited from that, but unfortunately it's a mistake from him, which means that the car potentially is out of the race, certainly out of contention anyway in GTE AM. We've got the 34 car for Esteban Gutierrez in the pit lane, also DKR Engineering running third in the Pro-Am part of LMP2. As we stay in the pits, and Nick.
With the 21 AF course car and Tony Villano. Tony, how have you enjoyed this? How many Le Mans of this you've done now?
I think it's number 11 or 12. I'm not sure, but quite a few.
and how does it compare to the other ones?
You know, it's a funny story. Over the years, there's been different brands that dominate the actual race event, and this year it feels like Ferrari was a little bit down. We weren't up there as the main car in the Pro class, but the same story this year. I'm in the Pro-Am category, and Ferrari lacked a little bit of speed. So when that starting flag is up in the air and you realize straight away that maybe we don't have the speed, and then you go like, hey, only 24 hours to go. But we did a good job so far. Simon has done, I think, 9 hours almost in the car, which is really impressive. Young driver, 21 years old, first Le Mans. Christophe, our bronze driver, did really well as well as Simon. Little bit of learning curve for all of us. It's very tight field, a lot of talent. Even the category is called Pro-Am, but there's been guys around doing it 4 or 5 years with the same lineup. So it's really fine-tuned chemistry between the lineups, and maybe that's a small margin of improvement for us.
Tony, you've been part of an all-pro lineup and, of course, the leader of a Pro-Am. Which do you prefer?
Obviously, my best times with Ferrari was in the Pro car. When you win the Pro class, it's something that Ferrari at the time was hunting very much. That was nice time. But I took a little bit of distance to the sport last year. I was 6 months without driving, and now I have the motivation back. It's a different approach. many times I set sort of the parameters for the other drivers, so for Simon and Christophe. So I go out there, I put a reference lap, then we coach, we watch video, we watch the telemetry, and I try to take them on my back and carry to the same result. So it's a different approach, but obviously the pro times were beautiful.
Tony, thank you, George. To be honest, if I was going to have a professional coach, I can't think of anyone better than Tony Verlander.
Certainly not, no. Tony Verlander in the 21 Ferrari, sharing that car with Simon Mann and Christoph Ulrich with all his form over the last 15 years or so, the Finnish driver and a regular, as he's been pointing out there, in the kind of pseudo factory Ferraris through the years with AF Corso, sticking with that team, but as their platinum driver, we must have, remember, in an AM selection, a silver and a bronze as well, and that to be the future of GT racing, certainly next year when GTE Pro will be a thing of the past. And moving forwards, well, we're into the era of GT3, maybe GT3+++, but still only Pro-Am combinations of drivers. It's going to be quite a while, if ever, that we see GTE Pro in the future, or some form of it at least, which is a real shame for me, and I'm sure many fans will be disappointed. It will also mean that potentially a number of factory drivers from GTs will be left on the sidelines, but then again, we've got an awful lot of hypercars coming in, so they'll all be sticking their hands up for all those extra drives there.
Yeah, I really feel, Johnny, that it is a game. You might just back the wrong horse, and some people have had the horse run away as soon as it saw their stable door. Off it went in the opposite direction, but I'm sure cream will continue to rise to the top. And don't forget, the hypercars aren't all arriving in one bunch next year. We're getting a good crop, but some more will be arriving in 2014. So, 2014, that would be a bit late. Let's try 2024. But
and I mean, a consequence of it as well, Bruce, is going to be an increased number of platinum drivers, because the way the regulations are written at the moment is that there are only platinum or gold drivers allowed in the hypercar class, and to my way of thinking, that's not only the cream rising to the top, but using full fat milk with plenty more cream in there. So the overall quality is going to improve as well, and that has got to be a good thing. If it doesn't all happen straight away, I don't care, you know, but if it's a progressive thing where we get stronger and stronger and stronger, maybe that will lessen the effect of the dip, which after every rise automatically will have to come. But you know, if we don't leap into a huge number of hypercars all in one go, maybe they won't drop away quite as quickly either. I mean, this has been a phenomenal race between the two Toyotas up at the front. You know, just imagine were there more, and you know, let's hope that they do come back in great numbers.
49 minutes to go. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the track and around the world on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Johnny Palmer, Bruce Jones and Paul Truswell in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre.
And let me tell you, those chaps have been absolutely mighty over the past couple of hours as well. Here today, 48 minutes then to go here at Le Mans, into the last hour now. You're back with myself, Joshua Birch. Megan Birch is joining me in the commentary box shortly as well, here to commentate on the last hour of this amazing session. So much has happened, so much drama, so much controversy. We can't wait. There's been so much pressure. I've loved every single second of it, and I absolutely hope you lot have at home as well. You wanted the whole 24 hours broadcast? We broadcast the whole 24 hours for you as well. I've done 21 hours. Megan's done 3 hours. On lead comms as well, and many more behind the scenes as well. I'd like to point out as well to everybody who joined me throughout the night as well. You are diamonds, absolute diamonds for coming on the broadcast. I've thoroughly enjoyed this one as well. And we've got another 47 minutes to go through, and a battle for 8th place at the moment in the Ferrari AF courses as well. The 21 and the 61, 8th and 9th, having a battle with each other as well, as I turn with the Ethernet lead as well, that we don't need at the moment. And again, side by side, 61 on the inside, and the 21 for 8th, and the 61 Ferrari goes through, up in position, which was, I think, quite a surprise for a lot of people. How many Pringles did Megan get through? Almost half of them. Yeah, well, at least they were eaten. And she's not getting her hands on the jammy Dodgers. I can tell her that right now because they're by her party ring. Some of the jammy Dodgers are mine. As they come out now, 93 Proton competition. Michael Fassbender, Matt Campbell, and Zach Robertson, who's been to the gravel several times during this race as well, just having their position out there on the circuit. I'll do it again, says Adam as well. Polish Bakers on 13th and 14th on MP2. Where are they? Let's take a look at 13th and 14th. Philip Hansen and Alex Brundle. Brundle! I absolutely love him as well. Adam, hope you enjoyed it as well. You said I'll do it again. Well, anytime, you're welcome. Let's go down to pit lane for the first time, probably.
It always looks a little bit of a mess here. Obviously, everyone here, Habsburg, we have Dries van Tor resting, getting ready. Oh, what happened? No. Oh, Sean, I'm sorry. Sean Galale is a teammate with Robin, and René Rast is getting ready. Come on, we should have a look at it in the garage. That's devastating. Devastating for the leading WRT car. Just crashed as his teammate Sean Galale gave us there. That's the toughest moment we can be in the garage at the moment. I'm sorry, everyone. Yeah, devastating mechanics. Oy, oy, oy. He's just losing it. It's on the curb coming out of Indianapolis too. And the mechanics in the back have prepared the tires. Everything is ready. It's very unfortunate. Robin's girlfriend watching on as well there on the right. Stefan Grimi, maybe we can have a word with you. That's devastating for Robin. He was about to come into the pits, and you were planning to have to do something in terms of the temperature was racing on the car. What was it you were planned to do?
Yeah, we had a little temperature issue. They're running too high on temperature, so we want to try some blanket out to keep going in the race. But now we had a crash and we are out of the race.
He crashed at Indianapolis too. Was that contributing factor to maybe the temperature rise, or how do you see?
Have nothing to do with that. I think he ran a little bit over the curb and then he lost the rear and he crashed.
You have had some setbacks. So with this car, 31, you really had to gain ground. It was the leading car of your team, but you had to gain ground. So of course you were attacking. Maybe that was attacking a bit too much?
I think not. I think, yeah, it's, it can happen in Le Mans.
Yeah, Robin, certainly Frines was very fast. He had the pole position, but and the victory last year. But this year?
It is like this. That's Le Mans, Tom.
You're right. Crew Chief Stephen Grimm.
Yeah, by the way, Abby, I did. Why did I pin it as well? I'm evil and I'm tired. I don't care. The timing screen, by the way, don't know what she was done about. Whether or not she's left on the timing screen and then not come onto the comcam. I don't know. It worked. I must admit, amazing job from Ed and Megan to do 2 hours as well on the new stream while we got up and running. I can't remember if that was set this morning. How long will we be on this one? I don't know. I'm going to have to find it before the end of it as well. But it's been evening. Brad says, why was F1 so boring? What planet were you on? That was a great race. I mean, yeah, the ending was a bit, admittedly, as well. I don't even need Mike Shield. The ending was admittedly a bit, but it was a good, dramatic race for the title, that one. It was really good, really fun. So go watch it. Race finish 4 p.m, starting 43 minutes and 9 seconds. That's the party as well at the end of all this. It's not the stop here. So we finished 3:30. We've got 5:30 we could do 2, I believe. Oh my God, I've just remembered a race that is on in a second, and I'm nearly going to be dead for if I don't. Laptop, quickly, run, get me, fast, run, mega fast, ultra fast, quadruple fast. Oh dear me. I forgot the timings for the British Touring Car Race 2 as we were coming on here. That's probably going to need to be done, thinking about it, as they are on shortly as well. But we're going to keep the Radio Le Mans open as well. I have not touched my keyboard so much. Dust has fallen on it. I'm not even kidding. Watch, there is dust on my keyboard. I need your charger too. Thank you. As they come through. Wow, that's hot. As they come through. Yes, Megan says, of course it is. You just had it on for 2 hours. I know I had it on for 2 hours. I was there. As they come through. So get in touch with us as well. What do you want to know? What do you want to know? What don't you know? What do you want to know about how the ending of the Le Mans goes? And if we can actually signal this, that'd be very much appreciated. I need to get this sorted. Whole commentary box is a mess. See, this is why I thought ahead and brought Megan. Press button 9. That's her. She's not here, is she? Thank you. As we're just trying to get ready for the start of the race coming up for the British Touring Car Championship. Cheers, Megs. Which is coming up shortly. And the British Touring Cars is one where we need driver tracker and timings. So the box is going to get even more messy around about now, which is exactly what we need, isn't it, Megan? Olivia Birch, who walks into the back of the commentary box for the last 41 minutes of this race. There we go. Right, I'll deal with this. Megan, what a Le Mans. Yeah, what a Le Mans race this has been. What's been your... Oh, hang on. Slow, 41. That's not good. It's the real time by WRT, and there's a red flashing light on the inside, Megan. Hasberg's in that car. Is it in the pit lane? Yes, it is. So we should be okay.
You barely touched your food.
Barely touched it? You ate most of my Pringles. Well, anyway, they're yours. They're yours.
I know these are mine. But the rest of it...
They're mine. I'm claiming those. And hang on a minute. What do you mean? I've ate all the Bourbons nearly. There was a full pack in there.
You haven't touched the caramels. You barely got into that. And don't get me started on last time you left Starburst or whatever they are, a Frutella in there.
A year ago today, I was at Snetterton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the next day I had fun playing with the gooey remains of all the
You make it sound like it was a murder.
Well, it looks like one. Inside. I actually think I have a video of it.
Okay, Megan has officially gone weird.
What? You got to send me it because I was just poking it with a fork.
Out of interest, by the way, Megan, what did you... Do you actually know what happened in the F1?
I know the order of the first 3.
Okay, do you know what happened to the Ferraris?
I never have.
Bang. Ferraris went dead.
How?
Engine failures. A pair of them.
Ooh.
Yeah, not good. Quite similar to what we've been seeing here today, isn't it, really?
Yeah, loads of debris there.
How many cars are out now? When I left, there was 7.
8 was gone.
So we've lost 9. We started with 62, we've got 53 left. That's not bad. Iron Link's 80.
What's another gone?
Iron Link 60 out, 31 WRT, Corvette Racing 64. Yeah, we know the rest of them. So, okay, that's not bad. We'll go through the full results, obviously, at the end of the session.
Do you know what surprises me?
What?
You haven't touched the caramels.
The caramels? Well, I decided to, but they were too chewy. So I thought I'd leave them for after the race and after the shows.
Do you know the orange drink? What actually is it?
It's Fanta, but the cheap kind.
Ooh, I'll have to have some later.
Well, pleasure. Oh, I have some. So then...
We also have a lemon to use.
A lemon?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It needs using.
Is this... I got a sell-by date, this lemon?
We got it at Monaco.
Oh, plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Not really.
As it comes in. Right, we've got we've got Radio Le Mans in one here. Let's see. First half of the F1 was really interesting. Says Synthol. Abby says, Joshua, let's play rock, paper, scissors. I'm bored. 3, 2, 1. Rock. Paper, scissors. I choose rock. Rock, paper, yeah. You win. Rock, paper, scissors. You got that one. So, well done. I can't look at the group chat at the same time. Hang on, there we go. Megan, don't read the messages pinned in the chat. Apparently you left...
I've read it.
Oh. You left the timing screen on? What, on number 4? What did you leave the timing screen on?
4.
Oh, see,
For
the
a while.
battle screen.
Well, I didn't think everyone would... The only thing different about the battle screen is you see my face. I don't think it really made a difference.
Fair, yeah, the battle screen is exactly the same as the main one. This is the one where the difference is.
The only difference is you saw my face.
Yeah, the difference with this battle screen is the fact that we get the full timing screen on that one. So that's how we look. As well, but I think because you get the timings and everything, and the messages all synced in, ever so nice out there. What was I doing? I can't hear anything on the radio. That's why. There we go. So we've got one ear, Radio Le Mans again. One ear, that and there, Megan, is Patrick Dempsey, giving a little bit of a
Every time
hi.
I hear a word. I hear the name Patrick, I just think Moore.
So Patrick Moore?
Yeah.
The astrologer, I want to say?
Yes.
Yay. I am so smart. Pit lane.
We have to stop 52
to
SMART.
just before
Yeah, exactly.
Joe's interview with
That's what homeless-
with Stuart, and the 51 did no one changed drivers. The 51 did take some tyres. The 52 didn't take tyres. I think they're just kind of hedging their bets at this point. I think they probably think they're not going to be able to get past the 91 car for Makovic. They absolutely stand and stop there, just fuel. They're not going to go past on the roads. What they're doing is eliminating the chance of things going wrong for themselves. Take a set of tyres and kind of hope that hope is probably the wrong word. Just be there on the off chance that misfortune befalls the 91.
Let's stay in the pits because
Okay.
Joe Bradley's managed to catch Patrick Dempsey at Dempsey Proton Racing for a sort of reflective chat on a trying race at times, but they've always had cars up there, Joe.
Yeah, he's just gathered his crew together. The 77 has just had its last pit stop, took on fuel only. He's just gathering his team together now. They're all nodding in the affirmative. It's kind of like it's at this point in the race when everybody is tired and emotional. Let's see if I can get Patrick. Patrick, time for reflection. I think we're nearly there. We're nearly there.
Yeah.
You know what? Le Mans is a cruel mistress, but she's really kicked you guys about this one.
Oh my God, she's really angry at us for some reason. Yeah, I mean, this is the race, right? This is why it's so important to get on the podium, and it means so much because you see the struggle. I mean, look at the love between everybody. I had such a great time last night being here with everybody. We had some crazy moments, but everybody stayed really calm because they have the experience and they know what to do in these moments. They know it's all going to ebb and flow anyway. And I have to tell you, one of the most magical moments I had was I was walking back to hospitality at Porsche. Nobody was there. It's 3:30 in the morning. I look over, and there is Mr. Penske. He's there at 3 in the morning.
Is that Caitlin
And I got
Jenner?
a chance to sit down with him and listen to him talk about the car, the drivers, how they're doing, and he's such a competitor, so passionate. And to see him here, and he hasn't been here since '62, I believe. That's an amazing moment, and that is the spirit of Le Mans.
It's what makes the glory moments all the better. You know, the adversity that the Dempsey Proton team have addressed this one. When you are successful, that's what makes it something special.
That's what makes it so sweet. And then we had little moments where we lost radio contact with Harry, so we had to go back to the board.
Is that Patrick Dempsey?
And had to communicate that way,
genuinely
and he
don't know
got it.
anymore.
And I believe it was Norbauer, wasn't it, who created the board?
Yeah, that's right.
So, and I was talking to the guys about that. I'm like, you realize
What
how
time is it, my
this
phone charge?
started? And it might have been here, or it was certainly, in the 50s.
I thought it was filing,
all of that stuff, the heritage and the history and the spirit means so much to be a part of.
It was Dan Gurney spraying champagne here for the first time, and we're still doing it.
Yeah, and so all those little moments, and I certainly love the history of the sport, and to be here, and we're going to be at 100 years next year, so I just hope
for a
Richie
game of
can
cards.
finish, and the guys in the Porsche the 91 get on the podium. Maybe a
Solitaire.
proper finish for them. If there's any justice, that would be great. And then we'll see. We still got a little bit of time left. You never know what's going to happen, but we're really fortunate to be able to be here with everything that's going on in the world, and hopefully we can distract people a little bit and improve. I think through technology, through racing, we can make hopefully a little bit of a cleaner world, and we've got to do something. And I think racing, motorsport, the teams, the companies realize that, and hopefully we can lead the way. I don't think we can trust the government to do it. It's just too complicated. So you have to lead by example. We have a lot of work to do. I know the series is trying to do that. I know the manufacturers are, all the support people, everybody. So we'll see. But I'm grateful to be here.
And I love talking to you because two racing fans, mate. That's where it is. Thank you, Patrick.
You bet. Thank you, and thanks everybody.
Oh, it was Patrick Dempsey. It was Patrick
They have
Dempsey.
similar voices.
They really do have similar voices. Yeah, Megan just says, shocked I had to delete my apps on the phone for some storage. I've got them all down. I'll put them back in the right order, so it's all right. Don't really bother me. I just had to delete them quick for storage in case I needed it.
I'm thinking about deleting Candy Crush because
Yeah.
every time I go on it, glitches.
Yeah, it's probably best. Oh, damn. Yeah, maybe I should be recording the right thing on the driver tracker instead of the wrong thing. I've just got rid of ITV Hub and Sky Go off my phone. Oh no, I've got Sky Go. Yeah, maybe I should be recording the driver track instead of the other thing I'm recording. So I'm getting it wrong all over today. My brain's not activating. I'll need these about 5 o'clock as well. Well, you're in here for a thingy anyway, Indy.
Yeah. Wait, when?
Don't ask me to repeat it. I don't know.
5?
5:20, I think we're on here. I'm still stuck in here after the end of Le Mans. I'm doing as many touring cars as I can. That way I can get an early bed. I'm so looking forward to that. If you want to see Patrick Dempsey in a new TV series, he stars in Devils right now as well. It's 2 series long, and it's on Sky Atlantic in the UK. And I shall be watching it. Not that I am a massive fan of Patrick Dempsey, mind. I am. I can't help it. Are they even on the grid yet? Oh, they're just going to the grid now as well. So we'll keep an eye on that touring cars from Alton Park. 31 minutes to go there. So, by my calculations, we'll have about 2 hours before the start of that. So we're going to go on air for British Touring Car Race 1 at 4 o'clock. And then at 4:30, Race 2. That takes us to 5 o'clock for 25 minutes to IndyCar, and then we'll do race 3 after Indy. I think that's fair, isn't it? Then we go 2 races and an Indy after. Then I might get actually to bed early. I might be in bed before the sun sets. That'd be a miracle. Yeah. Well, I want dinner as well, so the gap of 11 o'clock at night could go to 7 or 8, 9-ish.
I need to wash my hair.
I need to wash my hair. I want you to do me a favour here, Megan. Just feel these headset cups on the earphones.
Yeah, you need to wash yours, so I also need to wash mine, so go in before mine. Ooh, I felt that.
Crack my neck as well. And these headphones have become moulded to my ears. And they've become so hot and sticky. They're gonna be taken off and cleaned. I think we can wash them in the thing. I'm not too sure, but even now I'm gonna buy some more. I think, and this needs replacing as well. Not yours is alright, isn't it? Or do you need a new one?
Mine's fine.
I'll need to replace mine then somehow. As we come through. Okay, so less than half hour to go here at Le Mans. I'll be a good FIA if you guys ever do sim racing. You all should hire me as FIA. Joshua Birch, you should consider it. Abby, we do FIA, so if you want to come on, get in touch with PSGL. See if they want you can be a steward. Honestly, get in touch. PSGL, they're crying out for stewards over there as well. We want some good stewards over there to get in touch, help us out. We've got some great stewarding teams already out there as well with them all, but we're always happy to have them all. So get in touch with PSGL, see if you can do it. Seriously. As we come through on the back here and into the pit lane, because Oliver Platt, I can't even see the timing screens. I'm dead. The F1 race gave me new adrenaline, and I've got it now, but it's like I can't read. I couldn't even read the timing screens. I was keeping my eyes on the monitor the whole race.
How long do you need my laptop?
I need your laptop for another 20 minutes for this race. So before you finish here, then you can take it. Then I'll need it at 5 when you're in here again anyway. So
okay.
Yeah, it's all right, isn't it? And then you don't do anything next week. No MotoGP, no Formula 1 in Canada, nothing. And in fact, Dad's not even doing Canada. So I'm going to have a new partner in Canada, which I'm actually looking forward to. Josh will be with me as always, but I wonder who my new partner will be. I'll go look out. See who can join me in the comments box for that one. I think I might Tom Dillon. Might get Tom in. Or Ed. If you're, although he would be busy, I think, on Sunday evenings, which is why I didn't think of Ed. But Ed, if you want to do an F1 with me, come and have a go. Adam, are you around, Adam? If we can do Canada, if that's a possibility, join me for the race. That'd be fun. In the comments box.
It must be so terrifying.
Joe as well, Kobe. Oh, you're all welcome. In fact, I would rather have a plethora of commentators than just 3. I'll have a plethora.
It must be so terrifying for the driver when the mechanic literally just jumps on the bonnet.
Yeah, and now we've got a problem here because I can see the touring car race happening right in front of me and I can't do anything about it.
Turn it towards me.
Good idea. Safety car deployed. Okay. There we go. Good idea, Max. I can't read that anyway because it's too tiny.
Yeah.
There's the American flag at the back half of the track as well. And this is a hypercar situation. The 709 Glickenhaus, yeah, jumping over. Okay, Megs, you've now led commentary on 3 hours, maybe more, maybe we're closer to 4 hours.
It's more.
Yeah, on this Le Mans 2022. What's your opinion of it?
Okay, first of all, only today I've done 3 hours.
Yeah, yesterday you did a couple more.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. My God, have we been busy?
Yes.
Also, I want to
thank
everybody who made sure I was not lonely in the commentary box the entire night. Sacrificing your time to come on the watch along meant a lot. Honestly, meant a lot.
When I went to bed, I checked up on how you were doing.
When you left the box at 11 o'clock last night, didn't you?
Yeah.
That was when I got a bathroom break. Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, I think it was closer to 12.
Closer to 12. My God. I'm knackered. The number 8 Toyota is in from Brendan Hartley as well, so he's changed over.
It was like quarter to.
The thing is, though, I feel fine right now. I know I'm tired, but I feel fine. I'm a little bit slow on.
Tell that tomorrow morning.
I'm a little bit slow on reactions. I'm a little bit slow on things, and saying things a bit slow. But I'm fine. I feel fine. But I know that I'm going to feel awful the longer the day goes on, like I do. Right now, I've got the adrenaline. But as soon as I finish that adrenaline, when IndyCar finishes, when I'm no longer live, or when touring cars finish, I'm off. Grand Prix review as well. Got to do that. But I'll be like,
you can
I'm
do
dead.
that tomorrow.
Nope. Got to do it today. Got to get the podium. Got to get everything done today.
Just be glad you don't have Grid Network today.
I do. I'm sending a video of what my thoughts on Le Mans. So I'll record that as well and get that sent off to Kobe. As well. Yeah. I got my pick a winner wrong. Both of them. Leclerc and Perez as a backup. Didn't expect Verstappen. Unbelievable. It was an okay race, but you didn't miss much. You missed much more in Canada, I think. That's not me emotionally blackmailing you to do Canada. You look tired. You look more tired. Do I look tired?
Not really.
Do I look tired? Does she look tired? You look tired.
I am tired.
You look like you've got out of bed with zero blood in your face.
I couldn't get to sleep last night because it was kind of hot in my room. So I've only had 4 hours sleep.
Ow.
Or
4:45,
maybe.
4:45. You got to sleep.
No, that's how many. I just forgot what minutes were.
I need a new chair.
In hours.
I need a new
4
chair.
4 hours 45.
Yeah, this bar stool is not good enough. I need a new chair. It's rocking too much. Thank you. Okay, into the pit lane then is Brendan Hartley in the number 8 Toyota. Hartley, Megan, is completing the 24 hours. He didn't do that last year as well because Yuki Nakajima took over. And at the moment, Megan, Hartley's going to cross the line as a winner for the 3rd time at Le Mans.
I'm too tired to make the curse work.
Yes, but your curse has failed, Megan. This should be a good thing. You're not cursing him. Seriously, it's a good thing. You're giving me that look again, aren't you? Yeah. I don't like that look. Hands up if you like that look. Oh, apologies. I've talked completely through the last wrap-up. Oh, pit lane.
We had a chat yesterday on the race grid. Can you take us through your race? It's been a tough one at the start, and you made up positions, and now you're back in the top 10.
Yeah, you know, like when you start a race like we did, after one lap we had a puncture due to pure bad luck, you know, like no contact, nothing, just a puncture. Of course it happened in the first sector because why not? And we lost like more than 2 minutes in there. And then, you know, we were P last, P23, with so much to catch up, but we don't give up. We decided to go all in for it, and Rael, Michi and I think we didn't left a single tenth out there. We really tried to push as hard as was possible. And now we are, I think, 47 seconds away from the first Ferrari, so yeah, I think we can be happy with what we did today. 2 minutes up, we would be P4 even, but we are P7 at the moment, and we keep pushing because we never know what happened in endurance racing. We have seen it. I think, okay, we are disappointed because we were clearly aiming for a podium, but at the end of the day, we have learned a very good lesson today, and I think we have showed some very good things, so maybe that's also important.
What will you take away personally from this 2022 edition?
Well, you know, every single lap we are doing is a gift. We are enjoying whatever happens. I had some fantastic night stint. We have been fighting with like some of the best driver in the world. So, I mean, every single lap here is really something you should enjoy, and we did it. Now, the lesson is clearly that you should never give up. You never know what happened, and I think we showed that we know that.
Thanks a lot, Sarah. Thank you.
So, good stuff all the way around at the moment in the action here at Le Mans as we came through. Oh, and the little owl, if you're in this chat, I've just... Oh, hello, what's happened? My laptop's gone funny. Okay, I'll do with that later. We've got our laptop's dying, so I'm going underneath the desk. Oh, no, it's back. I'm not going to move now. It's come back. The Wi-Fi's come back. Okay. No idea what was happening there, but some form of problem probably with the processor. We'll keep an eye on it. So then, Adam says Josh doesn't look too tired. Megan needs some coffee.
I own iced coffee.
Well, Adam's got the iced coffee we want.
Have any.
Yeah, Adam's got it. We could do that as well as we come through. It is so tiring as well. As we get the action from. And battles action. It feels like it... Oh, that's why. The back door's closed.
Good.
It's not letting the airflow in. I was wondering why it felt a bit different in here. As we're trying to go through. Less than 21 minutes to go then here at Le Mans. If you have stayed with us across the entire 24 hours, you are a die-hard lunatic World Endurance Le Mans fan. And honestly, you have my undying gratitude for joining in. And this, Megan, is the Porsche World of a Team Boss. Just how much you've gone through the 24 hours. Last hour, nearly at the top. And for someone who's done the whole... Well, do I get to say that I've done the whole 24 hours when I haven't commentated on it? I've been up for 24 hours, but I haven't commentated on it. I guess I did it, yeah, because I was doing F2 and F1.
You've got to give your voice a break.
Yeah, I haven't given my voice a break for 24 hours. I'm over that now. And I've still got more to do as well. Somehow, I was able to summon the strength to say action in Azerbaijan. If that's what I said, I could have said Australia for all I knew. I still don't know what I said.
She said Austria.
Oh, God, that's in a few weeks. I need to check now. You're going to make me paranoid. As we come through, time screen's looking okay. Algarve looking good for pro racing. And this is the 45 with Rene Binder. Rene Binder? Is it Rene Binder? It's not Rene Binder. That's in MotoGP, isn't it? Remy Gardner and Darren Binder. No, it's Rene Binder. It is Rene Binder. Remy Gardner, Darren Binder. And what's the other Binder? Rennie built. Hang on.
Okay, how many Binder brothers are there?
2. Brad Binder, Darren Binder, Remy Gardner. There you go.
Yeah.
I told you my head would get it eventually. It's just I've got to think about it. I can't let it... I can't let my brain think of other things during that time. Also, my hair is absolutely gone. I've sweated through these clothes for 24 hours. I absolutely... don't want to say that because you're next to me sitting in here, but I absolutely need a bath.
You smell fine.
Oh, thank you. I need to clean up everywhere and shave, beard, wash, everything. Not wear.
As long as I can go in the shower after.
I wore these.
I need to wash my hair.
Look how dirty these shorts are. I wore them at Snetterton and I didn't get this dirty. I've stayed in a commerce box for 24 hours and they got dirty. I was in dust and they haven't. Look at the shoes. And into the pits comes the 10 Vector Sport. This Vector's been having trouble all race. It's always been in the problems, always in the walls. And that's the 9 car. The Prema, who's running in 2nd position overall.
This is the 3rd time this week I've won this.
The yellow. Yeah, I thought you were being repeated.
I have other things. I asked Mum to get me my clothes this morning because I couldn't have time to do it. Because then you needed me in the thing.
You're a very good little sister, aren't you?
Yes.
You came and helped me. Honestly, thank you, darling. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It was very much needed this weekend. 18. Well, can you tell we're crawling to the finish line? Nothing's happening. We'll go through.
Someone could crash, and I generally could not muster up the strength to care.
It's the splash and dash now for the number 9 of Prema to head out there onto the circuit. Who's coming in now? Cool Racing 37. The number 1, Richard Millet, is in as well. And it's literally just get to the line first, isn't it? He who wins, dare. He who dares wins, I think is the saying, isn't it, Megs?
Yes.
Has Vector Sport come in now as well. This is fun. Good racing. Good battle happening on the circuit, Megs.
I'm tired. You're tired. We're all tired.
Everyone is tired. Josh doesn't like his... Oh, Josh doesn't look tired. Megan needs some coffee. The F1 race woke me up, to be fair. I was falling asleep during... I was honestly fighting fatigue during the F2 race. And it was a great F2 race. And I was fighting fatigue during some of this Le Mans. Pit lane for one of the last times.
A light top up to get the last 20 minutes in. So Robert's car so brilliantly taking the lead, and he's finishing the car in similar finishing the race in a similar vein. And that is not the end. That's the engine of the number 30 car. The Ducati had a much more difficult weekend than the Prema. Also going out is a Ricard Mille number 1 car as these LMP2s stop for the 112th time each. Paul, is it?
Very nearly, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the P2 cars have stopped 40, 41, 42 times. The highest of all, I think, is Nielsen Racing, number 24, which has stopped 44 times.
Oh, 44 times, Max. That's insane. To be fair, I don't know why I feel this bad, considering that this isn't the first time I've done a 24-hour this year. I did the... Where were we? Daytona. I did the Daytona 24 hours with USON.
How you that? I'll never know.
Well, I did sleep in the middle, but I woke up during the night to go and do the night shift, so it was staggered sleep.
I'm yawning, and it is 44 minutes past 2, and I know that's not how you say it.
It's 2:44.
Yeah.
Yeah, you seem more tired, and I'm the one who stayed up commentating for 24 hours straight. I have not stopped talking. My voice should go in a museum. I have not stopped talking in over 30 hours.
We'll record it and throw it into the Natural History Museum.
We don't need to record it, just send it on the stream. It's pretty much obvious what I've been doing.
Hide it in a dinosaur. It's like, that dinosaur tooth looks weird. I know, do not question it.
I wonder what the longest someone's gone with just talking. Google it. Yeah, Google it. Someone find it in the comments as well. What's the longest someone's gone without with talking? Down to the pits.
24 hours and you're about to jump on the podium. How do you feel?
Well, of course, it's an amazing race, amazing effort by the teammates and by the team. Super long race, obviously. I didn't imagine it was this tough at the beginning, but yeah, managed to drive in every kind of condition, in the sunrise, in the sunset, in the night, and everything ran quite smoothly for me. So yeah, I must say thank you for the team and thank you for the guys for preparing the hard week with a lot of work.
One of the mechanics was just joking at you a few seconds ago, telling you to smile, but you said you were too tired. It's hard to rest when it's your first ever Le Mans because you think about a lot of things and you want to enjoy it.
Yeah, of course. I need to learn a lot, especially not by driving the car, but also how to approach the race itself, because it's a 24-hour race. You know, everything can change, the plan can change, so you need to maximize your rest. Whenever you're free, you need to go and take a nap, because it's super important. You need to think long, because the first couple of stints are easy, but then the most efficient work comes with the other two stints, double stint or quadruple stints that we did today.
Last question. Can we say that you fell in love with Le Mans?
Yeah, it's a very nice environment. I already did the virtual Le Mans race, the one in the simulator, and it felt special already, but doing the real one, it's really a pleasure.
Thanks a lot, Lorenzo. Thank you.
And what a great little compliment down there to esports as well, which I'm a great partner and fan of esports as well, and great to see that they're getting the recognition they deserve. Right, 13 minutes to go. We're nearly there, guys. We're nearly at the end of this mammoth race. Across everybody who's done the commentary with me. We're going back to the pit lane with Louise Beckett now as well. My God, last 10-13 minutes,
we're in
it's
the
just
final
commentary.
moment. Just giving me a massive sigh before we start talking. I mean, this must feel great for you and for Nielsen Racing to be in this position in the Pro-Am LMP2.
It's a little nerve-wracking because we're in a battle for second here. Things are not over with the DKR car in third. They're only 30 seconds back or so. So we're all nervously, we've got fingers crossed, we've got toes crossed.
just praying to get to the end without any issues and keep it in second place, and then maybe we'll relax and realise how good a position we're in.
We've just had one of the marshals come over, one of the officials talking in French, and you were like, oh no, are they going to take anything away for us, asking for your team manager? But I think it's okay. Do you?
I have no idea. I'll go in in a second to find out. I think we're all jumping if the car makes the slightest noise, if the wind changes direction. Well, oh, what's going on at the moment? So, yeah, it's a bit of a nervous garage at the minute, but how long's left? 12 minutes or something?
Yeah, not that long.
So.
Not long at all. Aside from the result just yet, how's this Le Mans been for you?
I mean, the whole thing's been a fantastic experience. It's been wonderful to do my first Le Mans with a crowd back. I've done the Road to Le Mans race the last 6 years, and obviously the last 2 were with no crowd and not full capacity. So, the place just comes alive when a full crowd is here, and it's been an amazing experience. This is the greatest race in our sport. So, yeah, absolutely chuffed to bits to Rodrigo Salas and the Nielsen team for giving me the opportunity, and it's been a fantastic one so far. So hopefully the last 12 minutes will be as good as the previous 23 and a bit hours.
Yes, we're not going to say any more, and I'll leave you to it. Thank you.
Well, I know.
Great battle between them all. I'm trying to figure out how many people have been on the stream this weekend. I know you're on it, Megan, as well, but you're the last one I'm going to credit, and I can't remember. Do you remember?
Oh, great.
Well, do you really think I should? Tom is next. Are you going to talk or am I? Who's talking? Someone needs to talk. I write this.
What?
Someone needs to talk.
Well, I'm the only other person in the room.
Then you know what to do, young Kenobi.
What, are you Qui-Gon now?
Yes, Adam was next.
Watch out. You've got...
What?
Maul behind you.
More what?
If you're Qui-Gon, then Maul.
Oh, I see. I was wondering who you were on about there, Megan, to be fair. I was wondering what on earth you're on about there.
You can't even get a Star Wars reference. That's when you know someone's tired. And when it takes me more than a second to remember a Sith's name.
Nuts. I've got like stuff stuck on my phone. Oh, great. That's going to work out. I'll tell you what, though. The 45 is nearly in trouble there. It was having a little bit of a moment, wasn't it, at the back half of the circuit? It's all action now at the front, isn't it? So many people are like, just make it to the end. This matters nothing if it doesn't get to the end. Hartley could crash, and the Toyota Jose Lopez could still win. That's the strange situation.
That's a dream.
Megan, stop cursing people. We need them. Rich, who's next?
Right. So, I don't know who we're looking at right now.
That is the race leader, Sebastian. That's the race leader, Brendan Hartley, Megan, the number 8 Toyota. You should remember him. You curse him several thousand times a year.
I wonder what would happen if we ever met in real life.
Actually...
Break his leg?
Probably would break his leg, yes.
Fall from a great height, even where he's on the ground?
Megan, behave. Joe was next.
I'm going to have to talk. There's 8 minutes and 50 seconds left.
I've not got the capacity to talk again, mate.
The 24 hours. And as you can see...
It's getting there. The last 10 minutes. The last 10 minutes is getting good here, and everyone has not given up. We're just waiting. Oh, that's part 2 again. Oh, where's part 3? Oh, we're on part 3. That's why we're not on Josh.
Welcome to Act 3.
6 hours going to the stream. You started it, didn't you? So then it was you. Then it was me and Tom again. Then it was Ed. So Ed's the last one. Then you. I'm just going to get everyone sorted. Oh, dear me. Bless you.
I didn't have time to get to this.
Mute button. All right, never mind. Okay, is that race over yet? What race are we on? 15 and 15, so it's coming to the line. Okay, so 8 minutes to go then. Sorry about that. We were just getting everything sorted in terms of who to thank in the end of the broadcast. So then, Megs, Toyota 1-2. It looks to be the advantage here. Brendan Hartley P8. Brendan Hartley P1 in car 8. Jose Maria Lopez P7. Number 7 in P1. Number 7 P2. Yeah, I'm dead. There you go. End off. Goodbye. Yeah, I'm tired. Are you looking? Laugh lines.
No. like your eyes.
Yeah, it's called bags.
Yeah.
Okay, Megan, last lap was a 3:27. Last lap was a 3:29. We've got 7 minutes to go. How many laps have you got to go then, Megs? Around about 3, I reckon?
Yeah.
Counting the last one we're on. So this one, then another, then another. So
4.
3. I reckon 3. Maybe 4. So that takes us to what? 375 run now. 6, 7, 8. 378 laps looks to be the overall race distance of the Le Mans 24-hour race. But remember, it may go to checker, but we're still going to complete that last lap, so the 24 hours could be long. Longest 24 hours on record is 24 hours and 8 minutes because of the safety car. So it took them around. No checker flags that I saw.
Where do you need to stop it?
When they all across the line.
We're never going to do that.
Not yet. Anyway, you can't escape anyway for a while.
I know, but I want to switch it off a bit.
I know, and I need to get the videos off as well to go forward as they come through.
I was watching something.
I was watching the Orville before I started all this. The Japanese, we have properly given up, haven't we? Yeah. We're at that stage now of the Le Mans race.
I was starting a rewatch of Jane the Virgin.
I need to watch that. It's a good show.
It is. I was doing a rewatch.
It's good. I liked it. I saw some of it when I was at Kellyanne's. Although I preferred The Good Place. We watched more The Good Place than we did Jane the Virgin. Look at that. There's Kazuki Nakajima watching on, waiting to... He's now team principal at Toyota. He's going to get a 1-2 in his cars as well.
I'm surprised they didn't want Kobayashi to finish it.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Or Yakanama as well.
Yeah.
They've chosen for Lopez and Hartley, not the Japanese drivers. Suppose they like to rotate it after a while. Pit lane for the last time, shall we, chaps?
With that number 23 United Autosport car, Pearson, the youngest driver ever to compete at Le Mans in the history of the race. 16 years and 4 months. It's been a bit disappointing, hasn't it? The United Autosport team, both the 22 and the 23, after qualifying, had so much promise, and then incident. I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. Le Mans, she's a cruel mistress.
She is for some, but very rewarding for others, and you get the feeling the more...
Oh, yeah. This could be it then, depending on what Hartley does. If he wants to slow up to do a 1-2 like Toyota like to do, this could be the last lap of the race, Megan. Because, you know, Toyota last year, to be honest with you, our cover photo for part 3 is the 2 Toyotas crossing the line as the 8 and the 7 from last year. And they're the same cars as last year. So, it's identical. It is identical.
It's just history repeating itself.
2 laps to go. We're being told 2 laps to go.
Yay.
So they are going to go 2 more laps here at Le Mans.
So tired.
And, of course, the 7 car could have won this, Megs, if it wasn't for that issue earlier on in the race when Joe was on the broadcast and the car shut down, had to do the manual reset and got going again.
It could have, yeah. It could have won. And I feel like Toyota just dominates it all the time. Especially when I'm around.
Yeah, there you go. Switched it off for a while. There you go. I'll put this on it as well.
That's not going to help it.
It's perfectly fine. I need to make sure it comes through to the screen recorder. So then, chaps and chapettes, last 5 minutes of Le Mans. Let's take a look at the chat, actually. Where's my glasses? Anyone know? Here they are. I had them on during the F1.
They ran away because...
GKP Tech, let's see if there's any last-minute issues like usual. Fingers crossed for the Toyotas. Last minute of Le Mans. Abby plays games. Let's go. GKP Tech, I would like to just keep going. You never know what you can change. The pace of it will break. Heartbroken for the 22 U8. Yeah, heartbroken for the 22 United Autosport team. And it's going to be the number 38 Jolter that winning LMP2. But it's all changed all the way round as well. This could be the last lap. That's the problem. They just don't know, do they, Megan? If this is the last lap, they've got to keep pushing.
We've reached below 3-minute mark. That's a good thing.
I don't think even crawling can get it round there. So there's going to be one more lap. Look at this. Crying at Porsche. As I think they're going to win in the... Yes, Porsche 91 are going to win the last ever GTE Pro category. Porsche will win. They overtook the 51 Ferrari AF Corsa in the last 2 hours. as I'm sure Megan and Ed told you, the change there.
Probably.
52 Ferrari, of course, have finished third. Porsche fourth. Riley Motorsports fifth. Out of the race went the two Corvettes, the sure favourites to win this weekend. Took the DNF. And now it's all eyes to the front as they head on the back straightaway, Megs, towards Indianapolis.
Right. And it's... I'm being left alone. Right.
I need the air.
Oh, the air.
I need the air. I'm dying here, Megs.
There are now less than 2 minutes left to go on the...
Yeah, and they're at Porsche's curves, so this will be it. 1:47 to go. So, let's take a look. She says, some Alpine fans have too high expectations. I feel like they should take this good result to me. As long as the knock-on winning points, I'll take it 100%. I know Alpine got lucky, but I don't know his part as well. Last lap, the call of the 2022 Le Mans 24-hour race. Again, the 90th running of this event. One safety car, unless I'm very much mistaken. Do you have a safety car?
No.
One safety car in the entire race. A load of slow zones.
Slow zones.
Yeah. Minimal neutralisation to the race. Beautiful weather. A packed grandstand. And a good, strong race. In the weeks leading up to this, we were commentating on the week, weren't we? We'd done every session live of Le Mans. We saw Glickenhaus were fast. Alpine looked fast. And then out of nowhere, Toyota have come here today and have dominated. Hartley put it on
As
pole.
they always do.
Hartley put it on pole in Hyperpole. And he's going to take them across the line now.
And the only hyper car to not finish in the top 5
Alpine.
Is Alpine.
Down in 23rd overall. 5th in class, yes. Question to you then, Megan, as well. Please answer, if you will. This now, Brendan Hartley, a winner of Le Mans in the 8 car.
Good.
Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Checkered flag is out. The Le Mans 24-hour race is over. 24 hours done. And now the celebrations and parties can begin. Now we wait to go through. Nick de Vries did very well in P8, in LMP2. Absolutely, he did as well, considering his previous best result was 19th in both the races he's had here in the past. A mega performance from him as they try and go through. My ears bleed. I've still got to wear this headset for a lot more hours yet to come. There's an IndyCar race to do. There's loads of things to do.
I swear, if that has a lot of cautions and a red. Can we just go off there if that happens?
Yeah, you can. I'll get someone.
No, I don't want you to be on your own.
Into Indianapolis, I think you'd be crawling me to bed, I think, at this point, Megan. You'd be literally dragging me up the stairs. Oof, I'm dead.
Throw you on.
What a
and
race.
I can do that.
Yes, there you go. What do you think then, Megs? Brendan Hartley, a 3-time winner of Le Mans.
Good for him.
Finally wins as well in that Toyota. Lost out last year, going to win this year. 7-1 last year. It's now 8th turn. New baby seems to be the anti-curse to you and your curse that you kept delivering. He's going to win a race.
We'll see.
He's going to win a race for the first time with you in the commentary box.
I'm just going to head out.
No, you don't. Stay here. You're watching this one to the end. It's been a long 24 hours as always. It's been mankind versus machine. It's been the battle of wills and determination. All for this. A new winner with Brendan Hartley and Toyota and a new partnership for the 3rd time. Across the line they come. Toyota win the 24 hours of Le Mans in 2022 with Brendan Hartley, with Sebastian Buemi and Ricky as well with Hankanauer taking the points. Brendan Hartley is a winner in LMP2. It is victory to the 38 Jolter who take victory. For so long, they've wished the top honours. They've got it once again. In the GTE Pro category, we're waiting for the 91 Porsche to take home yet another Le Mans win. Porsche are top dogs again, and the last ever winners of the Pro category. In LMGTM, it is the number 33 TF Sport who will take victory in the amateur category as well. In the LMP2 Pro Amateur class, it's the 83 AF Corsa who has dominated. And here is the 33 TF Sport, Megan, to take the victory in the amateurs.
That's certainly a very good turnout for who has won. It's sad for Corvette racing, of course.
Aston Martin are winners in the amateur class again. TF Sport win the amateur class at Le Mans in car 33. And Aston Martin go wild. A class win. A win is a win at Le Mans. And it means so much. There's Ben Heating. Tears in his eyes. And there's no man better to win Le Mans than Ben Heating, in my opinion. No man on the track this year, by the way. I thought that was deemed too dangerous last year. The man on the balcony now waving the flag. It was better that way, I thought, than being on the track.
Yeah.
It was too dangerous. He got killed. Nearly got killed last year.
He did.
Checker flag on the gantry was right. The 91 Porsche will be the last one to take the checkered flag shortly with another fantastic win.
I just saw people on the track waving.
Marshals, probably.
They were.
We've done it! 24 hours broadcasting! Le Mans is done! And here comes the 91 Porsche in a Porsche trio. In the last corner, the LMGTE Pro category is won by Porsche. Once again, making history. Porsche win the last ever GTE Pro category at Le Mans before it turns to GT3s next year. Porsche, what would Le Mans be without you? What a 24-hour race. What a 90th running. Fantastic. And I've got to stop because I've got a lump in my throat.
And I don't know how to comprehend sound.
How much of a great job Rio's done. First time the ball was thrown, he was awesome. And he's a great addition to the team. And obviously thanks to Seb as well. Yeah, the whole team's been awesome this weekend. As you just mentioned, let's stop through engineering, strategy. Yeah, that's the big thanks for everybody.
Yeah, I completely agree, Brendan. There's been an outstanding effort all year, and with Rio, definitely that's a strong team member. Yep.
Admit it. Do it. Admit it.
No.
Brendan Hartley's just won a race with you in the commentary box.
Yeah, and someone's got their door open.
The curse, it's Gleekenhouse. The curse is over. Seriously, that petty? The curse is over, Megan. Admit it.
No.
He won a race.
It's never going to be over.
He won a race with you in. I think the curse is over.
So did Scott McLaughlin. I still curse him.
Fair point, actually. All right, is this a day off for you then?
I'm tired, of course it is.
Everybody, Scott McLaughlin might win tonight. Quickly change your pick of winners. And you're commentating tonight as well.
Yeah.
Oh, what a long 24 hours it was. Cheer for the 91 Porsche. Winner in Pro. Sure. Let's listen.
Congrats everybody, I mean, sad for 92, but congrats for the job. I mean, beginning of the race was hard, everybody can be very proud, very good job. The car at the end was very strong and we came back. Fantastic result.
That's it.
That's a first win for Fred Makovicky, who's been a proud member of the Porsche team for many years. Aston Martin.
Last Porsche win as well now, isn't it, Mace? Because of what we now know, with him changing over.
It's sad.
GTA Am winner. The Aston Martin TF Sports, Ben Keating, Harry Chavez and Michael Sorensen taking the victory there. We're not going to hear from them. On to the podium ceremony then coming up. What a race. Oh, 24 hours done again. Now the first one live, all on YouTube in the books. Last year it was half and half. This year, all 24 hours live on YouTube, done into the books. Tick as well.
Yay.
And now, get ready for touring cars. 3 touring cars delayed, but still, the touring cars are touring cars. As we'll get sorted. Let's get down to the pit set and get some interviews.
I told you. I told you. Just everyone did their job perfectly. Yeah, everyone just did their job perfectly, so I'm speechless.
It was absolutely a perfect run. The only minor hiccup was when you had to come in for during the full course yellow, wasn't it?
Yeah, we had that, and we had a couple of tire issues as well, which made us stop when it wasn't planned. But it looked like the other cars were having similar issues, and it's just I don't know what to say right now, man. It's
great stuff, thank you, Antonio. Now over to Joe with Tom Ferrier.
TF Sport, you've done it again, Tom Ferrier.
Amazing. I'm pretty blown away by that, to be honest. Starting P19 was a big long shot, but speechless at the moment. Which is
Endurance races are won on the pit wall, and this is your pit wall right here. Grant Clark, you've engineered a Le Mans winner, my boy.
Again,
yes, second time.
What a fantastic result. It's always a team effort from the team management, the engineers, the mechanics, the drivers. Everyone just put in so much work to get this result.
The pressure was on in GTA Am, Grant. Where did you find something to put yourselves at the front right now?
It was just having a clean race. As simple as that. We didn't make many big mistakes, so keeping the car on the track, no real unscheduled pit stops, and the boys did a mega job with all the tyre changes and refueling, so couldn't ask for more from anyone.
Brilliant, mate, brilliant, proud of you. Well done, Tom.
Is that one of your...
I just said what he said.
Yeah, exactly, Tom, exactly.
Is that another one of your former students, Joe?
No, he came to me for a job in my touring car team, and he put so much effort in just finding the office. I gave him a job. He started there. Yeah.
I hope you're on commission for all of this work that you put in a good few years ago now. But you've turned out some good ones, definitely, and some success at Le Mans again. Understandably so. Brendan Hartley is really taking his time to savour this slowing down lap. Hartley.
I'm on 4. Okay, Megaton 3. Well, not that bad then overall. We come into the comms box and we've changed over to some handheld mics because we've had too long in our headsets here today. I'm sure Megan can agree. So, Megan, handheld mic time, I'm afraid. What? You're all right.
I can't stand.
Gotta use your handheld.
I can't stand.
Why? Blisters?
No, tired.
Oh, come on, it's not going to be that bad. We've only got a couple of minutes. We'll sit down. Just you do that, and we'll just sit down and hold the mics. I'll deal with this. You sit down. Go on. You just hold the mic. So then, Megs, have you got a moment of the race? Is there any moment that really pops out to you thinking, that one there, that's a good one? No. That's a no then in your eyes, isn't it? Well, usually I'm expecting a bit more zhuzh than this.
I can't remember who crashed.
Alright, never mind.
It was on one of the slow zones. I was there.
Now is it down? Alright then. What have you made of Le Mans then as a whole?
Tiring.
Did you enjoy it this year?
Yeah.
Next year?
Too far.
Talk about that in 11 months' time?
Sure.
Yeah, right. No, not bad at all. The cars is coming back in then as well. Getting ready for the podium ceremony and the national anthems and everything as well to wrap up here at Le Mans. Abby says as well. This stream was extremely fun, guys. I just can't thank you enough for doing such a long stream. I do because I enjoy it. Honestly, I enjoyed it so much. And
I'd get tired by it.
Thanks to Megan and to Ed for stepping in for 2 hours as well, and 3 hours in Megan's case as well earlier on today.
So many more hours than that.
And thanks for stepping in for the F1 yesterday and for everything you've done this week. Megan, you've actually really, really helped.
Yeah, it's unusual for me.
Yeah, I don't like it. Change back.
I can just go be lazy and go to sleep. Also, you only ate one of... Like last year, you only ate one of your pot noodles.
I know. Do you want one?
Which one?
Chicken and mushroom or the pasta bolognese?
Which one do you want?
I don't really fancy either. I'll just stay there for another while. Pasta's easy either.
Which one do you prefer?
I'd like to get the chicken and mushroom one to go.
I'll have a bolognese one later.
Today?
No, not today.
I was going to say, why later? Checker flag and time for the traditional run back down the pit lane then. Brendan Hartley, as he was in the car last, will take them down. IndyCar coming up soon in a couple of hours' time. Looking forward to that one. No?
No.
Yes? Oh, I thought you might not be. Oh, come on, it was a
not
good
even
race.
you're truly looking forward to it, though. Let's be honest.
No, I'm not. I want to go to bed.
Yeah.
I've done the Le Mans. I want to go to bed. I really do.
We both want to relax and sleep and laze around in bed.
Unfortunately, we have to do Le Mans. Not
Eat.
Le Mans. We have to do other things. I'll
There's
eat.
cookies, you know.
I've had one.
There's also still cheesecake in there.
I haven't had any of that.
Eat cheesecake.
I probably will eat some cheesecake soon.
That's why I saved it for you. I was
Thank
like,
you, thank
Megan,
you.
why haven't you eaten your second slice of cheesecake? Because it's not mine.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, I don't think... how long is it going to take to wrap up the podium? It should only take...
I don't know. They should run.
It's taking out, and there's so many as well. Out here as we're going into the post format now as well. Is that Kobayashi, who finished in second place? It could have so nearly been the win today. If it wasn't for that problem on the number 7, it could have been the win, which everybody was thinking of and knew about. Jolter, though, winning again. Let's go down for a race interview with Jolter.
To Le Mans, how are you feeling?
Amazing. It's a dream come true. We've wanted for 6 years. We've been so close, but finally it's here. Le Mans, let us win today. Thank you.
You did brilliantly. You led throughout, but you must have been nervous right till the last minute.
Always, always. Until you cross the line, their nerves are going and going and going, and it happened today.
Go and enjoy the moment. Thank you.
Wonderful atmosphere there as well. Got to enjoy the moment. Never a truer word spoken as well, especially along these lots. As they come through, Synthol put his hands up as well. I really enjoyed that one. Right, let's go through then the class results as well. As here comes to look, Megan Sebastian Romy, Kazuki Nakajima, Kamui Kobayashi, and Brendan Hartley down towards the gantry. Podium ceremony is closing up as well. So, it was Brendan Hartley in the number 8 Toyota who won. Second was the number 7 Toyota. Third, 708 Glickenhaus. Fourth, 709 Glickenhaus. Fifth, number 38 Jolter. Then the 5 Penske, 32 WRT. Then further down, it is the 1 Richard Mille Racing, 65 Panis Racing. And 10th, the 9 Primo Racing. 37 Cool Racing, 34 Interpol Europol as well. 28 Jolter, 31 WRT, 43 into Europol Competition, 23 United Autosports, 13 TDS Racing Exponente, 41 Real Time WRT, 15 Graph Racing, 16 AF Corsa, 39 Graph Racing, 83 AF Corsa, 45 Algarve Pro Racing. Then it's the 24 Nielsen Racing, the 48 IDEC, the 22 United Autosports, and the 3 DKR Engineering. The 44 ARC Bravilista, as we scroll down to see the next hypercar, the 36 Alpine, 35 Ultimate, 63 Corvette as well, did finish 29th. And then, hang on a minute, oh no, that's the old lap times. Lap times go back to lap 69.
No, it was so long ago.
Well, that's annoying. Let's hear, okay. Let's hear from Brendan, shall we? Top 3 coming up on the podium. We haven't got anything to throw to, which is annoying. Because the graphics have decided to go back to lap 69. I've just read out the complete wrong graphics. Okay, Tom Christensen is with Megan's #1 guy. Don't think this is Brendan Hartley, as we were told.
Danish. What did you say?
I just said finally now finally to win. I mean, yes.
We're on. Hello. Sorry about that. No idea what happened there. That wasn't me. Internet went off.
Big win for Marcus Sørensen, and he
okay, that was weird.
Strong.
Back with you.
And,
hello.
The season has not been going fantastic for him, so in that sense, to win now finally is a wonderful blessing for the talented Dane.
Yeah, not a bad race win overall there, Max, I feel.
Not a bad race.
Winner in a GTE Pro.
Look at Da Costa. I haven't seen him happy since he won his F3 title. FA title, sorry. Let's go down to Eurosport.
That was a tough one.
Yeah, it was an amazing race. I mean, it was my first dream and goal since I joined Porsche. I was close 2 times second, and now I won 3 times with the Ferrari, 1 with Porsche, and it's the perfect finish for GT Pro category for me.
And it's the first ever win for Fred as well.
Fantastic, fantastic. I mean, for Richie, amazing, all good.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Jimmy.
Well done, Jimmy, as well. I think a very special well done from everybody here, as my hair is absolutely ridiculous right now. I bet I look a state at the end of this broadcast. It's been a long one. Okay, here we go.
Challenge as a human one, and it's a great team effort.
Team photo going on in the background there, Megan as well. Just taking everything as well. Let's hear then as we go back down to Eurosport.
What do the drivers learn about themselves after 24 hours race like this?
They're insane.
Forever. I mean, this bonds them together.
In fact, they want to change jobs.
The Mang win. I mean, they have to go. They have to share so many feelings. Be honest with themselves and be honest as a team, and really to tell about the weaknesses and make sure that you get this in. Absolutely, that's really important. And to see them now, first time together. I mean, during these 24 hours, they are not together before now. Always one in the car, always one resting and sleeping, always now finally to celebrating it. You can see they're relieved, they're proud, they're happy. I mean...
They're checking the car. It's done, guys. It's okay. you made it.
Yeah.
Megan's shocked that I've worn the paint away on my handheld microphone because of my ring and the fact that I hold it like this all the time, like Jake Humphrey holds it.
Developed through the race,
I hold
different periods of the race.
Everywhere. Yeah, which is half the problem half the time.
Yep.
Okay, post-race 4 type of show right now, it feels like, as well. We're talking about what happened. I feel weird that I've missed so much Formula 1 this weekend. I've done the sessions, but
you missed the quali.
I know, but I feel like I've missed the pre-shows, I've missed everything.
When was the last time you missed the quali?
Spain last year, and you covered that one.
Were you well?
No, I was doing Formula E at Monaco.
How dare you?
It was a race over a quali any day.
No.
Yeah, race over quali is the rule. Qualifyings can wait, races can't. Speaking of, we've got delayed touring cars coming up at 4 o'clock, or around about then. Keep an eye on the YouTube stream. They'll be put on quite quickly and scheduled. So make sure to subscribe and turn on the notification bell, and you'll get noticed immediately later on in about an hour when we do the touring cars as well, race 1 and 2.
Look, the public are allowed inside the track.
Down to,
Hey, thank you
down to Ben Haley.
Second time, but I'm going to keep
Keating, sorry.
But yeah, so excited. I'm at a loss for words. It doesn't happen very often, but just amazing. An incredible job from the whole team. No mistakes, no penalties. I mean, nothing wrong the entire race, and that's why we're up front.
Okay, and you'll be back for the 100th anniversary?
I hope so. Yeah.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think well done to Ben Heating as well. He's certainly been up there, hasn't he? He's kept that Le Mans spirit alive. And look here, it's at all the Porsche lot, look, getting a hug and kisses off from the family as well. Not bad. Yeah, not bad out there, looking strong.
Only one safety car.
Yeah, that was a shot, Meg. Only one safety car. I should have said that was insane.
Yeah, I would have expected there to be more than just one, especially due to the tiredness. I know.
Joe Samiego says, amazing job, Joshua and Megan. Thank you for joining us, Joe, as well. And I think you as well. Well done. Well done. You're tired as mad. You've only done a couple, but well done. God, like a dog.
Really tough.
Let's go back down to Tom.
It was well done. You know, three-time Le Mans winner.
Yeah, not as many as you.
Brendan!
But counting, man.
Thanks,
Brendan Hartley, look, Megan's cursed driver, the original one,
also not as many as Seb, but
has won.
Unless I change cars, I'll never catch him. But no,
We'll
it
see.
was amazing. And Rio, the first time here with
First time, yeah. I still cannot believe this. We did it.
Oh,
we did
it's
it.
Rio Hakiawa.
Very good job. Yeah, you're certainly not a rookie, but it's first time in the hypercar here with Toyota.
You're
and
right
what
the
with
first
your
time when you
teammates?
said
I
it.
mean,
Rio
did they help
Hakiawa.
you, or
Yeah.
were you there to
I know.
push them?
No, they both, not only my teammates, but all the team were really helpful for me. And then, we managed to finish, and then, we did a very good job. And yeah.
You've been very strong. And Brendan Hartley, of course, his third Le Mans win and won with Porsche as well, and now with Toyota. But it looks like Sebastian Buemi is taking a little bit more time to let it sink in. His fourth victory here, taking a picture of the car in the background. So maybe we will also
Letting it
have a
all
word
sink
with,
in, it looks like.
with Sebastian as well. But you must be very proud.
Man, and
The
it's
He's got pole
creepy.
position. He did the last lap.
I don't
I'm
like
jealous,
being dressed in
Next time
costume.
I would like. I'd
They're
love to do it.
creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, onto the
You have a
podium.
great
Come on.
future,
Podium
there's no
now.
doubt.
Especially Mickey Mouse.
Japan is really proud of you. And
The later this
Toyota
goes on,
team.
the later we can't do a touring car race. We can do one, but I want to try and get two done. I want to be
I do want
cheeky.
to do more work.
Go on to the touring cars. I want to do two ideally. Come on to the podium for the LMP1 guy. The podium for the hypercars, and then we're going to go off here.
For Rio Hirakawa, and it was first participation for 16-year-old Josh Pearson. He was
Yeah, Josh Pearson, 16 years old, the rookie. Did amazing. Let's hear it from him.
Here with Josh Pearson, first Le Mans. How was the experience? I know there was a lot going on, but how was it in the car?
It was good, I think we had a lot of drama early on, and that's how this race goes sometimes, but we pushed through it and we salvaged some good points.
Did you manage to feel the magic of Le Mans? I know you're in a race, you're thinking about points and WEC and everything, but this is a big deal.
I was able to feel the magic last year when I was here scouting, but it's always a special event, isn't it?
Okay, well, thanks for talking to us. Congratulations on finishing, and we'll see you in Monza, but we'll see you back here next year.
Thank you.
16 years old and a driver. Let's hear from Sebastian Buemi now with Tom Christensen, a four-time winner now, Buemi.
You are now putting along Oliver Genderbin. Who else we have? Yannick Dalmas and Angry Pescarolo living in the city. Well done of your team, and well done on your fourth victory, Sebastian.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It means a lot. Somehow, since 2016 I never believed it until I crossed the line. So it's amazing to be able to do it again. It's such a wonderful moment when you cross the line.
Yeah, you did it from you took the start. You were very strong in the opening stint. Then it was you struggled a little bit with rear, maybe tire pressures. Was that, or at least the rear grip? Did that was that through the whole race, or were you okay later?
Yeah, we wanted to start with a little bit of oversteer because we thought the race it goes towards understeer, so we wanted the car to be a bit difficult to drive at the beginning with the temperature being really hot, but it was a bit too much. So the first few laps when the tires were good, we were fine, but then it became really difficult and I struggled until the middle of the night, really.
That's good to hear. Where was the key moment? What was the
Long
best
podium,
moment in
eh?
your car during this 24
A
hours?
very long podium.
Obviously, the key moment
Formula
is when
One
the
don't
sister
mint
car
this for
had the
26
issue, the
minutes.
power cycle, it took
Oh, wait,
a
yes,
long
they do.
time.
They've been doing this for
We got a bit
26
unlucky
minutes.
at that time with the slow zone. We lost 20 seconds and we came back a bit. So I don't know how it would have ended. But clearly, the key is when they had the issue.
But
Space
the
here,
moment you
Megan.
love in the car, was that during the night or was it particularly during the morning? When did you enjoy yourself the most in the car?
I think
What?
In the morning,
You still don't get all my
I
hair and
started when
flipping
it
it
was
over.
dark and then I had the sunlight. It was nice. It was actually nice around 6 a.m. I enjoyed very much.
So
It's all right, Megan, it's over now.
Victory again in the centenary.
It better be.
That would be amazing.
IndyCar
Obviously,
next.
you know what it takes to win, so
No.
it's really difficult. We will take it step by step.
No, you're
and,
right, it's touring cars.
hopefully we can come back again and be in a strong position.
we look forward to celebrate you on
Not
the
for you.
podium. Well done to you and your teammates.
I'll do that solo.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now can we finally get to the podium, please? Because I don't think we can last any much longer. We need to go off here and do the other series, but we need to show the podium. And we're all getting a bit antsy, I think is the word, isn't it?
More like a volatile.
Right, let's hear from Jolta, because apparently we must. And Antonio
First
Costa.
of all, like everyone executed its job perfectly. But from the day we got here until now, I have to give a lot of credit to my team and my teammates, especially Will. Restless, setting up the car the way he believed it to be. He's honestly an endurance and a prototype expert. So we just followed his lead a lot. He really led us together with the engineers in the right direction, and the car was a dream to drive. So obviously that makes our job a lot easier. But yes, you'll have to do it for 24 hours, go through the night. It was really hard the night this year, I have to say. Hard to stay focused. We drove a lot in the night. So, yeah, it's just amazing to cross the line as a winner.
Well done, Jolta. Honestly, well done.
And to do it finally, it's just amazing.
Crazy podium awaiting you in front of this packed grandstand and the crowd.
We were just waiting for all the fans to come back, so we win it in the right way, you know.
Thank you. Enjoy it now. You deserve it.
Well, hang on a minute. I'm seeing. Hang on.
Tough drive.
I was seeing four. I was seeing double. 4 Antonios. There's a joke there. That's only supposed to be 2 Antonio.
It's true.
There was 2 Antonio Fiesta Costas on the screen. So that was one of the interviews was pre-recorded, and it's not telling us.
There's more.
That's the
That
car.
explains.
I wonder which.
You can see
That
the background of the name of the
explains
team.
all
and the
the
podiums are coming up very
all the
shortly.
pit stops, driver
And
changes to
for
himself.
Everybody on that podium, whether or not they've been there once, twice, 3 times,
I wonder
4
which.
times,
Thank you, Megan.
at the top step of the podium.
Explains
I've got
all
it.
the pit stops to
This is what
himself
it's all
and
about.
driver changes.
This moment.
Yeah, absolutely. There
Right,
are
podium
few
time.
races on the
Okay, hang on.
Finally.
Yeah, we can mute that now. And it's time. Martin Heyman's returned. It's time for the podium ceremony then here for the Le Mans 24-hour race. We'll cover the top tier taking up their trophy as well, and then we'll have a golf because
We better not drag it out.
we want to get on here ideally 4:15 for the first touring car race, and then do race 2 and 3 after the what do we call it?
Indeed.
That's the one. But considering it's just me doing it, I think I might be able to get 2 done. I might be cheeky and see if that's possible.
Hope so.
You watch, it's not. There'll be something I'd have missed, and it won't be possible. It just won't be. I know it. I can feel it. As they come through now.
Have a little faith.
There's a song by that title. If you want to go down that route as well.
It's also a line from Jason from Mortal Instruments, Mortal Cut.
I was wondering what you were on about, really, to be fair, talking about that.
So I was quoting something.
Thank you, guys. You are the best. That's from well, thank you very much. That's a comment. Love, Heart and Fire as well. Thank you very much. 24 hours non-stop. Well, for you, really. Well, no, I did it non-stop. You did a couple. It's complicated. We just did this. We just did the race.
Ooh, that was sweet.
I did F2 and F3 alongside this as well. But yeah, we did the race. That's the important thing. Right. Hey, look, podium. Hey, drivers, podium, racing. Finally,
Get to it.
Don't pop the mic. Can we now please have the podium ceremony?
Or else.
You don't need to hold it that close. You're not like here.
It's threatening.
It's deafening to our viewers.
Maybe one of them?
And me. It's really not nice. It's really bad.
They're on now.
And the Laurel Wreaths as well. And I think they're going in reverse order of categories. I think that's the amateur class coming on the podium first as well. So this will be the GTE Am winners as well. Flying onto the podium. Yeah, this is the GT Ams, the GT Pros for Porsche, and then is it first, second, third? Because that's Mike Conway, and he was in the 7 car, so it's first, second, and third, isn't it? So that's the Gleikenhaus Racing as well. There is Kamui Kobayashi watching on. Still selfie. Laurel Wreaths smell beautiful. They do, by the way. That's what do it, yeah.
Do they?
Yes. Race winner, once again then, it is onto the podium for the number 8
Hartley,
Toyota.
a three-time winner with Toyota and with Porsche, of course. 4 times a winner, Seb Buemi, and a brand new overall
2 wins with
24 Hours
Porsche
champion
for
in Rio
Hartley, 1 win
Hirakawa.
now with Toyota. He's a 3-time winner of this race. Is that curse over yet, Megs?
Is it Kaz Nakajima
No.
for the management team?
How long is it going to
Kaz
go on for?
Nakajima for the management team. Who's
How long
gonna
is he
be
going to
on the
live?
A long time.
Well, he knows what it feels like to win.
You got your
he
answer.
knows what it feels like to not win.
It's going to be
in
good.
the most
We'll
brutal
hear the
circumstances.
Japanese national anthem
trophy there, the
as well,
manufacturer's
which we should get to
overall
see.
winning
I've got to do this
trophy.
later for Formula 1. I'm going to go through the podium later on for Formula 1 as well, so I forgot about that. You think you're going to feel it? I'm going to be absolutely knackered.
But unfortunately, we have to talk over it due to copyright.
Not sure, because I think it's actually presented live.
Well, until we see the band, we're talking over it. So do you?
Wonderful atmosphere here at Le Mans. The Japanese national anthem, I think for the 5th year running now. 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 6th year running,
They're
Megan.
dominating it.
Absolutely. Did we have Le Mans in 2020? It got delayed, didn't it?
Delayed by a few months, I think.
Yeah.
Did you do it in August?
We did, both years, yeah, you're right. So,
Yeah.
5th year running.
Oh, it is a band.
Faultless delivered by
Whoops.
a live band behind the podium.
Well, if they'd have told us it was live.
Observed by the crowd.
Yeah.
They have been rehearsing
that's fine.
studiously for weeks to get every possible
Still.
anthem for every possible.
I feel really,
winner of
really
every
bad now.
possible class.
Why?
Because we just talked over it, the live band.
National anthem was banging out.
One, how are we meant to know? Two, does it really matter?
No, I'm turning your mic down.
You can.
Your mic's really annoying. Where are you? You're on 3, aren't you? There we go. Try it now.
Hello.
That's better. So, 3rd place on the board. As well, that goes to the Gleekenhouse Racing Squad. Good job from them today, actually, the Gleekenhouse. It was either going to be them or the Alpine, and Gleekenhouse went straight through and says, no, it's going to be me
Alpine
today.
definitely did not bode well.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Now, 2nd place on the board for the number 7 Toyota. Could have been the race win, but once again, I think for the 4th time in 5 years, a mysterious electronic problem put them out of the race. As well at the end, they got 2nd place though this time.
It did.
Which is going to use Porsche to the last one as well. But across the line then, trophies galore for 2nd. But Megan, it's all eyes up front for who's number 1 here at Le Mans. The number 8 Toyota with Ryo Hakayama, Sebastian Buemi, and a little bloke from New Zealand called Brendan Hartley, who has just won the Le Mans 24 Hours for a 3rd time. First time with your curse. And you're in the box commentating live on YouTube. You didn't curse Brendan Hartley. It's over.
I did for a bit of it.
Qualifying
It only
doesn't
has
count.
to work once.
Qualifying doesn't count. The car
It
did
only
stop
has
it.
to work once for
Right.
it to still continue.
Qualifying doesn't count, and you did stop the car in practice 3, so I'll give you that one.
Yeah.
Okay?
So curse
Maybe
some
I
words.
shouldn't neutralise you. Said as much as I much have. Dead Ring is a joke from Doctor Who then.
Yeah.
I don't care what the Daleks say. They're a bunch of... Anyway, time for the trophy out there as well. God, we're tired. And still got a lot to do here today as well. Grand Prix review coming up later. Right, time to lift off one of the heaviest trophies in all of motorsport. Let's take a listen in. That trophy inside the 24 Hour, by the way. Oh, here's the Daytona Rolexes. Every very expensive Rolex, by the way. Every single one. That's Brendan's 3rd. Kamiri and Rico's 1st. And Sebastian's 4th.
They had a lot of watches.
2 for each watch.
And if
2
you
for each wrist.
enjoyed this half as much as we have,
What a race.
We've enjoyed it twice as much as you.
There is the biggest trophy in motorsport, by the way. It's solid gold, takes all of them to lift it, and inside is the original trophy from Le Mans. Well, it's 99 years old. Next year, it's the 100th anniversary of Le Mans and the 91st running, because of course we stopped for World War II. Time to lift it up then. The heaviest trophy in motorsport, Toyota number 8 are winners at Le Mans. The confetti goes off in the background. What a race we've had. And both Toyotas lifting it on high. A 1-2 for Toyota. No, don't drop it! Don't drop it!
So much a part of this.
What a race win! What a race! Alexander First was there as well. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're done. That's it. Game over from Le Mans. Megan, what's your overriding memory from this year's Le Mans? Oh, go on, give us one. Give me, sum us up Le Mans in one
When
word.
that actor crashed. Also,
Michael Fassbender. It's champagne time!
Exhausting. That's the word.
Champagne going off here in Le Mans. I would like to thank Josh Plays, Tom Dillon, Adam Lemrys, Richie, Joe Samiego, Edward Hunter, and of course, Megan Birch for joining me in the commentary box for so much of the 24 hours of running. And I want to thank every single one of you for tuning in across the 24 hours. It has been a pleasure. We made the deal last year. This year, 2021, 12 live, 12 highlights. This year, 24 hours, all live. People called us mad. It worked. 24 hours, live broadcast. Done. Whole day on YouTube. Completed it, mate. Thanks for your company throughout the last day of motorsport. The 90th running of the Le Mans 24-hour was spectacular. Should we do it all again? Should we say 365 days' time? Yep. Sounds good to me. We'll see you next year for the 100th anniversary of Le Mans. But for right now, well done to the number 8 Toyotas who win overall. Goodbye from Le Mans.